Section 1 of A Life's Morning. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shiping A Life's Morning by George GISSING. Section 1. Chapter 1, Part 1. An Undergraduate at Leisure. Wilfrid Athel went down invalided a few days after the beginning of Trinity term. The event was not unanticipated. At Christmas it had been clear enough that he was overtaxing himself. His father remarked on the fact with anxiety, and urged moderation, his own peculiar virtue. Wilfrid, whose battle with circumstances was all before him, declined to believe that the body was anything but the very humble servant of the will. So the body took its revenge. He had been delicate in childhood, and the stage of hardy naturalism which interposes itself between tender juvenility and the birth of self-consciousness did not, in his case, last long enough to establish his frame in the vigor to which it was tending. There was nothing sickly about him. It was only an excess of nervous vitality that would not allow body to keep pace with mind. He was a boy to be intellectually held in leash, said the doctors, but that was easier said than done. What system of sedatives could one apply to a youngster whose imagination wrought him to a fever during a simple walk by the seashore, who, if books were forcibly withheld, consoled himself with the composition of 5-act tragedies, interspersed with lyrics to which he supplied original strains? Mr. Athel conceived a theory that such exuberance of emotionality might be counterbalanced by studies of a strictly positive nature. A tutor was engaged to ground young Wilfrid in mathematics and the physical sciences. The result was that the tutor's enthusiasm for these pursuits communicated itself, after a brief repugnance, to the versatile pupil. Instincts of mastery became as vivid in the study of Euclid and the chemical elements as formerly in the humaner paths of learning. The plan had failed. In the upshot, Wilfrid was sent to school. If that did not develop the animal in him, nothing would. He was not quite 23 when the breakdown removed him from Oxford. Going to Balliol with a scholarship, he had from the first been marked for great things, at all events by the measure of the schools. Removal from the system of home education had in truth seemed to answer in some degree the ends aimed at. The lad took his fair share of cricket and football, and kept clear of nervous crises. At the same time he made extraordinary progress with his books. He acquired with extreme facility, and his ambition never allowed him to find content in a second place. Conquest became his habit. He grew to deem it the order of nature that Wilfrid Athel's name should come first in the list. Hence a reputation to support. During his early terms at Balliol he fagged as hard as the mere dullard whose dear life depended upon a first class and a subsequent tutorship. What he would make of himself in the end was uncertain. University distinctions would probably be of small moment to him as soon as they were achieved, for already he spent the greater portion of his strength in lines of study quite apart from the curriculum, and fate had blessed him with exemption from sordid cares. He led in a set devoted to what were called advanced ideas, without flattering himself that he was on the way to solve the problem of the universe. He had satisfaction in reviewing the milestones which removed him from the unconscious man, and already clutched at a measure of positive wisdom in the suspicion that he might shortly have to lay aside his schoolbooks and recommence his education under other teachers. As yet he was wholehearted in the pursuit of learning. The intellectual audacity which was wont to be the keynote of his conversation did not, as his detractors held, indicate mere bumptiousness and defect of self-measurement. It was simply the florid redundancy of a young mind which glories in its strength, and plays at victory in anticipation. It was true that he could not brook the semblance of inferiority. If it were only 5 minutes' chat in the quad, he must come off with a phrase or an epigram. So those duller heads who called Athel affected were not wholly without their justification. Those who shrugged their shoulders with the remark that he was overdoing it, and would not last out to the end of the race, enjoyed a more indisputable triumph. One evening, when Athel was taking the brilliant lead in an argument on fate, free will, foreknowledge absolute, his brain began to whirl. Tobacco smoke seemed to have dulled all the lights before his eyes, and he fell from his chair in a fainting fit. He needed nothing but rest. That, however, was imperative. Mr. Athel brought him to London, and the family went down at once to their house in Surrey. Wilfrid was an only son and an only child. His father had been a widower for nearly 10 years. For the last 3 his house had been directed by a widowed sister, Mrs. Rossall, who had twin girls. Mr. Athel found it no particular hardship to get away from town and pursue his work at the Firs, a delightful house in the midst of Surrey's fairest scenery. Nor would Mrs. Rossall allow that the surrender of high season cost her any effort. This lady had just completed her 32nd year. Her girls were in their 10th. She was comely and knew it, but a constitutional indolence had preserved her from becoming a woman of fashion, and had nurtured in her a reflective mood, which, if it led to no marked originality of thought, at all events contributed to an appearance of culture. At the time of her husband's death, she was at the point where graceful inactivity so often degenerates into slovenliness. Mrs. Rossall's home-keeping tendencies and the growing childhood of her twins tended to persuade her that her youth was gone. Even the new spring fashions stirred her to but languid interest, and her music, in which she had some attainments, was all but laid aside. With widowhood began a new phase of her life. Her mourning was unaffected. It led her to pietism. She spent her days in religious observance, and her nights in the study of the gravest literature. She would have entered the Roman Church but for her brother's interposition. The end of this 3rd year of discipline was bringing about another change, perhaps less obvious to herself than to those who marked her course with interest, as several people did. Her reading became less ascetic. She passed to George Herbert and the Christian Year, and by way of the decoration of altars, proceeded to thought for her personal adornment. A certain journal of society, which she had long ago abandoned, began to show itself occasionally in her rooms, though only as yet by oversight, left to view. She spoke with her brother on the subject of certain invitations, long neglected, and did not seem displeased when he went beyond her own motion to propose the issuing of cards for a definite evening. Then came Wilfrid's breakdown. There was really no need, said Mr. Athel, that she should transfer herself immediately to the country, just when everybody was well settled in town. But Mrs. Rossall preferred to go. She was not sure that the juncture had not some connection with her own spiritual life, and she maintained on the whole a seemly cheerfulness. Mr. Athel was an Egyptologist of some distinction. Though not in person or manner suggestive of romantic antecedents, he had yet come by this taste in a way which bordered on romance. Travelling in southern Europe at about the age which Wilfrid had now reached, he had the good fortune to rescue from drowning an Italian gentleman then on a tour in Greece. The Italian had a fair daughter, who was travelling with him, and her, after an acquaintance of a few weeks, Athel demanded by way of recompense. Her father was an enthusiastic student of Egyptian antiquities. The Englishman plied at one and the same time his wooing and the study of hieroglyphics, with marked success in both directions. The Mr. Athel who at that time represented parental authority, or at all events claimed filial deference, was anything but pleased with the step his son had taken. He was a highly respectable dealer in grain, and after the manner of highly respectable men of commerce, would have had his eldest son espouse some country woman yet more respectable. It was his opinion that the lad had been entrapped by an adventurous foreigner. Philip Athel, who had a will of his own, wedded his Italian maiden, brought her to England, and fought down prejudices. A year or two later he was at work in Egypt, where lie remained for some 12 months. His studies progressed. Subsequently he published certain papers which were recognized as valuable. Wilfrid found the amusement of his childhood in his father's pursuit. He began to decipher hieratic not much later than he learned to read English. Scarabs were his sacred playthings, and by the time of his going to school he was able to write letters home in a demotic which would not perhaps have satisfied Champollion or Bluch, but yet was sufficiently marvellous to his schoolfellows and gratifying to his father. For the rest, Philip Athel was a typical English gentleman. He enjoyed out-of-door sports as keenly as he did the pursuit of his study. He had scarcely known a day's illness in his life, owing, he maintained, to the wisdom with which he arranged his day. 3 hours of study was, he held, as much as any prudent man would allow himself. He was always in excellent spirits, ever ready to be of service to a friend, lived with much moderation on victuals of the best quality procurable, took his autumnal holiday abroad in a gentlemanly manner. With something of theoretic radicalism in his political views, he combined a stout respect for British social institutions. Affecting to be above vulgar prejudices, he was in reality much prepossessed in favour of hereditary position, and as time went on did occasionally half wish that the love he had bestowed on his Italian wife had been given to some English lady of good family. He was liberal, frank, amiably autocratic in his home, apt to be peppery with inferiors who missed the line of perfect respect, candid and reasonable with equals or superiors. For his boy he reserved a store of manly affection, seldom expressing itself save in bluff fashion. His sister he patronized with much kindness, though he despised her judgment. One had now and then a feeling that his material circumstances aided greatly in making him the genial man he was, that with beef and claret of inferior quality he might not have been altogether so easy to get along with. But that again was an illustration of the English character. We find the family assembling for breakfast at the Firs one delightful morning at the end of July. The windows of the room were thrown open, and there streamed in with the sunlight fresh and delicious odours, tonics alike of mind and body. From the Scotch firs whence the dwelling took its name came a scent which mingled with wafted breath from the remoter heather and the creepers about the house front. The lovely bloom and leafage skirting the lawn contributed to the atmosphere of health and joy. It was 9 o'clock. The urn was on the gleaming table. The bell was sounding. Mr. Athel stepped in straight from the lawn, fresh after his 10 minutes' walk about the garden. Wilfrid Athel appeared at the same moment. He was dark complexioned, and had black glossy hair. His cheeks were hollower than they should have been, but he had not the aspect of an invalid. Mrs. Rossall glided into the room behind him, fresh, fair, undemonstrative. Then came the twins, by name Patty and Minnie, delicate with promise of their mother's English style of beauty. It was very hard to distinguish them. Their uncle had honestly given up the pretence long ago, and occasionally remonstrated with his sister on the absurdity of dressing them exactly alike. The last to enter the room was the governess, Miss Emily Hood. Mr. Athel, having pronounced a grace, mentioned that he thought of running up to town. Did anybody wish to give him a commission? Mrs. Rossall looked thoughtful, and said she would make a note of 2 or 3 things. "I haven't much faith in that porridge regimen, Wilf," remarked the master of the house, as he helped himself to chicken and tongue. "We are not Highlanders. It's dangerous to make diet too much a matter of theory. Your example is infectious. First the twins, now Miss Hood. Edith, do you propose to become a pervert to porridge?" "I have no taste for it," replied his sister, who had become absent-minded. "There is a certain dishonesty about it, moreover," Mr. Athel pursued. "Porridge should be eaten with salt, milk and sugar. Didn't I hear a suggestion of golden syrup, more honestly called treacle, yesterday? These things constitute evasion, self-deception at the least. In your case, Miss Hood, the regimen is clearly fruitful of ill results." "Of what kind, Mr. Athel?" "Obviously it leads to diminution of appetite. You were in the habit of eating a satisfactory breakfast. At present some 2 ounces of that farinaceous mess." "My dear Philip," interposed Mrs. Rossall, still absently. "I hold that I am within my rights," asserted her brother. "If Miss Hood goes down into Yorkshire in a state of emaciation—" Wilfrid and the twins showed amusement. "To begin with," pursued Mr. Athel, "I hold that sweet food the first thing in the morning is a mistake. The appetite is checked in an artificial way, and impaired. Even coffee—" "You would recommend a return to flagons of ale?" suggested Wilfrid. "I'm not sure it wasn't better dietetically." Mrs. Rossall had taken an egg, but after fruitlessly chipping at the shell throughout this conversation, put down her spoon and appeared to abandon the effort to commence her meal. Presently she broke silence, speaking with some diffidence. "I really think I will go to town with you, Philip," she said. "I want some things you can't very well get me, and then I ought to go and see the Redwings. I might persuade Beatrice to come to us for a day or 2. "Do so by all means. You're quite sure," he added with a smile, "that I couldn't save you the trouble of the journey? I have no objection to visiting the Redwings." "I think it will be better if I go myself," replied Mrs. Rossall with a far-off look. "I might call on 1 or 2 other people." Having decided this point, she found herself able to crack the egg. The anticipation of a day in London made her quite gay throughout the meal. The carriage was at the door by 10 o'clock, to drive to Dealing, the nearest station some 4 miles away. The twins had gone upstairs with Miss Hood to their lessons, and Wilfrid was sauntering about the hall. His father paused by him on the way to the carriage. "What do you propose to do with yourself, Wilf?" he asked. "Ride, I think." "Do. Go over to Hilstead and lunch there. Capital lunch they give you at the inn. The last time I was there they cooked me one of the best chops I ever ate. Oberon wants exercise. Make a day of it." "Very well." "You are not looking quite so well, I'm afraid," remarked his father, with genuine solicitude in his tone. "Haven't been reading, have you?" "No. No imprudences, mind. I must stop that porridge regimen. It doesn't suit you. Ready, Edith?" he shouted heartily at the foot of the stairs. Mrs. Rossall came down, buttoning her gloves. "If I were you, Wilf," she said, "I'd go off somewhere for the day. The twins will only worry you." Wilfrid laughed. "I'm going to eat unexampled chops at the Waggoner in Hilstead," he replied. "That's right. Good bye, my dear boy. I wish you'd get fatter." "Pooh, I'm all right." The landau rolled away. Wilfrid still loitered in the hall, a singular look of doubt on his face. In a room above, one of the twins was having a music lesson. A certain finger exercise was being drummed with persistent endeavour at accuracy. "How can she bear that morning after morning?" the young man murmured to himself. He took his straw hat and went round to the stables. Oberon was being groomed. Wilfrid patted the horse's sleek neck and talked a little with the man. At length he made up his mind to go and prepare for riding. Oberon would be ready for him in a few minutes. In the porch Patty ran to meet him. "Truant!" Wilfrid exclaimed. "Have I caught you in the act of escape?" "I was going to look for you," said the child, putting her arm through his and swinging upon him. "We want to know if you will be back for lunch." "Who wants to know?" "I and Mimi and Miss Hood." "Oh, you are Patty, then, are you?" This was an old form of joke. The child shook her dark curls with a half annoyed gesture, but still swung on her cousin as he moved into the house. Wilfrid passed his arm about her playfully. "Can't you make up your mind, Wilf?" she asked. "Oh yes, my mind is quite made up," he replied with a laugh. "And won't you tell me?" "Tell you? Ah, about lunch. No, I shall not be back." "You won't? Oh, I'm sorry." "Why are you sorry, indistinguishable little maiden?" he asked, drawing out one of her curls between his fingers and letting it spring back again into its circling beauty. "We thought it would be so nice, we four at lunch." "I'm warned to avoid you. The tone of conversation would try my weak head. I'm not capable yet of intellectual effort." The little girl looked at him with puzzled eyes. "Well, it can't be helped," she said. "I must go back to my lessons." She ran off, and Wilfrid went up to his dressing room. When he came down, Oberon was pawing the gravel before the door. He mounted and rode away. End of section 1. Recording by Shi Pingling. Section 2 of A Life's Morning. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shi Pingling. A Life's Morning by George Gissing. Section 2, Chapter 1, Part 2. His spirits, which at first seemed to suffer some depression, took vigour once more from the air of the downs. He put Oberon at a leap or two, then let the breeze sing in his ears as he was borne at a gallop over the summer land, golden with sunlight. In spite of his still worn look, health was manifest in the upright vigour of his form, and in his eyes gleamed the untroubled joy of existence. Hope just now was strong within him, a hope defined and pointing to an end attainable. He knew that henceforth the many bounding and voiceful streams of his life would unite in one strong flow onward to a region of orient glory, which shone before him as the bourne hitherto but dimly imagined. On, Oberon, on! No speed that would not lag behind the forward flight of a heart's desire. Let the stretch of green shadowing woodland sweep by like a dream. Let the fair sweet meadow sides smile for a moment and vanish. Let the dark hill summits rise and sink. It is the time of youth and hope, of boundless faith in the world's promises, of breathless pursuit. Hilstead was gained long before lunch could be thought of. Wilfrid rode on, and circled back toward the hostelry famous for chops about the hour of noon. He put up his horse and strayed about the village, till his meal was ready. After he had eaten it, he smoked a cigar among hollyhocks and sunflowers. Then impatience possessed him. He looked at his watch several times, annoyed to find that so little of the day was spent. When he at last set forth again, it was to ride at walking pace in the direction of home. He reached a junction of roads and waited there for several minutes, unable to decide upon his course. He ended by throwing the reins on Oberon's neck. "Go which way you will," he said aloud. Oberon paced forward to the homeward route. "So be it. On, then. An hour will bring us to the Firs." The house was all but reached, when Wilfrid caught a glimpse of a straw hat moving into a heath-clad hollow 100 yards from the road. He pressed on. At the gate stood a gardener. "James," he cried, leaping down, "take the horse to the stable, will you?" And, instead of going up to the house, he walked back in the direction he had come till he reached the hollow in which the straw hat had disappeared. Miss Hood sat on the ground reading. She was about to rise, but Wilfrid begged her not to move, and threw himself into a reclining posture. "I saw you as I rode past," he said in a friendly way. "I suppose the twins are straying?" "They are at Greenhaws," was the reply. "Mrs. Winter called for them immediately after lunch. She will bring them back early in the evening." "Ah." He plucked sprigs of heather. Miss Hood turned to her book. "I've had a magnificent ride," Wilfrid began again. "Surely there is no country in England so glorious as this. Don't you enjoy it?" "Very much. I have never seen the Yorkshire moors. The scenery, of course, is of a much wilder kind?" "I have not seen them myself," said the governess. "I thought you might have taken your holidays sometimes in that direction." "No. We used to go to a seaside place in Lincolnshire called Cleethorpes. I suppose you never heard of it?" "I think not." Wilfrid continued to pluck heather, and let his eyes catch a glimpse of her face now and then. Miss Hood was a year younger than himself, and had well outgrown girlishness. She was of very slight build, looked indeed rather frail, but her face, though lacking colour, had the firmness of health. It was very broad at the forehead, and tapered down into narrowness. The eyes seemed set at an unusual distance from each other, though the nose was thin and of perfect form, its profile making but a slight angle away from the line of the brows. Her lips were large but finely curved, the chin was prominent, the throat long. She had warm brown hair. Few would at first sight have called her face beautiful, but none could deny the beauty of her hands. Ungloved at present, they lay on the open pages of the book, unsurpassable for delicate loveliness. When he did not venture to look higher, Wilfrid let his eyes feed on the turn of the wrist, the faint blue lines and sinuous muscles, the pencilling about the finger joints, the delicate white and pink nails. Miss Hood was habitually silent when in the company of others than the children. When she replied to a question it was without timidity, but in few well-chosen words. Yet her manner did not lack cheerfulness. She impressed no one as being unhappy, and alone with the twins she was often gay enough. She was self-possessed, and had the manners of a lady, though in her position this was rather to be observed in what she refrained from doing than in what she did. Wilfrid had, on first meeting her, remarked to himself that it must imply a certain force of individuality to vary so distinctly from the commonplace, even under the disadvantage of complete self-suppression. He had now come to understand better the way in which that individuality betrayed itself. "Shall you go to Cleethorpes this year?" was his next question. "I think not." I shall most likely pass the holidays at home." "And study electricity?" In a former conversation she had surprised him by some unexpected knowledge of the principles of electricity, and explained the acquirement by telling him that this subject was her father's favorite study. Wilfrid put the question now with a smile. "Yes, very likely," she replied, smiling also, but faintly. "It gives my father pleasure when I do so." "You have not a keen interest in the subject yourself?" "I try to have." Her voice was of singular quality. If she raised it the effect was not agreeable, owing possibly to its lack of strength; but in low tones, such as she employed at present, it fell on the ear with a peculiar sweetness, a natural melody in its modulation. "The way in which you speak of your father interests me," said Wilfrid, leaning his chin upon his hand, and gazing at her freely. "You seem so united with him in sympathy." She did not turn her eyes to him, but her face gathered brightness. "In sympathy, yes," she replied, speaking now with more readiness. "Our tastes often differ, but we are always at one in feeling. We have been companions ever since I can remember." "Is your mother living?" "Yes." Something in the tone of the brief affirmative kept Wilfrid from further questioning. "I wonder," he said, "what you think of the relations existing between myself and my father. We are excellent friends, don't you think?" "Strange, one doesn't think much about such things until some occasion brings them forward. Whether there is deep sympathy between us, I couldn't say. Certainly there are many subjects on which I should not dream of speaking to him unless necessity arose, partly, I suppose, that is male reserve, and partly English reserve. If novels are to be trusted, French parents and children speak together with much more freedom. On the whole, that must be better." She made no remark. "My father," he continued, "is eminently a man of sense. If I reflect on my boyhood, I see how admirable his treatment of me has always been. I fancy I must have been at one time rather hard to manage. I know I was very passionate and stubbornly self-willed. Yet he neither let me have my own way nor angered me by his opposition. In fact, he made me respect him. Now that we stand on equal terms, I dare say he has something of the same feeling towards myself, and so it comes that we are excellent friends." She listened with a scarcely perceptible smile. "Perhaps this seems to you a curiously dispassionate way of treating such a subject," Wilfrid added with a laugh. "It illustrates what I meant in saying I doubted whether there was deep sympathy between us. Your own feeling for your father is clearly one of devotedness. You would think no sacrifice of your own wishes too great if he asked it of you." "I cannot imagine any sacrifice which my father could ask that I should refuse." She spoke with some difficulty, as if she wished to escape the subject. "Perhaps that is a virtue that your sex helps to explain," said Wilfrid musingly. "You do not know," he added, when a bee had hummed between them for half a minute, "how constant my regret is that my mother did not live till I was old enough to make a friend of her. You know that she was an Italian? There was a sympathy taken out of my life. I believe I have more of the Italian nature than the English, and I know my mother's presence would be priceless to me now that I could talk with her. What unsatisfactory creatures we are as children, so imperfect, so deficient! It is worse with boys than with girls. Compare, for instance, the twin with boys often. What coarse, awkward, unruly lumps of boisterousness youngsters mostly are at that age. I dislike boys, and more than ever when I remember myself at that stage. What an insensible, ungrateful, brainless, and heartless brat I was!" "You must be wrong in one respect," she returned, watching a large butterfly. You could not have been brainless." "Oh, the foundation of tolerable wits was there, no doubt. But it is just that undeveloped state that irritates me. Suppose I were now 10 years old, and that glorious butterfly before me. Should I not leap at it and stick a pin through it, young savage? Precisely what a Hottentot boy would do, except that he would be free from the apish folly of pretending a scientific interest, not really existing. I rejoice to have lived out of my boyhood. I would not go through it again for anything short of 1,000 years of subsequent maturity." She just glanced at him, a light of laughter in her eyes. She was abandoning herself to the pleasure of hearing him speak. "That picture of my mother," he pursued, dropping his voice again, "does not do her justice. Even at 12 years old, she died when I was 12, I could not help seeing and knowing how beautiful she was. I have thought of her of late more than I ever did. Sometimes I suffer a passion of grief that one so beautiful and lovable has gone and left a mere dumb picture. I suppose even my memory of her will grow fainter and fainter, founded as it is on imperfect understanding, dim appreciation. She used to read Italian to me, first the Italian, then the English, and I thought it, as often as not, a bore to have to listen to her. Thank heaven, I have the book she used, and can now go over the pieces and try to recall her voice." The butterfly was gone, but the bees still hummed about them. The hot afternoon air was unstirred by any breeze. "How glad I am," Wilfrid exclaimed, when he had brooded for a few moments, "that I happened to see you as I rode past. I should have wandered restlessly about the house in vain, seeking for some one to talk to. And you listen so patiently. It is pleasant to be here and talk so freely of things I have always had to keep in my own mind. Look, do look at that bastion of cloud over the sycamore. What glorious gradation of tints! What a snowy crown! That is a pretty spray," he added, holding to her one that he had plucked. She looked at it, then, as he still held it out, took it from him. The exquisite fingers touched his own redder and coarser ones. "Have you friends in Dunfield?" he asked. "Friends?" "Any real friend, I mean, any girl who gives you real companionship?" "Scarcely that. How shall you spend your time when you are not deep in electrics? What do you mean to read these holidays?" "Chiefly German, I think. I have only just begun to read it." "And I can't read it at all. Now and then I make a shot at the meaning of a note in a German edition of some classical author, every time fretting at my ignorance. But there is so endlessly much to do, and the day is so short. Isn't it hateful," he broke forth, "this enforced idleness of mine? To think that weeks and weeks go by and I remain just where I was, when the loss of an hour used to seem to me an irreparable misfortune. I have such an appetite for knowledge, surely the unhappiest gift a man can be endowed with. It leads to nothing but frustration. Perhaps the appetite weakens as one grows in years. Perhaps the sphere of one's keener interests contracts. I hope it may be so. At times I cannot work, I could not, for a sense of the vastness of the field before me. I should like you to see my rooms at Balliol. Shelves have long since refused to take another volume. Floor, tables, chairs, every spot is heaped. And there they lie. Hosts I have scarcely looked into. Many I shall never have time to take up to the end of my days. You have the satisfaction of being able to give your whole time to study. There is precisely the source of dissatisfaction, my whole time, and that wholly insufficient. I have a friend, a man I envy intensely. He has taken up the subject of Celtic literature. gives himself to it with single-heartedness, cares for nothing that does not connect itself therewith, will pursue it throughout his life, will know more of it than any man living. My despair is the universality of my interests. I can think of no branch of study to which I could not surrender myself with enthusiasm. Of course I shall never master one. My subject is the history of humanity. I would know everything that man has done, or thought, or felt. I cannot separate lines of study. Philology is a passion with me, but how shall I part the history of speech from the history of thought? The etymology of any single word will hold me for hours. To follow it up, I must traverse centuries of human culture. They tell me I have a faculty for philosophy, in the narrow sense of the word. Alas, that narrow sense implies an exhaustive knowledge of speculation in the past, and of every result of science born in our own time. Think of the sunny spaces in the world's history, in each of which one could linger for ever. I, Athens at her fairest, born at her grandest, the glorious savagery of Merovingian courts, the kingdom of Frederick II, the Moors in Spain, the magic of Renaissance Italy. To become a citizen of any one age means a lifetime of endeavor. It is easy to fill one's head with names and years, but that only sharpens my hunger. Then there is the world of art. I would know every subtlest melody of verse in every tongue, enjoy with perfectly instructed taste every form that man has carved or painted. I fear to enter museums and galleries. I am distracted by the numberless desires that seize upon me, depressed by the hopelessness of satisfying them. I cannot even enjoy music from the mere feeling that I do not enjoy it enough, that I have not had time to study it, that I shall never get at its secret. And when is one to live? I cannot lose myself in other men's activity and enjoyments. I must have a life of my own, outside the walls of a library. It would be easy to give up all ambition of knowledge, to forget all the joy and sorrow that has been, and pass into nothingness, to know only the eternity of a present hour. Might one not learn more in one instant of unreflecting happiness than by toiling on to a mummied age, only to know in the end the despair of never having lived? He again raised his eyes to her face. It was fixed in a cold, absent gaze. Her lips hardened into severity, the pose of her head impressive, noble. Athel regarded her for several moments. She was revealing to him more of her inner self than he had yet divined. "What are your thoughts?" he asked quietly. She smiled, recovering her wonted passiveness. "Have you not often much the same troubles?" "They arc only for the mind which is strong enough to meet and overcome them," she replied. "But look, my mind has given way already. I am imbecile. For ever I shall be on the point of a breakdown, and each successive one will bring me nearer to some final catastrophe, perhaps the lunatic asylum. Who knows?" "I should think," she said gravely, "that you suggested the truth. Very likely your mind will contract its range and cease to aim at the impossible. But tell me, have you not yourself already attained that wisdom? Why should you make pretenses of feebleness which does not mark you? You have a mind as active as my own. I know that perfectly well. What is your secret of contentment? Won't you help me in this miserable plight?" "No, Mr. Athel, I have none but very ordinary powers of mind, and perhaps it is my recognition of that which keeps me contented. There is indeed one principle of guidance which I have worked out for myself." "Ah, and that?" "It will not enlighten you, for it is only the choice of a natural and easy course, seeing that difficult ones are closed. The literature of learning is out of my reach, so I limit myself to the literature of beauty, and in this I try to keep to the best." "You are right, you are right. To know the masterpieces of literature, pure literature, poetry in its widest sense, that is the wise choice. Think, we feed ourselves with the second-hand wisdom of paltry philosophizers and critics, and Shakespeare waits outside the door with the bread of life. From Homer, alas, you do not read Greek?" She shook her head. "And you work at German! In heaven's name, change your language forthwith. Why should you not know Greek? You must know Greek. I will give you books, I will advise you, show you the essentials to begin with. There are still a few days before you go into Yorkshire. You can work during the holidays on lines I shall set you. You can write and tell me your—" He paused, for her face had lost its smile, and wore again that coldly respectful look which she seldom put off save in her privacy with the children. For the last quarter of an hour he had marked in her quite another aspect. The secret meanings of her face had half uttered themselves in eye and lip. His last words seemed to recall her to the world of fact. She made a slight movement and closed the book on her lap. "Greek is more than I can undertake, Mr. Athel," she said in a quietly decided tone. "I must be content with translations." "Translations! You would not say that so calmly if you knew what you were renouncing. Everything, everything in literature I would give up to save my Greek." "You will learn it. I know you will. Some day I shall hear you read the hexameters as beautifully as you read English poetry to the girls. Will you not begin if I beg you to?" The elbow on which he rested moved a few inches nearer to her. He saw the pearly shadows waver upon her throat, and her lips tremble into rigidity. "My time in the holidays will be very limited," she said. "I have undertaken to give some help to a friend who is preparing to become a teacher, and," she tried to smile, "I don't think I must do more work whilst at home than is really necessary." "No, that is true," Wilfrid assented unwillingly. "Never mind, there is plenty of time. Greek will be overcome. You will see. When we are all back in town and the days are dull, then I shall succeed in persuading you." She looked about her as if with thought of quitting her place. Her companion was drawn into himself. He stroked mechanically with his fingertips the fronds of bracken near him. "I suppose I shall go up again in October," he began. "I wish there were no necessity for it." "But surely it is your one desire," the other replied in genuine surprise. "Not to return to Oxford. A few months ago it would have been, but this crisis in my life has changed me. I don't think I shall adapt myself again to those conditions. I want to work in a freer way. I had a positive zeal even for examinations. Now that seems tame, well, boyish. I believe I have outgrown that stage. I feel a reluctance to go back to school. I suppose I must take my degree, and so on. But it will all be against the grain. Your feeling will most likely alter when you have thoroughly recovered your health." "No, I don't think it will. Practically my health is all right. You don't," he added with a smile, "regard me as an irresponsible person whose feeble remarks are to be received with kind allowance?" "No, I did not mean that." He gazed at her and his face showed a growing trouble. "You do not take too seriously what I said just now about the weakness of my mind? It would be horrible if you thought I had worked myself into a state of amiable imbecility, and was incapable henceforth of acting, thinking, or speaking with a sound intellect. Tell me, say in plain words, that is not your way of interpreting me." He had become very much in earnest. Raising himself to a position in which he rested on one hand, Lai looked straight into her face. "Why don't you reply? Why don't you speak?" "Because, Mr. Athel, It is surely needless to say that I have no such thought." "No, it is not needless. And even now you speak in a way which troubles me. Do not look away from me. What has my aunt told you about me?" She turned her face to him. Her self-command was so complete that not a throb of her leaping heart betrayed itself in vein or muscle. She even met his eyes with a placid gaze, which he felt as a new aspect of her countenance. "Mrs. Rossall has never spoken to me of your health," she said. "But my father's jokes! He has a way of humorous exaggeration. You, of course, understand that. You don't take seriously all he says." "I think I can distinguish between jest and earnest. For all that, you speak of the recovery of my health as if I were still far from the wholly rational standpoint. So far from my being mentally unsound, this rest has been a growing time with me. Before, I did nothing but heap my memory with knowledge of books. Now I have had leisure to gather knowledge of a deeper kind. I was a one-sided academical monster. It needed this new sense to make me human. The old college life is no longer my ideal. I doubt if it will be possible. At any rate, I shall hurry over the rest of my course as speedily as may be, that I may begin really to live. You must credit what I am saying. I want you to give me distinct assurance that you do so. If I have the least doubt, it will trouble my mind in earnest." Miss Hood rose to her feet in that graceful, effortless way of which girls have the secret. "You attribute a meaning to my words that I never thought of," she said, again in the distant, respectful manner. Wilfrid also rose. "And you give me credit for understanding myself, for being as much master of my mind as I am of my actions." "Surely I do, Mr. Athel." "You are going to the house? It is nearly 5 o'clock. Your conscience tells you that a civilized being must drink tea." "I think I shall walk over to Greenhaws. I may as well save Mrs. Winter the trouble of bringing back the children." He hesitated before moving away. "How little that cloud has changed its form! I should like to stay here and watch it till sunset. In a week, I suppose, I shall be looking at some such cloud over Mont Blanc, and you in Dunfield. No, there we have only mill smoke." She smiled, and passed from the hollow to the road. End of section 2. Recording by Shi Pingling. Section 3 of A Life's Morning. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shi Pingling. A Life's Morning by George Gissing. Section 3. Chapter 2. Beatrice Redwing. Midway in breakfast next morning, at the moment when Mrs. Rossall was describing certain originalities of drawing-room decoration observed on the previous day at a house in town, the half-open door admitted a young lady who had time to glance round the assembled family before her presence was observed. In appearance she was very interesting. The tints of her fine complexion were warmed by exercise in the morning air, and her dark eyes brightened by pleasurable excitement. She carried her hat in her hand, and seemed to have been walking bareheaded, for there were signs of wind play in her abundant black hair. But neither face nor attire suggested rusticity. The former was handsome, spirited, with a hint of uncommon things in its changeful radiance. The latter was the result of perfect taste, choosing at will among the season's costumes. At her throat were fastened 2 blossoms of wild rose, with the dew still on them, and the hand which held her lace-trimmed sunshade carried also a spray of meadow sweet. Mr. Athel, looking up from the end of the table, was the first to perceive her. "Guardami ben son Beatrice," he exclaimed, rising and moving from his place. "But how in the world has she got here?" "Beatrice!" cried Mrs. Rossall, following the general direction of eyes. "Here already? But you surely haven't come from town this morning?" "But indeed I have," was the reply, in a joyous voice, whose full rich quality took the ear captive. "Will you let me sit down just as I am? Patty, here's a rose for you, and Minnie, another for you." She took them from her dress. "How do you do, Mr. Wilfrid?" The governess was mentioned to her by name. Beatrice looked at her steadfastly for a moment. "But how have you got here?" inquired Mrs. Rossall. "You must have left London at an unheard of hour. And how have you come from Dealing?" "Clearly she has walked," said Mr. Athel. "Don't you see the spoils of her progress?" "Oh yes, I have walked," replied the girl. "I suppose I'm in a dreadful state. Towards the end I almost ran. I was so afraid lest I should miss breakfast, and you can't imagine how hungry I am." "Is that oatmeal porridge you are eating, Mr. Wilfrid? Oh, do let me have some. How delicious it will be!" "Nonsense, Beatrice," interposed Mrs. Rossall. "Let Mr. Athel give you some of that pâté. Or will you have——" "I have been a vegetarian for a month," was the reply. "You don't mean it?" "Most strictly." "No, eggs are not permitted. Only the feebler school allows them. You can't think how much better I have been in body and mind since I adopted the new diet." "But whatever train did you start by?" pressed Mrs. Rossall. 6:30. I never can sleep these short summer nights. I was up about 5 o'clock, and just as I was going to read I saw the railway timetable. I looked for the first train and determined to come by it. I wrote a short note to let mother know what had become of me. Then in a minute or two I got my things packed, and last of all stole out of the house to find a cab. Luckily a policeman was just passing the door. He found one for me in no time. Not a soul was up, so I dragged the trunk out onto the landing, and then made the cabman creep upstairs like a burglar to fetch it. Of course he thought I was running away. He enjoyed the joke wonderfully. You should have seen his smile when I paid him at the station. Perhaps you'll let them fetch my luggage before lunch?" "But won't your mother be alarmed?" asked Mrs. Rossall. "Why should she? She knows I'm very capable of taking care of myself. I wouldn't have missed this walk for anything. I only lost my way once, and then luckily a farmer came driving along. He told me I had half a mile more. I trebled his distance, which made it about right." "It's a good 4 miles from the station," remarked Mr. Athel. "Is it? If I hadn't been so hungry I shouldn't have minded as much again. You are not angry with me, Mrs. Rossall, for coming before I was expected?" A curious note of irresponsible childishness came out now and then in her talk, as in this last question. It was the more noticeable for the air of maturity and self-possession which on the whole characterized her. She continued to talk with much vivacity, making at the same time a hearty meal. Her place at the table was between Wilfrid and Patty. On the opposite side sat Miss Hood and Minnie. As often as her eyes fell upon the governess's face, they rested there for a moment searchingly, as if with endeavour to recall some memory. "Who's responsible for your vegetarianism?" Wilfrid asked. "Is Mr. Cresset preaching the doctrine?" "No, Mr. Cresset is not preaching the doctrine," was the reply, in a tone which evidently contained reference to previous dissensions. "Surely there is nothing offensive in the suggestion," remarked the young man mildly. Yes, there is something offensive. Your references to Mr. Cresset are always offensive. You do me injustice. Aunt, I take you to witness. Didn't I praise ungrudgingly a sermon of his we heard last Christmas?" "I remember quite well," said Beatrice. "You regarded it as extraordinary that anything good could come from that source." "Mr. Athel, I take you to witness. Wasn't that his tone?" "Patty," interposed Mrs. Rossall, "do change your place and sit between those two. They never can be next each other without quarrelling." Breakfast drew out to unusual length. Miss Redwing was full of the season's news, and Mrs. Rossall's reviving interest in such vanities scarcely affected concealment. Mr. Athel, too, though he supported a jesting tone, clearly enjoyed listening to the girl's vivacious comments on the world which amuses itself. Wilfrid talked less than usual. He and his father strolled together in the garden an hour later, and found Beatrice reclining in a hammock which had recently been suspended in a convenient spot. She had one hand beneath her head, the other held a large fan, with which she warded off stray flakes of sunlight falling between the leaves. "Isn't this exquisite?" she cried. "Let no one hint to me of stirring before lunch time. I'm going to enjoy absolute laziness." "I thought you would have preferred a gallop over the downs," said Mr. Athel. "Oh, we'll have that this afternoon." "You may talk of it now, and I shall relish it in anticipation. Or better still, sit down and tell us old stories about Egypt, and let us forget the age we live in." "What is amiss with the age?" inquired Mr. Athel, who stood smoking a cigar and was in his wonted state of satisfaction with himself and the universe. "Everything is amiss. If you had been with me yesterday in a street I was visiting, not a quarter of a mile from home. But I'm going to forget all that now. How deliciously warm it is here in the shade! I must have a hammock in our garden at Cowes." "When do you go back?" Mr. Athel asked. "In about a fortnight. It has done mother no end of good. Don't you think she looks remarkably well, Mrs. Rossall?" "I'm afraid she finds it a little dull, though." When his father had returned to the house, Wilfrid sat on the grass and rested his head against the arm of the low garden chair in which Mrs. Rossall was reclining. The sound of a grass cutter alone mingled with the light rustling of the trees. It was one of those perfect summer mornings, when the sun's rays, though streaming from a cloudless sky, are tempered by a gentle haze in the upper regions of the air, when the zenith has a tinge of violet, and on the horizon broods a reddish mist. From this part of the garden only a glimpse of the house was visible, an upper window with white curtains, cool, peaceful. All else on every side was verdure and bloom. "Is it possible," Beatrice asked, when there had been silence for a few moments, "that I can have met Miss Hood anywhere before to day? Her face is strangely familiar to me." "She has never been in London before she came to us," said Mrs. Rossall. "But you have relatives in Dunfield, I think," remarked Wilfrid. "To be sure," said his aunt. "She comes from Dunfield, in Yorkshire. Do you think you can have met her there?" "Ah, that explains it!" Beatrice cried eagerly. "I knew I had seen her, and I know now where it was. She gave lessons to my uncle's children. I saw her when I was staying there the last time, 4 years ago. I can't recall her by her name, but her face, oh, I remember it as clearly as possible." "What a memory you have, Beatrice!" said Mrs. Rossall. "I never forget a face that strikes me." "In what way did Miss Hood's face strike you?" Wilfrid asked, as if in idle curiosity, and with some of the banter which always marked his tone to Beatrice. "You would like some deep metaphysical reason, but I'm not advanced enough for that. I don't suppose I thought much about her at the time, but the face has stayed in my mind. But how old is she?" "22," said Mrs. Rossall, smiling. "A year older than myself. My impression was that she was more than that. I think I only saw her once. She was with us at lunch one day. We spoke of her shyness, I remember. She scarcely said a word all the time." "Yes, she is very shy," assented Mrs. Rossall. "That's a mistake, I think, aunt," said Wilfrid. "Shyness is quite a different thing from reticence." "Reticence, then," conceded the lady, with a smile to Beatrice. "At all events, she is very quiet and agreeable and well bred. It is such a good thing to have a governess who really seems well bred. It does make it so much easier to treat her with consideration." "Do the children like her?" Beatrice asked. "Very much indeed. And it's wonderful how she controls them. They are scatter-brained little creatures." "Will she go abroad with you?" "Oh no, I don't think that necessary." Wilfrid presently left the two to their gossip. The conversation naturally turned to him. "How is his health?" Beatrice asked. "He seems quite recovered. I don't think there was ever anything to occasion much alarm, but his father got frightened. I expect we shall bring him back from Switzerland as well as ever he was." "Whatever has he done with himself the last 2 months?" mused the girl. "Well, it has been rather hard to keep him occupied away from books. He has been riding a good deal and smoking a good deal." "And talking a good deal?" "Well, yes, Wilf is fond of talking," admitted Mrs. Rossall, "but I don't think he is anything like as positive as he was. He does now and then admit that other people may have an opinion which is worth entertaining. Celia Dawlish was with us a fortnight ago. She declared him vastly improved." "She told him so?" "No, that was in private to me." "But I think Celia and he always got on well together," said Beatrice in an idly meditative tone, moving the edge of her fan backwards and forwards a few inches above her face. A few minutes later, after a silence, she said, "Do you know what I'm thinking?" "What?" asked Mrs. Rossall with an air of interest. "That if I were to close my eyes and keep quiet I should very soon be fast asleep." The other laughed at the unexpected reply. "Then why not do so, dear? It's warm enough; you couldn't take any harm." "I suppose the walk has tired me." "But if you had no sleep last night? How is it you can't sleep, I wonder? Is it the same when you were at Cowes?" "No, only in London. Something troubles me. I feel that I have neglected duties. I hear voices, as distinct as yours now, reproving me for my idle, frivolous life." "Nonsense! I'm sure you are neither idle nor frivolous. Do doze off if you can, dear. I'll go and get something to read." "You won't be angry with me?" the girl asked, in the tone of an affectionate weary child. "I shall if you use ceremony with me." Beatrice sighed, folding her hands upon the fan, and closed her lids. When Mrs. Rossall returned from the house with a magazine and a light shawl, the occupant of the hammock was already sound asleep. She threw the shawl with womanly skill and gentleness over the shapely body. When she had resumed her seat, she caught a glimpse of Wilfrid at a little distance. Her beckoned summons brought him near. "Look," she whispered, pointing to the hammock. "When did you see a prettier picture?" The young man gazed with a free smile, the expression of critical appreciativeness. The girl's beauty stirred in him no mood but that. She slept with complete calm of feature, The half-lights that came through the foliage made an exquisite pallor on her face, contrasting with the dark masses of her hair. Her bosom rose and fell in the softest sighing. Her pure throat was like marble. Her just parted lips seemed to need a protector from the bees. While she sleeps, let us learn a little more of her history. Some 25 years previously, Alfred Redwing was a lecturer on Greek and Latin at a small college in the north of England, making shift to live on a beggarly stipend. Handsome, pleasing, not quite 30, he was well received in such semblance of society as his town offered, and in spite of his defects as a suitor, he won for his wife a certain Miss Baxendale, the daughter of a well-to-do manufacturer. She brought him at once a few hundreds a year, and he pursued his college work in improved spirits. His wife had 2 brothers. One had early gone to America, the other was thriving as a man of business in the town of Dunfield. With Lawrence Baxendale, who dated his very occasional letters from various parts of the United States, the family might be said to have parted for good. Before leaving England, he had got on ill terms with his father and brother, and it was only a persistent affection for his sister that caused him to give any sign of himself year after year. When this sister had been Mrs. Redwing for about 2 years, she one day received an intimation from solicitors that Lawrence was dead, and had left her the whole of a very considerable fortune, the product mainly of dealings in lumber. Mr. and Mrs. Redwing, in fact, found themselves possessed of nearly 14,000 a year, proceeding from most orderly investments. This would naturally involve a change in their mode of life. In the first place, they paid a visit to America. Then they settled in London, where, about the same time, their only child, Beatrice, was born. A month after the child's coming into the world, the father withdrew from it into a private lunatic asylum. He had not been himself from the day when he heard of the fortune that had come to him. Such an access of blessedness was not provided for in the constitution of his mind. Probably few men of his imaginative temperament and hard antecedents could have borne the change without some little unsettling of mental balance. We are framed to endure any amount of ill, but have to take our chance in the improbable event of vast joy befalling us. Poor Redwing conceived a suspicion that his wife desired to murder him. One night, as she was following him into their bedroom, he suddenly turned round, caught hold of her with violence, and flung her to the ground, demanding the knife which he protested he had seen gleamed in her hand. It was no longer safe to live with him. He was put under restraint, and never again knew freedom. In less than a year he died, a moping maniac. Mrs. Redwing was an invalid thenceforth. Probably it was only the existence of her child that saved her life. An affection of the heart in course of time declared itself. But, though her existence was believed to hang on a thread, she lived on and on, lived to see Beatrice grow to womanhood. She kept a small house in London, but spent the greater part of the year at home or foreign health resorts. Her relatives had supposed that she would return to her own country, but Mrs. Redwing had tastes which lacked gratification in a provincial manufacturing town. Without having achieved much positive culture, she had received from her husband an impulse towards the development of certain higher possibilities in her nature, and she liked the society of mentally active people. The state of her health alone withheld her from a second marriage. She was not a very patient invalid, and suffered keenly in the sense of missing the happiness which life had offered her. In the matter of her daughter's education she exercised much care. doctrinal religion had a strong hold upon her, and it was her solicitude that Beatrice should walk from the first in the ways of Anglican salvation. She dreaded the spirit of the age. With a better judgment in pure literature than falls to the lot of most women, or men either, she yet banished from her abode, wherever it might be, anything that remotely savoured of intellectual emancipation. Her aesthetic leanings she deemed the great temptation of her life, for she frankly owned to her friends that many things powerfully attracted her, which her conscience bade her shun as dangerous. Her generosity made her a shining light in the world which busies itself in the dispensing or receiving of ecclesiastical charity. The clerical element was very strong in the circle that surrounded her. At the same time, her worldly tastes did not go altogether ungratified. She was very fond of music, and her unlimited powers in the provision of first-rate musical entertainment brought to her house acquaintances of a kind that would not otherwise have been found there. The theatre she tabooed, regarding this severity as an acceptable sacrifice, and not troubling to reflect what share her ill health had in rendering it a fairly easy one. In brief, she was a woman of a genial nature, whose inconsistencies were largely due to her inability to outgrow early conditions. Beatrice inherited her mother's mental restrictions, but was endowed with a subtlety of nature which, aided by her circumstances, made her yet more a being of inconsistencies and contradictions. In religion it was not enough for her to conform. Zeal drove her into the extremest forms of ritualistic observance. Nor did care for her personal salvation suffice. The logic of a compassionate nature led her on to various forms of missionary activity. She haunted vile localities, ministering alike to soul and body. At the same time she relished keenly the delights of the masquerading sphere, where her wealth and her beauty made her doubly welcome. From praying by the bedside of a costermonger's wife, she would speed away to shine among the brightest in phantasmagoric drawing-rooms. Her mother could seldom accompany her, but there was always some one ready to chaperon Beatrice Redwing. Once in the world from which thought is banished, she seemed as thoughtless as any. Her spiritual convictions put no veto even upon dancing. Yet her mood at such times was not the entire self-abandonment of the girl who is born but to waltz. In spite of the sanction of custom, she could not wholly suppress her virginal instincts, and however unconsciously, something in her nature held itself aloof. She led a life of indecision, combining in herself such contradictory elements. She was unable to make close friendships. Her intimacy with Mrs. Rossall, which dated from her late childhood, was not the perfect accord which may subsist between women of very different characters. Yet here she gave and received more sympathy than elsewhere. It was her frequent saying that she came to Mrs. Rossall's house when she wanted to rest. Here she could be herself, could pass without interval from pietistic argument to chatter about her neighbours, could indulge in impulses of confession as with no one else, could put off the strain of existence which was the result of her conflicting impulses. But it was only during a portion of the year that she could have Mrs. Rossall's society. At other times, though no one suspected it, she suffered much from loneliness. With her mother she was in accord on the subjects of religion and music, but even natural affection, blending with these sympathies, could not bring about complete unity. In her home there was the same lack that she experienced in the outer world. For all her versatility, she was not in appearance emotional. No one seemed less likely to be overcome by passion. Her enthusiasms fell short of the last note of sincerity. Perhaps it was on this account that she produced no strong impression, in spite of her beauty. Her personality suffered on acquaintance from defect of charm. Was it a half consciousness of this that led her now and then into the curious affectation of childishness already remarked? Did she feel unable to rely for pleasing upon those genuine possessions which for some reason could never advantageously display themselves? For more than an hour she slept. At her waking she found Minnie standing by her side. "Are your lessons over?" she asked, passing at once into full consciousness, without sign of having slept. The child replied that they were. "Where is Miss Hood?" "In the summer house." Beatrice rose, and they walked towards the summer house together. It was in a corner of the garden, hidden among acacias and laurels, a circular hut in the ordinary style. Patty and the governess were seated within. Beatrice entered, and took a seat with them. "Is your memory as good as my own, Miss Hood?" she said pleasantly. "Do you remember our meeting 4 years ago?" The other regarded her with quiet surprise, and said she had no recollection of the meeting. "Not at Mr. Baxendale's, my uncle's, one day that you lunched with us when I was staying there." Miss Hood had wholly forgotten the circumstance. It served, however, for the commencement of a conversation, which went on till Mrs. Rossall, finding the hammock deserted, was guided by the sound of voices to where the two girls and the children sat. In the afternoon there was a setting forth into the country. Mr. Athel drove his sister and the children. Wilfrid and Beatrice accompanied them on horseback. The course to be pursued having been determined, the riders were not at pains to keep the carriage always within sight. "Why did Miss Hood decline to come?" Mr. Athel inquired, shortly after they had started. "She gave no reason," Mrs. Rossall replied. "It was her choice to stay at home." "Of course you asked her in the proper way." "Why, Philip, of course I did." "Miss Hood never alters her mind," remarked Patty. "Never!" exclaimed the other twin with decision. "An admirable characteristic," commented their uncle, "provided her decision is right to begin with." Beatrice had just let off at a gallop. Wilfrid necessarily followed her. When the pace slackened they began to talk of indifferent things. On the crest of a hill, whence the carriage could be seen far away on the white road, the girl reined in, and turning to her companion, asked abruptly, "What is your opinion of Miss Hood?" "Why do you ask such a question?" "Because I should like to know. She interests me, and you must have had opportunities enough lately of studying her character." "Why does she interest you?" "I can't say. I thought you might help me to discover the reason. You have often said that you liked women of strongly marked character." "How do you conclude that she is one?" "I feel it. We were talking together before lunch. I don't think I like her. I don't think she has principles." Wilfrid laughed. "Principles! The word is vague. You mean, no doubt, that she doesn't seem to have commonplace prejudices." "That's just what I wanted you to say." She let her horse move on. The young man followed, his eyes gazing absently before him, a smile fixed upon his lips. Beatrice looked over her shoulder. "Does she read the same kind of books that you do?" "Unfortunately, I read no books at all." She paused again to let him get to her side. "What a pity it can't continue." "What?" "Your inability to read." "That is the kindest remark I have heard for a long time," exclaimed Wilfrid with a good natured laugh. "Very likely it is, though you don't mean it. When you read, you only poison your mind. It is your reading that has made you what you are, without faith, without feeling. You dissect everything, you calculate motives cynically. You have learnt to despise everyone who believes what you refuse to. You make your own intellect the centre of the world. You are dangerous." "What a character! To whom am I dangerous?" "To anyone whom it pleases you to tempt, in whom you find the beginnings of disbelief. In brief, I have no principles." "Of course you have none." "In other words, I am selfish." "Intensely so." It was hard to discover whether she were in earnest. Wilfrid examined her for a moment, and concluded that she must be. Her eyes were gleaming with no mock seriousness, and there was even a slight quiver about her lips. In all their exchanges of banter he had never known her look and speak quite as she did now. As he regarded her there came a flush to her cheek. She turned her head away and wrote on. "What moves you to visit me with this castigation at present, Miss Redwing?" he asked, still maintaining his jesting tone. "I don't know," she answered carelessly. "I felt all at once able to say what I thought." "Then you do really think all this?" "Assuredly I do." He kept silence a little. "And you can't see," he began, rather more seriously, "that you are deplorably lacking in the charity which surely should be among your principles. There are some things to which charity must not be extended. Let us say, then, discretion, insight." He spoke yet more earnestly. "You judge me, and in truth you know as little of me as any one could. The attitude of your mind prevents you from understanding me in the least. It prevents you from understanding any human being. You are consumed with prejudice, and prejudice of the narrowest, most hopeless kind. Am I too severe?" "Not more so than you have often been. Many a time you have told me how you despised me." He was silent, then spoke impulsively. "Well, perhaps the word is not too strong. Though it is not your very self that I despise, but the ignorance and bigotry which possess you. It is a pity. I believe you might be a woman of quite a different kind." "Of pronounced character?" "Precisely. You are neither one thing nor another. You have told me what you think of me. Shall I be equally frank and speak as if you were a college friend? For at all events we are friends." "I'm not sure of that." "Oh, but I am. And we shall be friends none the worse for ingenuousness on both sides. Look at the position in which you stand. One moment you are a woman of the world, the next you run frantic with religious zeal, another turn and you are almost an artist, at your piano. When you are tired of all these you become, or try to become, a sort of ingénue. In the name of consistency, be one thing or another. You are quite mistaken in thinking that I despise religious enthusiasm in itself. Become a veritable Beatrice, and I will venerate you infinitely. Give up everything to work in London slums, and you shall have my warmest admiration. But you are not sincere." "I am sincere," she broke in, with more passion than he had ever imagined her capable of uttering. "I cannot call it sincerity. It is impossible that you should be sincere. You live in the latter end of the 19th century. The conditions of your birth and education forbid sincerity of this kind." "I am sincere," she repeated, but in a low voice, without looking at him. "On the other hand," he proceeded, "surrender yourself entirely to the life of society, and I will still respect you. You are a beautiful woman. You might be inexpressibly charming. Frankly recognize your capabilities, and cultivate your charm. Make a study of your loveliness. Make it your end to be a queen in drawing rooms." "You insult me." "I can't see that I do. There is nothing contemptible in such an aim. Nothing is contemptible that is thorough. Or you have the third course. Pursue music with seriousness. Become a real artist, a public singer, let us say. No amateur nonsense. Recognize that you have a superb voice, and that by dint of labor you may attain artistic excellence. You talk of getting up concerts in low parts of London, of humanizing ruffians by the influence of music. Pshaw! Humanize humanity at large by devotion to an artistic ideal. The other aim is paltry, imbecile, charlatan. He tried to see her face. She rolled on, holding it averted. Follow any one of these courses, and you will make yourself a true woman. By trying to be a bit of everything, you become insignificant. Napoleon the Great was a curse to mankind, but one thinks more of him than of Napoleon the Little, who wasn't quite sure whether to be a curse or a blessing. There is a self in every one of us. The end of our life is to discern it, bring it out, make it actual. You don't yet know your own self. You have not the courage to look into your heart and mind. You keep over your eyes the bandage of dogmas in which you only half believe. Your insincerity blights the natural qualities of your intellect. You have so long tried to persuade yourself of the evil of every way of thinking, save ecclesiastical dogmatism, that you cannot judge fairly even those to whom you are most friendly. Cannot you see that the world has outgrown the possibility of one universal religion? For good or for evil, each of us must find a religion in himself, and you have no right whatever to condemn before you have understood. You cannot say that you have any religion, she said, facing him. He saw to his astonishment that there had been tears in her eyes. You cannot say that I have none. The radical fault of your uninstructed way of looking at things is that you imagine mankind and the world to be matters of such simple explanation. You learn by heart a few maxims, half a dozen phrases, and there is your key to every mystery. That is the child's state of mind. You have never studied, you have never thought. Your self-confidence is ludicrous. You and such as you do not hesitate to judge offhand men who had spent a long life in the passionate pursuit of wisdom. You have no reverence. It is the fault you attribute to me, but wrongly. If you had ever brought an open mind to our conversations, you would have understood that my reverence even for your ideal is not a whit less than your own. It is only that I see it in another light. You said that I have no religion. What if I have not? Are one's final conclusions to be achieved in a year or two of early manhood? I have my inner voices, and I try to understand them. Often enough they are ambiguous, contradictory. I live in hope that their bidding will become clearer. I search for meanings, try to understand myself, strive after knowledge. You might as well have been born a pagan. One voice has spoken. Its bidding is the sufficient and only guide. Say rather that so it seems to you. Your inheritance of conviction is not mine. Your mode of reasoning and my own have nothing in common. We inhabit different worlds. Beatrice let her eyes turn slowly to his face. The smile with which he met her found no reflection on her countenance. Her look was that of one who realizes a fatality. "Shall we join them?" she asked in a moment, nodding towards the far-off carriage which was about to hide itself among trees. Wilfrid mused instead of answering. She began to write on. "Stay 1 minute," he said. "I have been anything but courteous in my way of speaking to you. But it was better to put off idle forms, was it not?" "Yes. I shall know henceforth what you think of me." "Not from this one conversation, if you mean that." "Well, it does not matter. Perhaps not. Difference of opinion has fortunately little to do with old standing kindness. I'm not sure that you are right, at all events when it has expressed itself in words of contempt. It was not resentment that her voice conveyed, but something which Wilfrid found it harder to bear. Her drooped eyelids and subdued tone indicated a humble pride, which the protest of her beauty made pathetic. "We will never speak of such things again," he said gently. "Let me have your forgiveness. When we join them down there, they will laugh at us and say we have been quarrelling as usual. In future, I think we mustn't quarrel. We are both of us getting too old for the amusement. When you sing to us to-night, I shall remember how foolish I was even to pretend contempt." "You will be thinking," she said, "that I am a mere amateur." "If I do, I shall be an ungrateful wretch, and an insensible one, to boot." She rode down the hill without replying. End of section 3. Recording by Shi Pinglin.
Section 4 of A Life's Morning. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. A Life's Morning by George Gissing. Section 4. Chapter 3, Part 1. Lyrical. Miss Hood did not, of course, dine with the family, though, as Mrs. Rossall said, it was a distinct advantage to have in the house a governess whom one could in many respects treat as an equal. Yet there was naturally a limit, in this as in all other matters. We have not yet, either in fact or in sentiment, quite outgrown the social stage in which personal hiring sets on the hired a stigma of servitude. Mrs. Rossall was not unaware that, in all that concerned intellectual refinement, her governess was considerably superior to herself, and in personal refinement not less a lady. But the fact of quarterly payments, spite of all this, inevitably indicated a place below the salt. Mr. Athel, though, as we have seen, anxious to indulge himself in humane regard whenever social regulations permitted, was the last man to suffer in his household serious innovations upon traditional propriety. So Miss Hood, Emily as she was called by the little group of people away in Yorkshire, to whom she was other than a governess, Emily, as we will permit ourselves to call her henceforth, always had the meal of tea with the children. After that the evening was her own, save that the twins kept her company until their hour of bedtime. The schoolroom was also her sitting room. After 8:30 in the evening she had it to herself, and there she passed many an hour of quiet content, playing softly on the piano, reading, dreaming. In the matter of books she was well off. Mr. Athel and his sister had subscriptions to several London libraries, and of these the governess was invited to make free use. It was some restraint upon her that her choice of reading always passed under Mrs. Rossall's eyes, but not so much after the first few weeks. The widow was by this time well advanced in the resumption of purely mundane literature, and the really liberal tone which prevailed in the house removed apprehension in the pursuit of modern studies; for it was rather an ideal towards which she was working than an attainment in fact, that eclecticism of which she spoke to Wilfrid Athel. The monthly library lists which came under her eyes offered many a sore temptation. She was true on the whole to her system. She did not read at random, and never read frivolously; but a taste strongly directed to the best in literature will find much in the work of our day, especially its criticism, which is indispensable as guidance, or attractive by its savour. This was not Emily's first access, fortunately, to the streams of contemporary thought. Already she had enjoyed and largely used opportunities of the most various reading. She was now able to choose with discretion, and in a great degree to make her studies serve directly the scheme of culture which she had devised for herself. Few governesses had so pleasant a life. Mrs. Rossall, supported by her brother's views, imposed on her children a minimum of brain work. Bodily health was after all the first thing, especially in the case of girls. A couple of hours' school in the morning, 1 hour given to preparation of lessons after tea, this for the present was deemed quite enough. "Your companionship throughout the day will always be forming their minds," Mrs. Rossall said in one of her earliest conversations with Emily. It was pleasantly put, and truer than it would have been in the case of many instructresses. The twins were not remarkably fond of their lessons, but in Emily's hands they became docile and anxious to please. She had the art of winning their affection without losing control over them. Had Mrs. Rossall's rather languid habits of mind allowed her to give attention to the subject, she would have been struck with the singular combination of tenderness and reverence which the two entertained toward their teacher. Little laxities of behaviour and phrase upon which their mother's presence would be no check, they did not venture to allow themselves when with Emily. Her only reproof was a steady gaze, eloquent of gentleness, but it proved quite sufficient. The twins were in truth submitting to the force of character. They felt it without understanding what it meant. One other person in the house experienced the same influence, but in his case it led to reflection. Wilfrid was at Balliol when Miss Hood first arrived. He saw her for the first time when he came to town after his collapse. All hastened away to the Firs together. Wilfrid suffered no positive illness. He shared in the amusements of the family, and, with the exception of a good deal of pishing and pshawing at the restraints put upon him, had the appearance of one taking an ordinary holiday. There was undeniable truth in Beatrice Redwing's allusion to his much talking. Without social intercourse he would soon have become ill in earnest. Association with intelligent, or the better if argumentative, people was an indispensable condition of his existence. In his later school and early college days, this tendency to give free utterance to his thoughts made him not altogether the most delightful of companions to such as were older than himself. His undeniable cleverness and the stores of knowledge he had already acquired needed somewhat more of the restraint of tact than his character at that time supplied. People occasionally called him a prig. Now and then he received what the vernacular of youth terms a sitting upon. The saving feature of his condition was that he allowed himself to be sat upon gracefully. A snub well administered to him was sure of its full artistic, and did not fail in its moral, effect. There was no vulgar insolence in the young fellow. What he received he could acknowledge that he deserved. A term or two at Balliol put this right. In mingling with some that were his equals, and one or two who were his superiors, he learned prudence in the regulation of his speech. For a brief time he perhaps talked not quite so much. When his set was formed, the currents of argument and rhetoric had once more free course, but they were beginning to flow less turbidly. His nature, as we know, was not merely vehement. He had the instincts of a philosophical inquirer, and his intellect speedily outgrew the stage of callowness. When he came down for his first long, the change in him was so marked that it astonished all who met him. That he appeared wholly unconscious of the ripening he had undergone only made his development more impressive. He had gone away a boy, and returned a man. He talked no less than ever, but in a markedly improved tone. He was graver, more seemly in the buoyant outbreaks in which he still occasionally indulged. One reason of his rapid maturing no doubt lay in the fact that he was already working too hard. His sprightliness was in a measure subdued by wear of tissue. His father was shrewd enough to suspect something of this, but it was difficult to interfere in any way. A month in Switzerland seemed to set things right. On the present more serious occasion, it had been deemed better not to set forth on a journey forthwith. Perfect repose at the house in Surrey was all that was advised in the first instance, but it was clear that Wilfrid must have some one to talk with. A succession of visits from such friends as were available was speedily arranged. By the end of the first week Wilfrid had accommodated himself to his circumstances. His fretting at the regulations imposed for his health almost ceased. At first this change was viewed with suspicion, especially when he became more absorbed in reflectiveness, and seemed to have less taste for conversation. However, he was perfectly cheerful. There were no further symptoms to excite alarm. nor did the brooding period last very long. The only permanent change was that he ceased to grumble at his hard lot, and appeared to find his position very tolerable. "It is the physical reaction," observed Mr. Athel to his sister. "The body is indulging itself. Recovery of health absorbs his energies." Opportunities for anything like sustained converse with Miss Hood, Wilfrid found very few and far between. Only once before the long talk in the hollow had he been able to gratify his curiosity, perhaps already some other feeling, in a dialogue of any intimacy. In a situation such as this, delicacy prescribed a very rigid discretion. Emily, moreover, was not facile of approach. Throughout the day she was scarcely away from the children. Of course he could and did often exchange words with her in the presence of the twins, but he felt himself held at a distance by a tact which was perfect, without undue reserve, without a shadow of unrefined manoeuvring. Emily limited their intercourse in precisely the way that Mr. Athel or Mrs. Rossall would have deemed becoming. Then there were almost always guests at the house. With prudent regard to the character of these visitors, Mrs. Rossall chose opportunities for inviting the governess to the drawing room during the evening. But Emily was not wholly at her ease under such conditions, and Wilfrid was withheld by only half conscious motives from talking with her at these times. He shrank from subjecting himself to examination whilst encouraging her to speak on the subjects he would naturally choose. He felt too that she desired him not to address her, though this perception came to him in subtle ways of which he could render to himself no account. For all this their acquaintance, nay, their intimacy, grew. If ever eyes habitually expressed a self-respecting frankness, if ever any were incapable of ignoble artifice, they were Emily's. Yet as time went on Wilfrid began to long for the casual meeting with her glance, for the mere reason that he felt it as an exchange of words between her and himself. Thus it was that, when at length the first real conversation came, it seemed the sequel of many others, seemed so to both of them. They had divined each other. Speech did but put the seal of confirmation on knowledge gained by mutual sympathy. It may be presumed that neither Mr. Athel nor Mrs. Rossall was altogether regardless of possibilities suggested by the abiding beneath the same roof of an impetuous young man forced into idleness, and a girl who was above the average in mental endowments, whilst on the whole she might be considered interesting in appearance. They exchanged no remark on the subject. It was scarcely likely they should. But during the first few weeks both were observant. Their observations were reassuring to them, and indeed they had not anticipated trouble, for the simple reason that both believed Wilfrid's affections to tend already in a marked direction, and one of which they altogether approved. That he would some day take for his wife Beatrice Redwing was a conclusion upon which father and aunt had settled their minds. The conclusion was reasonable enough, and well supported by such evidence as the case admitted. Mr. Athel had at an earlier period entertained certain misgivings as to the desirability of such a marriage, misgivings which had reference to the disastrous story of the Redwing household. The conception of hereditary tendencies has become a strong force in our time, and pronounced madness in a parent cannot as easily be disregarded as it once was. But the advantages of the alliance were so considerable, its likelihood so indisputable, that prudence had scarcely fair play. Besides, Beatrice had reached her 21st year without any sign of mental trouble, and seemed as sound a girl as could anywhere be discovered. The habitual sword-crossing between her and Wilfrid was naturally regarded as their mode of growing endeared to each other. Their intellectual variances could not, by a sober gentleman of 48, and by a young widow whose interest in the world was reviving, be regarded as a bar to matrimony. Family Beatrice would not bring, but she was certain to inherit very large fortune, which, after all, means more than family nowadays. On the whole, it was a capital thing for Wilfrid that marriage should be entered upon in so smooth a way. Mr. Athel was not forgetful of his own course in that matter. He understood his father's attitude as he could not when resisting it, and was much disposed to concede that there might have been two opinions as to his own proceeding 25 years ago. But for Beatrice the young man's matrimonial future would have been to his father a subject of constant apprehension. As it was, the situation lost much of its natural hazard. In Emily there was nothing that suggested sentimentality, rather one would have thought her deficient in sensibility, judging from the tone of her conversation. She did not freely express admiration, even in the form of assent to what was said by others. To interpret her reticence as shyness was a misunderstanding, or a misuse of words, natural in the case of an inexact observer like Mrs. Rossall. 4 years ago, when Beatrice met her in Dunfield, her want of self-confidence was pronounced enough. She had at that time never quitted her provincial home, and was in the anomalous position of one who is intellectually outgrowing very restricted social circumstances. The Baxendales were not wrong in discussing her as shy, but that phase of her life was now left far behind. Her extreme moderation was deliberate; it was her concession to the fate which made her a governess. Courtesy and kindliness might lead those whose bread she ate to endeavour occasionally to remove all show of social distinction. Neither her temperament nor her sense of comeliness in behaviour would allow her to shrink from such advances, but she could not lose sight of the unreality of the situations to which they led. Self-respect is conditioned by the influence of circumstances on character. In Emily it expressed itself as a subtle sensitiveness to grades of sympathy. She could not shut her eyes to the actuality of things. Sincerity was the foundation of her being, and delicate appreciation of its degrees in others regulated her speech and demeanour with an exactitude appreciable by those who take life in a rough and ready way. When engaged in her work of teaching she was at ease. Alone in the room which had been set apart for her, she lived in the freedom of her instincts. But in Mrs. Rossall's drawing–room she could only act a part, and all such divergence from reality was pain. It was not that she resented her subordination, for she was almost devoid of social ambitions, and knew nothing of vulgar envy. Still less did it come of reasoned revolt against the artificial ordering of precedences. Emily's thoughts did not tend that way. She could do perfect justice to the amiable qualities of those who were set above her. She knew no bitterness in the food which she duly earned, but, by no one's fault, there was a vein of untruth in the life she had to lead. To remind herself that such untruth was common to all lives, was an outcome of the conditions of society, did not help her to disregard it. Nature had endowed her with a stern idealism which would not ally itself with compromise. She was an artist in life. The task before her, a task of which in these days she was growing more and more conscious, was to construct an existence every moment of which she should serve an all–pervading harmony. The recent birth within her of a new feeling was giving direction and vigour to the forces of her being. It had not as yet declared itself as a personal desire; it wrought only as an impassioned motive in the sphere of her intellectual aspirations. She held herself more persistently apart from conventional intercourse. She wished it had been possible to keep wholly to herself in the hours when her services were not demanded. Mr. Athel, who liked to express himself to young people with a sort of paternal geniality, rallied her one day on her excessive study, and bade her be warned by a notorious example. This had the effect of making her desist from reading in the presence of other people. She had known much happiness during these 2 months at the Firs, happiness of a kind to dwell in the memory and be a resource in darker days. Though mere personal ease was little the subject of her thoughts, she prized for its effect upon her mind the air of graceful leisure, of urbane repose, which pervaded the house. To compare the Firs with that plain little dwelling on the skirts of a Yorkshire manufacturing town which she called her home, was to understand the inestimable advantage of those born into the material refinement which wealth can command; of those who breathe from childhood the atmosphere of liberal enjoyment, who walk from the first on clean ways, with minds disengaged from anxiety of casual soilure, who know not, by even domestic story, the trammels of sordid preoccupation. Thus it was with a sense of well–being that she stepped on rich carpets, let her eyes wander over the light and dark of rooms where wealth had done the bidding of taste, watched the neat and silent ministering of servants. These things to her meant priceless opportunity. the facilitating of self-culture. Even the little room in which she sat by herself of evenings was daintily furnished. When weary with reading, it eased and delighted her merely to gaze at the soft colors of the wall-paper, the vases with their growing flowers, the well-chosen pictures, the graceful shape of a chair. She nursed her appreciation of these joys, resisted the ingress of familiarity, sought daily for novel aspects of things become intimately known. She rose at early hours that she might have the garden to herself in all its freshness. She loved to look from her window into the calm depths of the summer midnight. In this way she brought into consciousness the craving of her soul, made the pursuit of beauty a religion, grew to welcome the perception of new meaning in beautiful things with a spiritual delight. This was the secret of her life, which she guarded so jealously, which she feared even by chance to betray in the phrasings of common intercourse. Wilfrid had divined it, and it was the secret influence of this sympathy that had led her to such unwonted frankness in their last conversation. Mrs. Rossall had spoken to her of Beatrice Redwing's delightful singing, and had asked her to come to the drawing-room during the evening. Having declined the afternoon's drive, Emily did not feel able to neglect this other invitation. The day had become sultry towards its close. When she joined the company about 9 o'clock, she found Beatrice with Mrs. Rossall sitting in the dusk by the open French windows, Mr. Athel in a chair just outside, and Wilfrid standing by him, the latter pair smoking. The sky beyond the line of dark greenery was still warm with the afterglow of sunset. End of Section 4, Chapter 3, Part 1. Section 5 of A Life's Morning. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. A Life's Morning by George Gissing. Section 5, Chapter 3, Part 2. Emily quietly sought a chair near Mrs. Rossall, from whom she received a kind look. Mr. Athel was relating a story of his early wanderings in Egypt, with a leisurely gusto, an effective minuteness of picturing, the result of frequent repetition. At the points of significance he would pause for a moment or two and puff life into his cigar. His anecdotes were seldom remarkable, but they derived interest from the enjoyment with which he told them. They impressed one with a sense of mental satisfaction, of physical robustness held in reserve, of life content among the good things of the world. "Shall we have lights?" Mrs. Rossall asked when the story at length came to an end. "Play something first," said Beatrice. "This end of twilight is so pleasant." Mrs. Rossall went to the piano, upon which still fell a glimmer from another window, and filled the room with harmonies suiting the hour. Wilfrid had come in and seated himself on a couch in a dark corner. His father paced up and down the grass. Emily watched the first faint gleam of stars in the upper air. Then lamps and candles were brought in. Beatrice was seen to be dressed in dark blue, her hair richly attired, a jewelled cross below her throat, her bosom and arms radiant in bare loveliness. Emily, at the moment that she regarded her, found herself also observed. Her own dress was of warm grey, perfectly simple, with a little lace at the neck and wrists. Beatrice averted her eyes quickly, and made some laughing remark to Mr. Athel. "I know you always object to sing without some musical preparation," said Mrs. Rossall, as she took a seat by the girl's side. "I wonder whether we ought to close the windows. Are you afraid of the air?" "Oh, leave them open," Beatrice replied. "It is so close." Her cheeks had a higher colour than usual. She lay back in the chair with face turned upwards, her eyes dreaming. "You are tired, I am afraid," Mrs. Rossall said, "in spite of your sleep in the hammock. The first day in the country always tires me dreadfully." "Yes, I suppose I am a little," murmured Beatrice. "Not too tired, I hope, to sing," said Wilfrid, coming from his couch in the corner to a nearer seat. His way of speaking was not wholly natural. Like his attitude, it had something constrained. He seemed to be discharging a duty. "Observe the selfishness of youth," remarked Mr. Athel. "Age, I dare say, has its selfishness too in the present instance," was Mrs. Rossall's rejoinder. "To whom does that refer?" questioned her brother, jocosely. Beatrice turned her head suddenly towards Emily. "Shall I sing, Miss Hood?" she asked, with a touch of her ingenue manner, though the playfulness of her words rang strangely. "It will give me much pleasure to hear you," was the sober reply, coming after an instant of embarrassment. Beatrice rose. Her movement across the room had a union of conscious stateliness and virgin grace which became her style of beauty. It was in itself the introduction to fine music. Mrs. Rossall went to accompany. Choice was made of a solo from an oratorio. Beatrice never sang trivialities of the day, a noteworthy variance from her habits in other things. In a little while Wilfrid stirred to enable himself to see Emily's face. It showed deep feeling. And indeed it was impossible to hear that voice and remain unmoved. Its sweetness, its force, its skill were alike admirable. Beatrice conversing was quite other than Beatrice when she sang. Music was her mode of self-utterance. From the first sustained note it was felt that a difficulty of expression had been overcome, and that she was saying things which at other times she could not, disclosing motives which as a rule the complexities of her character covered and concealed, which were not clear to her own consciousness till the divine impulse gave them form. It was no shallow nature that could pour forth this flood of harmony. The mere gift of a splendid voice, wrought to whatever degree of perfection, would not invest in this rare power. In technical qualities she might have much still to learn, but the passionate poetry of her notes was what no training could have developed, and it would never evince itself with more impressiveness than to-night. It seemed frivolous to speak thanks. Wilfrid gazed out into the dark of the garden. Emily kept her eyes bent downward. She heard the rustle of Beatrice's dress near her. Mr. Athel began to speak of the piece. The sound of Beatrice's voice replying caused Emily at length to look up, and she met the dark eyes, still large with the joy of the song. Her own gaze had a beautiful solemnity, a devout admiration, of which it was impossible to doubt the genuineness. Beatrice, observing it, smiled very slightly before turning away again. A quarter of an hour after, Emily withdrew. Mrs. Rossall played a little, and talk of an idle kind followed. Wilfrid was not disposed to take his usual part in conversation, and his casual remarks were scarcely ever addressed to Beatrice. Presently Mrs. Rossall wished to refer to the Spectator, which contained a criticism of a new pianist of whom there was much talk just then. "Have you had it, Wilf?" Mr. Athel asked, after turning over a heap of papers in vain. "Oh, the Spectator," Wilfrid replied, rousing himself from absentness. "Yes, I had it in the summer house just before dinner. I believe I left it there. Shall I fetch it?" "It would serve you right if I said yes," admonished Mrs. Rossall. "In the first place, you had no business to be reading it." "I will go," Wilfrid said, rising with an effort. "No, no, it will do to morrow." "May as well get it now," he said indifferently, and went out by the window. That part of the garden through which he walked lay in the shadow of the house. The sky was full of moonlight, but the moon itself was still low. A pathway between laurels led to the summer house. Just short of the little building he passed the edge of shade, and, before entering, turned to view the bright crescent as it hung just above the house roof. Gazing at the forms of silvered clouds floating on blue depths, he heard a movement immediately behind him. He turned, to behold Emily standing in the doorway. The moon's rays shone full upon her. A light shawl which seemed to have covered her head had slipped down to her shoulders, and one end was held in a hand passed over her breast. There was something in the attitude which strikingly became her. Her slight figure looked both graceful and dignified. The marble hue of her face, thus gleamed upon, added to the statuesque effect. Her eyes had a startled look. Their lids drooped as Wilfrid regarded her. "You have been sitting here since you left us?" he asked, in a voice attuned to the night's hush. "I was tempted to come out. The night is so beautiful." "It is." He uttered the assent mechanically. His eyes, like hers, had fallen, but he raised them again to her face. It seemed to him in this moment the perfect type of spiritual beauty. The brow so broad and pure, the eyes far-seeing in their maidenly reserve, the lips full, firm, of infinite refinement and sweetness. He felt abashed before her, as he had never done. They had stood thus but a moment or two, yet it seemed long to both. Emily stepped from the wooden threshold onto the grass. "Somebody wants the Spectator," he said hurriedly. "I believe I left it here." "Yes, it is on the table." With a perfectly natural impulse she quickly re-entered the house to reach the paper she had seen only a minute ago. Without reflection, heart-beats stifling his thought, he stepped after her. The shadow made her turn rapidly. A shimmer of silver light through the lattice-work still touched her features. Her lips were parted as if in fear. "Emily!" He did not know that he had spoken. The name upon his tongue, a name he had said low to himself often to-day and yesterday, was born of the throe which made fire-currents of his veins, the passion which at the instant seized imperiously upon his being. She could not see his face, and hers to him was a half-veiled glory, yet each knew the wild gaze, the all-but terror in the other's eyes, that anguish which indicates a supreme moment in life, a turning-point of fate. She had no voice. Wilfrid's words at length made way impetuously. "I thought I could wait longer, and try in the meanwhile to win your kind thoughts for me. But I dare not part from you for so long, leaving it a mere chance that you will come back. I must say to you what it means, the hope of seeing you again. All the other desires of my life are lost in that. You are my true self, for which I shall seek in vain whilst I am away from you. Can you give me anything, a promise of kind thought, a hope, to live upon till I see you?" "I cannot come back." But for the intense stillness he could not have caught the words. They were sighed rather than spoken. "Because I have said this? Emily!" He saw the white shape of her hand resting upon the table, and held it in his own, that exquisite hand which he had so often longed to touch. How cold it was, yet how soft, living. She made no effort to draw it away. "I cannot say now what I wish to," he spoke hurriedly. "I must see you to-morrow. You will not refuse. I must see you. You are often out very early. I shall be at the Hollow, where we talked yesterday, early, at 7 o'clock. You will come. If the morning is not fine, then the day after. Emily, you will meet me." "I will meet you." He touched her fingers with his lips, took the paper, and hastened back to the house. His absence had not seemed long. It was only 5 minutes. Reaching the open windows, he did not enter at once, but stood there, and called to those within to come and admire the night. He felt his face hot and flushed. "What is there remarkable about the night?" asked Mr. Athel, sauntering forwards. "Come and look at this glorious moon, Miss Redwing," Wilfrid exclaimed, once more with the natural friendliness of his habitual tone to her. "It seems to have put you in excellent spirits," remarked Mrs. Rossall, as, followed by Beatrice, she approached the window. "Have you found the Spectator? That's the point." Wilfrid continued speaking in a raised voice, for it was just possible, he thought, that Emily might come this way round to enter, and he wished her to be apprised of their presence. All went back into the room after a few moments, and as the air had grown cooler the windows were closed. As Wilfrid seated himself in a dusky part of the room, he noticed that Beatrice was regarding him steadily. She had not spoken since his return, and did not do so till she presently rose to say good night. To Wilfrid she used no form of words, merely giving him her hand. That other had been so cold, how hot this was! She laughed as she turned from him. "What is the source of amusement?" inquired Mr. Athel, who was standing by with his hands upon his hips. "Indeed, I don't know," returned Beatrice, laughing again slightly. "I sometimes laugh without cause." Emily had passed upstairs and gone to her bedroom but a moment before, treading with quick, soundless steps. When Wilfrid left her in the summer house she stood unmoving, and only after a minute or two changed her attitude by putting her palms against her face, as if in the gloom she found too much light. It was a sensation of shame which came upon her, a tremor of maidenhood in reliving, swift instant by instant, all that had just passed. Had she in any way aided in bringing about that confession? Had she done anything, made a motion, uttered a tone, which broke away the barrier between herself and him? When she could recover her self-consciousness, disembarrass herself of the phantom moments which would not fleet with the rest of time, it was scarcely joy which she read in her heart. Apprehension, dismay, lack of courage to look forward beyond this night, these oppressed her. Then, close upon the haunting reality of his voice, his touch, came inability to believe what had happened. Had a transient dreamful slumber crept upon her as she sat here alone? So quickly had the world suffered recreation, so magical the whelming of old days in a new order, so complete the change in herself. One word she knew which she had power from eternity to do these things, and that word neither he nor she had uttered. But there was no need, when the night spoke it in every beat of time. Fearful of being seen, she at length ventured to return to the house. Moonlight streamed full upon her bed. It would have irked her as yet to take off her clothes. She lay in the radiance, which seemed to touch her with warm influences, and let her eyes rest upon the source of light. Then at length joy came and throned in her heart, joy that would mate with no anxious thought, no tremulous brooding. This was her night. There might be other happy beings in the world to whom it was also the beginning of new life, but in her name was its consecration, hers the supremacy of blessedness. Let the morrow wait on the hour of waking, if indeed sleep would ever come. This moment, this sacred now, was all that she could comprehend. She undressed at length, and even slept fitfully, always to start into wakefulness with the sense of something to be thought upon, to be realized, to be done. The weariness of excitement perturbed her joy. The meeting which was to take place in a few hours became a nervous preoccupation. The moonlight had died away. The cold light of dawn began to make objects in the room distinct. Was it good to have consented so readily to meet him? Nay, but no choice had been left her. His eagerness would take no refusal, and it was impossible for things to remain as they were, without calmer talk between them. It was her resource to remember his energetic will, his force of character, the happiness of passively submitting to what he might dictate, sure of his scrupulous honor, his high ideal. Could she indeed have borne to go into exile from his presence, without a hope that this the noblest and most aspiring life that had ever approached her might be something more than a star to worship? If wealth comes, we wonder how we drew breath in poverty. Yet we lived, and should have lived on. Let the gods be thanked, whom it pleases to clothe the soul with joy which is superfluous to bare existence. Might she not now hallow herself to be a true priestess of beauty? Would not life be vivid with new powers and possibilities? Even as that heaven was robing itself in glory of sunrise, with warmth and hue which strengthened her again to overcome anxieties. Was he waking? Was he impatient for the hour of his meeting with her? She would stand face to face with him, in the full sunlight this time, but with what deep humility! Should she be able to find words? She had scarcely spoken to him ever as yet, and now there was more to say than hours of solitude would leave time for. She knew not whether to bid the sun linger or speed. There was nothing unusual in her rising and going forth early, though perhaps she had never issued from the house quite so early as this morning. It was not yet 6 o'clock when she gently closed the garden gate behind her, and walked along the road which led to the common. The sun had already warmed the world, and the sheen of earth and heaven was at its brightest. The wind sweeping from the downs was like the breath of creation, giving life to forms of faultless beauty. Emily's heart lacked no morning hymn. Every sense revelled in that pure joy which is the poetry of praise. She wished it to be near the hour of meeting, yet again was glad to have time to prepare herself. Walking, she drank in the loveliness about her, marked the forms of trees, the light and shade of heavy leafage, the blendings of colour by the roadside, the grace of remote distances. All these things she was making part of herself, that in memory they might be a joy for ever. It was the art of life to take each moment of mental joy, of spiritual openness, as though it would never be repeated, to cling to it as a pearl of great price, to exhaust its possibilities of sensation. At best such moments will be few amid the fateful succession of common cares, of lassitudes, of disillusions. Emily had gone deep enough in thought already to understand this. In her rapture there was no want of discerning consciousness. If this morning were to be unique in her life, she would have gained from it all that it had to give. Those subtle fears, spiritual misgivings, which lurked behind her perceptions would again have their day, for it was only by striving that she had attained her present modes of thought. Her nature concealed a darker strain, an instinct of asceticism, which had now and again predominated, especially in the period of her transition to womanhood, when the material conditions of her life were sad and of little hope. It was no spirit of unreflective joy that now dwelt within her, but the more human happiness extorted from powers which only yield to striving. Hitherto her life's morning had been but cold and grey. She had trained herself to expect no breaking forth of gleams from the sober sky. This sudden splendour might be transitory. But who was that already standing by the hollow? Was it likely that he would be later than she at the place of meeting? Emily stood with a shock of life at the gates of her heart. She tried to keep her eyes raised to his as she approached slowly, he with more speed. Would she not, after all, find voice for the things she had to say? Wilfrid came to her with bare head, and took her hand, no more than took her hand, for he was in awe of the solemn beauty of her countenance. "You thought I should keep you waiting?" he asked, in a low voice trembling with joy. "I have watched the sun rise." The door had not been opened. "My window is not high above the ground," he answered, with an uncertain laugh. They walked side by side over the heather towards the beginning of a wood, young fir trees mingling with gorse and bracken. Beyond was the dense foliage of older growths. He had again taken one of her hands, and so led her on. "Emily!" She was able to look into his face for a moment, but the moving of her lips gave no sound. "I could not sleep," he went on, "so I read of you till dawn in the Knight's Tale. It is a name I have always loved, sweet, musical, but of deep meaning. Will you not let me hear you speak, Emily?" She uttered a few timid words, then passed on in silence till the wood was about them. "May I tell you the plan which I have made in the night?" he said, as they stood on a spot of smooth turf, netted with sunlight. "You leave us in 2 days. Before we start for London I shall speak with my father, and tell him what has come about. You remember what I was saying about him the day before yesterday. Perhaps it was with a half thought of this, so daring I was, you see. I have no fear of his kindness, his good sense. At the same time, it is right you should know that my independence is assured. My grandfather left me far more than enough for mere needs. By the summer of next year I shall be free of Oxford. I care little now for such honours as those. You have honoured me more than any other voice has power to do. But my father would be disappointed if I did not go on to the end, and do something of what is expected. Now you must tell me freely, is there absolute necessity for your maintaining yourself in the meanwhile, for your leaving home?" "There is," she replied. "Then you will continue to teach the children as usual?" She was touched with apprehension. "Gladly I would do so, but is it possible? Would you conceal from Mrs. Rossall?" Wilfrid mused. "I meant to, but your instincts are truer than mine. Say what you think. I believe my father would countenance, for it involves no real deceit." "If you wish it," Emily said, after a silence, in a low voice. "Of my aunt," pursued Wilfrid, "I have just this degree of doubt. She might make difficulties. Her ways of thinking differ from ours. Yet it is far better that you should continue to live with us. I myself shall scarcely ever be at home. It will not be as if I dwelt under the roof. I will make my visits as short as possible, not to trouble you. I could not let you go to the house of other people, you to lack consideration, perhaps to meet unkindness. Rather than that, you shall stay in your own home, or I will not return to Oxford at all." Emily stood in anxious thought. He drew a step nearer to her, seemed about to draw nearer still, but checked himself as she looked up. "I fear we must not do that," she said. "Mrs. Rossall would not forgive me." Woman's judgment of woman, and worth much more than Wilfrid's rough and ready scheming. Wilfrid smiled. "Then she also shall know," he exclaimed. "She shall take nay view of this. I will not be gainsaid. What is there in the plan that common sense can object to? Your position is not that of a servant. You are from the very first our friend. You honor us by the aid you give, efficient as few could make it. Yes, there shall be no concealment, far better so. You have no fear of the views they will take?" "None," he said, with characteristic decision. "If they are unreasonable, absurd, our course is plain enough. You will be my wife when I ask you to, Emily." She faltered, and held her hand to him. "Is it worth while to go back to Oxford?" he mused, caressing the fingers he had kissed. "Oh yes, you must," Emily urged, with a sort of fear in her sudden courage. "You must not disappoint them, your father, your friends." "My fair wise one," he murmured, gazing rapturously at her. "Oh, Emily, think what our life will be! Shall we not drain the world of its wisdom, youth of its delight? Hand in hand, one heart, one brain, what shall escape us? It was you I needed to give completeness to my thought and desire. The old dream, the eternal fancy. This one, this and no other, chosen from out the myriads of human souls. Individuality the servant of passion. Mysteries read undoubtingly with the eye of longing. Bead perhaps so truly. Who knows?" She came nearer imperceptibly, her raised face aglow like the morning. "Wilfrid, you believe, you know that I love you?" The last words breathed out in the touching of lips with lips. What could he reply, save those old simple words of tenderness, that small vocabulary of love, common to child and man? The goddess that made herself woman for his sake. See, he did not hold her clasped to him, but she was mute again. The birds sang so loudly round about them, uttered their hearts so easily, but Emily could only speak through silence. And afterwards she knew there was so much she should have said. What matter? One cannot find tongue upon the threshold of the Holy of Holies. End of Section 5. Chapter 3, Part 2.
Section 6 of A Life's Morning. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shi Pinglin. A Life's Morning by George GISSING. Section 6. Chapter 4. A Conflict of Opinions. Beatrice Redwing's visit only extended over the second day, and during that there was little, if any, separate conversation between her and Wilfrid. The change in her from the free gaiety and restfulness of the morning of her arrival could not escape notice, though she affected a continuance of the bright mood. Mr. Athel and his sister both observed her real preoccupation, as if of trouble, and mentally attributed it to something that had passed during the afternoon's ride. Mrs. Rossall did not look for confidences. Beatrice would gossip freely enough of trivial experiences, or of the details of faith and ritual, but the innermost veil of her heart was never raised. All her friends felt that, though they could not easily have explained in what way they became conscious of this reserve. She seemed so thoroughly open, not to say so shallow. She left the Firs to return to town, and thence in a week or two went to Cowes, a favourite abode of her mother's. The next day Emily also left, journeying to London on her way to the north. Wilfrid and she had no second meeting. Their parting was formal, in the family circle. Mr. Athel displayed even more than his usual urbanity. Mrs. Rossall was genuinely gracious. The twins made many promises to write from Switzerland. Emily was self-possessed, but Wilfrid read in her face that she was going through an ordeal. He felt the folly of his first proposal, that she should play a part before Mrs. Rossall through the winter months. He decided, moreover, that no time should be lost in making the necessary disclosure to his father. Naturally, it would be an anxious time with Emily till she had news from him. She had asked him to direct letters to the Dunfield post office, not to her home. It was better so for the present. Wilfrid, though anything but weakly nervous, was impatient of suspense, and in face of a situation like the present, suffered from the excitability of an imaginative temperament. He had by no means yet outgrown the mood which, when he was a boy, made the anticipation of any delight a physical illness. In an essentially feeble nature, this extreme sensibility is fatal to sane achievement. In Wilfrid it merely enforced the vigour of his will. As a child he used to exclaim that he could not wait. At present he was apt to say that he would not. He did not, in very truth, anticipate difficulties with his father, his conviction of the latter's reasonableness being strongly supported by immense confidence in his own powers of putting a case incontrovertibly. As he had said to Emily, he could scarcely allow that deep affection for his father dwelt within him, nor did the nature of the case permit him to feel exactly reverent. These stronger emotions were reserved for the memory of the parent who was long dead. He thought of his father with warm friendliness, that temper which is consistent with clear perception of faults and foibles, which makes of them, indeed, an occasion for the added kindness of indulgence, and which, on the other hand, leaves perfect freedom in judgment and action. We know that it is for the most part a misfortune to be the son of a really great man, and for the reason that nature, so indifferent to the individual, makes the well-being of each generation mainly consist in early predominance over the generation which gave it birth. Wilfrid suffered no such exceptional hardship. At 23 he felt himself essentially his father's superior. He would not have exposed the fact thus crudely, for he was susceptible to the comely order of things. The fact was a fact, and nature, not he, was responsible for it. That, and the circumstance of his material independence, would necessarily keep the ensuing interview well within the limits of urbane comedy. The young man smiled already at the suggested comparison with his father's own choice in matrimony. Wilfrid had never had the details of that story avowedly represented to him, but it was inevitable that he should have learned enough to enable him to reconstruct them with tolerable accuracy. Emily was gone long before the hour of luncheon. After that meal Mr. Athel lit a cigar and went to a favourite seat in the garden. Mrs. Rossall was going with the twins to make a farewell call on neighbouring friends. As soon as the carriage had left the house, Wilfrid sought his father, who was amusing himself with a review. "I thought you would have gone with your aunt," Mr. Athel remarked, after a glance to see who was approaching him. "I had an object in remaining behind," Wilfrid returned, composedly, seating himself on a camp stool which he had brought out. "I wish to talk over with you a matter of some importance." "Oh?" Mr. Athel stroked his chin and smiled a little. It occurred to him at once that something relative to Beatrice was about to be disclosed. "What is it?" he added, throwing one leg over the other and letting the review lie open on his lap. "It concerns Miss Hood," pursued the other, assuming the same attitude, save that he had nothing to lean back against. "A day or two ago I asked her to engage herself to me, and she consented." Perhaps this was the simplest way of putting it. Wilfrid could not utter the words with complete calmness. His hands had begun to tremble a little, and his temples were hot. By an effort he kept his eyes steadily fixed on his father's face, and what he saw there did not supply encouragement to proceed in the genial tone with which he had begun. Mr. Athel frowned, not angrily, but as if not quite able to grasp what had been told him. He had cast his eyes down. There was a silence for a moment. "I have chosen the earliest moment for telling you of this," Wilfrid continued, rather hurriedly. "It was of course better to leave it till Miss Hood had gone." On the father's face displeasure had succeeded to mere astonishment. "You could have told me few things that I should be so sorry to hear," were his first words, delivered in an undertone and with grave precision. "Surely that does not express your better thought," said Wilfrid, to whom a hint of opposition at once gave the firmness he had lacked. "It expresses my very natural thought. In the first place, it is not pleasant to know that clandestine proceedings of this kind have been going on under my roof. I have no wish to say anything disrespectful of Miss Hood, but I am disposed to think that she has mistaken her vocation. Such talents for dissimulation would surely have pointed to—" Mr. Athel had two ways of expressing displeasure. Where ceremony was wholly unnecessary, he gave vent to his feelings in an outburst of hearty English wrath, not coarsely, for his instincts were invariably those of a gentleman, but in the cultivated autocratic tone. An offending groom, for instance, did not care to incur reproof a second time. Where this mode of utterance was out of place, he was apt to have recourse to a somewhat too elaborate irony, to involve himself in phrases which ultimately led to awkward hesitations, with the effect that he grew more heated by embarrassment. Had he been allowed to proceed, he would at present have illustrated this failing, for he had begun with extreme deliberation, smoothing the open pages with his right hand, rounding his words, reddening a little in the face. But Wilfrid interposed. "I must not let you speak or think of Miss Hood so mistakenly," he said firmly, but without unbecoming self-assertion. "She could not possibly have behaved with more reserve to me than she did until 3 days ago I myself gave a new colour to our relations. The outward propriety which you admit has been perfectly genuine. If there is any blame in the matter, and how can there be any, it rests solely upon me. I dare say you remember my going out to fetch the Spectator after Miss Redwing had been singing to us. By chance I met Miss Hood in the garden. I was led to say something to her which made a longer interview inevitable. She consented to meet me on the common before breakfast the following morning. These are the only two occasions which can be called clandestine. If she has disguised herself since then, how could she have behaved otherwise? Disguise is too strong a word. She has merely kept silence. I need not inquire whether you fully believe what I say." "What you say I believe, as a matter of course," replied Mr. Athel, who had drummed with his fingers as he listened impatiently. "It can scarcely alter my view of the position of things. Had you come to me before offering yourself to this young lady, and done me the honour of asking my advice, I should, in all probability, have had a rather strong opinion to express. As it is, I don't see that there's anything left to be said." "What would your opinion have been?" Wilfrid asked. "Simply that for an idle fancy, the unfortunate result of unoccupied days, you were about to take a step which would assuredly lead to regret, at least, very probably to more active repentance. In fact, I should have warned you not to spoil your life in its commencement. I think, father, that you would have spoken with too little knowledge of the case. You can scarcely know Miss Hood as I do. I have studied her since we came here, and with these results." Mr. Athel looked up with grave sadness. "Wilf, This is a deeply unfortunate thing, my boy. I grieve over it more than I can tell you. I'm terribly disappointed. Your position and your hopes pointed to very different things. You have surprised me, too. I thought your mind was already made up in quite a different quarter." "You refer to Miss Redwing?" "Naturally." "You have indeed been mistaken. It was impossible that I should think of her as a wife. I must have sympathy, intellectual and moral. With her I have none. We cannot talk without flagrant differences of a serious, a radical nature. Be assured that such a thought as this never occurred to Miss Redwing herself. Her very last conversation with me forbids any such idea." Mr. Athel still drummed on the book, seemingly paying little heed to the speaker. "You find sympathy in Miss Hood?" he asked suddenly, with a touch of sarcasm. "The deepest. Her intellectual tendencies are the same as my own. She has a mind which it refreshes and delights me to discover. Of course that is not all, but it is all I need speak of. I know that I have chosen well and rightly." "I won't be so old-fashioned," remarked Mr. Athel, still with subdued sarcasm, "as to hint that some thought of me might have entered into your choosing. Did he consciously repeat his own father's words of 25 years back, or was it but destiny making him play his part in the human comedy? And, in point of fact," perhaps the parallel touched him at this point, "you are old enough to judge the affair on its own merits. My wonder is that your judgment has not been sounder. Has it occurred to you that a young lady in Miss Hood's position would find it at all events somewhat difficult to be unbiassed in her assent to what you proposed?" "Nothing has occurred to me," replied Wilfrid, more shortly than hitherto, "which could cast a shadow of suspicion on her perfect truth. I beg that you will not suggest these things. Some day you will judge her with better knowledge." "I'm not sure of that," was the rejoinder, almost irritably uttered. "What do you mean by that, father?" Wilfrid asked in a lower tone. "I mean, Wilf, that I am not yet in the frame of mind to regard the children's governess as my daughter-in-law. Miss Hood may be all you say. I would not willingly be anything but scrupulously just. The fact remains that this is not the alliance which it became you to make. It is, in a very pronounced sense, marrying beneath you. It is not easy for me to reconcile myself to that." It was Wilfrid's turn to keep silence. What became of his plans? They were hardly in a way to be carried out as he had conceived them. A graver uneasiness was possessing him. Resolve would not grow by opposition, but there was more of pain in announcing an independent course than he had foreseen. "What are your practical proposals?" his father inquired, his mollified tone the result of observing that he had made a certain impression, for he was distinctly one of the men who are to be overcome by yielding. "I had a proposal to make, but of such a kind that it is hardly worth while to speak of it. I shall have to reflect." "Let me hear what you were going to say. There's no harm in that at all events." "My idea was, that with your consent and my aunt's, Miss Hood should return just as if nothing had happened, and continue to teach the twins till next summer, when I should have done with Oxford. There appears to me to be nothing irrational or unseemly in such a plan. If she were our cook or housemaid, there might be reasonable objections. As it is, it would hardly involve a change even in your tone to her, seeing that you are in the habit of treating her as a lady, and with a certain degree of familiar kindness. I confess I had anticipated no difficulties." We are not a household of bigoted conservatives. It is hard for me to imagine you taking any line but that of an enlightened man who judges all things from the standpoint of liberal reflection. I suppose my own scorn of prejudices is largely due to your influence. It is not easy to realize our being in conflict on any matter involving calm reasonableness. In another, this would have been a shrewd speech. Wilfrid was incapable of conscious artifice of this kind. This appeal, the very strongest he could have made to his father, was urged in all sincerity, and derived its force from that very fact. He possessed not a little of the persuasive genius which goes to make an orator, hereafter to serve him in fields as yet undreamed of, and natural endowment guided his feeling in the way of most impressive utterance. Mr. Athel smiled in spite of himself. "And what about your aunt?" he asked. "Pray remember that it is only by chance that Miss Hood lives under my roof." "Do you imagine your aunt equally unprejudiced?" Mr. Athel was, characteristically, rather fond of side-glancings at feminine weaknesses. An opportunity of the kind was wont to mellow his mood. "To be quite open in the matter," Wilfrid replied, "I will own that my first idea was to take you alone into my confidence, to ask you to say nothing to Aunt Edith. Miss Hood felt that that would be impossible, and I see that she was right. It would involve deceit which it is not in her nature to practice." "You and Miss Hood have discussed us freely," observed the father, with a return to his irony. "I don't reply to that," said Wilfrid quietly. "I think you must give me credit for the usual measure of self-respect, and Miss Hood does not fall short of it." The look which Mr. Athel cast at his son had in it something of pride. He would not trust himself to speak immediately. "I don't say," he began presently, with balancing of phrase, "that your plan is not on the face of it consistent and reasonable. Putting aside for the moment the wretchedly unsatisfactory circumstances which originate it, I suppose it is the plan which naturally suggests itself. But of course in practice it is out of the question. You feel sure that aunt will not entertain it?" "I do, and I don't see how I could recommend her to do so." Wilfrid reflected. "In that case," he said, "I have only one alternative. I must give up my intention of returning to Oxford and marry before the end of the year." The words had to his own ears a somewhat explosive sound. They were uttered, however, and he was glad of it. A purpose thus formulated he would not swerve from. Of that his father, too, was well aware. Mr. Athel rose from his seat, held the rolled-up magazine in both hands behind his back, and took a turn across a few yards of lawn. Wilfrid sat still, leaned forward, watching his father's shadow. The shadow approached him. "Wilf, is there no via media? Cannot Miss Hood remain at home for a while? Are you going to throw up your career and lay in a stock of repentance for the rest of your life?" "I don't think you quite understand me, father. I contemplate no career which could possibly be injured even by my immediate marriage. If you mean university honours, I care nothing about them. I would go through the routine just for the sake of completeness. It is her strong wish that I should. But my future, most happily, does not depend on success of that kind. I shall live the life of a student. My end will be self-culture. And Miss Hood is unfortunately not able to remain at home. I say unfortunately, but I should have regarded it as preferable that she should continue in her position with us. You and Aunt Edith would come to know her, and the air of a home like ours would, I believe, suit her better than that of her own. There's nothing in her work that might not be performed by any lady. What do you know of her people?" "Nothing, except that her father has scientific interests. It is plain enough, though, that they cannot be without refinement. No doubt they are poor. We hardly consider that a crime." He rose, as if he considered the interview at an end. "Look here," said Mr. Athel, with a little bluffness, the result of a difficulty in making concessions. "If Miss Hood returned to us, as you propose, should you consider it a point of honour to go on with your work at Balliol as if nothing had happened, and to abstain from communication with her of a kind which would make things awkward?" "Both, undoubtedly. I could very well arrange to keep away from home entirely in the interval." "Well, I think we have talked enough for the present. I have no kind of sympathy with your position, pray understand that. I think you have made about as bad a mistake as you could have done. All the same, I will speak of this with your aunt." "I think you had better not do that," interrupted Wilfrid. "I mean with any view of persuading her. I'm afraid I can't very well bring myself to compromises which involve a confession of childish error. It is better I should go my own way." "Well, well, of course, if you take the strictly independent attitude." Mr. Athel took another turn on the lawn, his brows bent. It was the first time that there had ever been an approach to serious difference between himself and his son. The paternal instinct was strong in him, and it was inevitable that he should be touched by sympathetic admiration of his past self as revived in Wilfrid's firm and dignified bearing. He approached the latter again. "Come to me in the study about 10 to night, will you?" he said. It was the end of the discussion for the present. Shortly after dinner, when coffee had been brought to the drawing room, Wilfrid wandered out to the summer house. Emily would be home by this time. He thought of her. "The deuce of it is," exclaimed Mr. Athel, conversing with his sister, "that it's so hard to find valid objections. If he had proposed to marry a barmaid, one's course would be clear. But as it is—" Mrs. Rossall had listened in silence to a matter-of-fact disclosure of Wilfrid's proceedings. In the commencement her attention had marked itself by a slight elevation of the brows; at the end she was cold and rather disdainful. Observation of her face had the result of confirming her brother in the apologetic tone. He was annoyed at perceiving that Edith would justify his prediction. "I'm sorry to hear it, of course," were her first words. "But I suppose Wilfrid will act as he chooses." "Well, but this isn't all," pursued Mr. Athel, laying aside an affectation of half humorous indulgence which he had assumed. "He has urged upon me an extraordinary proposal. His idea is that Miss Hood might continue to hold her position here until he has taken his degree. I am not surprised. You, of course, told him that such a thing was out of the question." "I said that you would probably consider it so." "But surely, do you hold a different view?" "Really, I hold no views at all. I'm not sure that I have got the right focus yet. I know that the plans of a lifetime are upset. I can't get much beyond that at present." Mrs. Rossall was deeply troubled. She sat with her eyes drooped, her lower lip drawn in. "Do you refer to any plan in particular?" she asked next. "Yes, I suppose I do." "I am very, very sorry for Beatrice," she said in a subdued voice. "You think it will—" Mrs. Rossall raised her eyebrows a little. and kept her air of pained musing. "Well, what is to be done?" resumed her brother, always impatient of mere negatives. "He has delivered a sort of ultimatum. In the event of this proposal, as to Miss Hood's return, being rejected, he marries at once." "And then goes back to Balliol?" "No, simply abandons his career." Mrs. Rossall smiled. It was not in woman's nature to be uninterested by decision such as this. "Do you despair of influencing him?" she asked. "Entirely. He will not hear of her taking another place in the interval, and it seems there are difficulties in the way of her remaining at home. Of course I see very well the objections on the surface of her coming back." "The objections are not on the surface at all, they are fundamental. You are probably not in a position to see the case as I do. Such a state of things would be ludicrous. We should all be playing parts in a farce. He cannot have made such a proposal to her. She would have shown him at once its absurdity. But the fact of the matter is that she acceded to it," said Mr. Athel, with a certain triumph over female infallibility. "Then I think worse of her than I did, that's all." "I'm not at all sure that you are right in that," observed her brother, with an impartial air. "Pray tell me your serious opinion of Miss Hood." "One begins, naturally, with a suspicion that she has not been altogether passive in this affair. What Wilf says is, of course, nothing to the point. He protests that her attitude has been irreproachable." "Especially in making assignations for 6 o'clock in the morning." "Well, well, that is merely granting the issue. You are a trifle illogical, Edith." "No doubt I am. You, on the other hand, seem to be very much of Wilf's opinion. I'm sorry that I can't do as you wish." "Well, we shall not gain anything by giving way to irritation. He must be told how matters stand and judge for himself." As Mr. Athel was speaking, Wilfrid entered the room. Impatience had overcome him. He knew of course that a discussion was in progress between his father and his aunt, and calm waiting upon other people's decisions was not in his nature. He came forward and seated himself. "I gathered from your look, aunt," he began, when the others did not seem disposed to break silence, "that you take my father's view of what he has been telling you." "I am not sure what your father's view is," was Mrs. Rossall's reply, given very coldly. "But I certainly think you have proposed what is impossible." "Yes, you are right," rejoined Wilfrid, to the surprise of both. "The plan was not well considered. Pray think no more of it." "What do you substitute?" his father inquired, after another long silence. "I cannot say." He paused, then continued with some emotion. "I would gladly have had your sympathy. Perhaps I fail to see the whole matter in the same light as yourselves, but it seems to me that in the step I have taken there is nothing that should cause lasting difference between us. I involve the family in no kind of disgrace. That, I suppose, you admit." Mrs. Rossall made no answer. Mr. Athel moved uneasily upon his chair, coughed, seemed about to speak, but in the end said nothing. "I am afraid I shall not be able to leave England with you," continued Wilfrid, rising, "but that fortunately need cause no change in your plans." Mr. Athel was annoyed at his sister's behaviour. He had looked to her for mediation. Clearly she would offer nothing of the kind. She was wrapping herself in a cloak of offended dignity. She had withdrawn from the debate. "Come with me to my room. he said, moving from his chair. "I think it will be better to have no further discussion," Wilfrid replied firmly. "At all events, to night." "As you please," said his father shortly. He went from the room, and Wilfrid, without further speech to his aunt, presently followed. Section 4. Recording by Shiping.
Section 7 of A Life's Morning. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. A Life's Morning by George Gissing. Section 7. Chapter 5, Part 1. The Shadow of Home. The house which was the end of Emily's journey was situated 2 miles outside the town of Dunfield, on the high road going southward, just before it enters upon a rising tract of common land known as the Heath. It was one of a row of 2-storied dwellings, built of glazed brick, each with a wide projecting window on the right hand of the front door, and with a patch of garden railed in from the row being part of a straggling colony which is called Banbrigg. Immediately opposite these houses stood an ecclesiastical edifice of depressing appearance, stone built, wholly without ornament, presenting a corner to the highway, a chapel of ease for worshippers unable to go as far as Dunfield in the one direction or the village of Pendle in the other. Scattered about were dwelling houses, old and new, the former being cottages of the poorest and dirtiest kind, the latter brick structures of the most unsightly form, evidently aiming at constituting themselves into a thoroughfare, and, in point of fact, already rejoicing in the name of Regent Street. There was a public house, or rather, as it frankly styled itself in large letters on the window, a dram shop, and there were 2 or 3 places for the sale of very miscellaneous articles, exhibiting the same specimens of discouraging stock throughout the year. At no season, and under no advantage of sky, was Banbrigg a delectable abode. Though within easy reach of country which was not without rural aspects, it was marked too unmistakably with the squalor of a manufacturing district. Its existence impressed one as casual. It was a mere bit of Dunfield got away from the main mass, and having brought its dirt with it. The stretch of road between it and the bridge by which the river was crossed into Dunfield had in its long, hard ugliness something dispiriting. Though hedges bordered it here and there, they were stunted and grimed. Though fields were seen on this side and on that, the grass had absorbed too much mill smoke to exhibit wholesome verdure. It was fed upon by sheep and cows, seemingly turned in to be out of the way till needed for slaughter, and by the sorriest of superannuated horses. The land was blighted by the curse of what we name, using a word as ugly as the thing it represents, industrialism. As the cab brought her along this road from Dunfield station, Emily thought of the downs, the woodlands, the fair pastures of Surrey. There was sorrow in her heart, even a vague tormenting fear. It would be hard to find solace in Banbrigg. Hither her parents had come to live when she was 13 years old, her home having previously been in another and a larger manufacturing town. Her father was a man marked for ill fortune. It pursued him from his entrance into the world, and would inevitably, you read it in his face, hunt him into a sad grave. He was the youngest of a large family. His very birth had been an added misery to a household struggling with want. His education was of the slightest. At 12 years of age he was already supporting himself, or, one would say, keeping himself above the point of starvation, and at 23, the age when Wilfrid Athel is entering upon life in the joy of freedom, was ludicrously bankrupt, a petty business he had established being sold up for a debt something short of as many pounds as he had years. He drifted into indefinite mercantile clerkships, an existence possibly preferable to that of the fourth circle of Inferno, and then seemed at length to have fallen upon a piece of good luck, such as, according to a maxim of pathetic optimism wherewith he was wont to cheer himself, must come to every man sooner or later, provided he do not die of hunger whilst it is on the way. He married a schoolmistress, one Miss Martin, who was responsible for the teaching of some 12 or 15 children of tender age, and who, what was more, owned the house in which she kept school. The result was that James Hood once more established himself in business, or rather in several businesses, vague, indescribable, save by those who are unhappy enough to understand such matters. A commission agency, a life insurance agency, and a fire insurance ditto, I know not what. Yet the semblance of prosperity was fleeting. As if connection with him meant failure, his wife's school, which she had not abandoned (let us employ negative terms in speaking of this pair), began to fall off. Ultimately no school was left. It did in truth appear that Miss Martin had suffered something in becoming Mrs. Hood. At her marriage she was 25, fairly good looking, in temper a trifle exigent perhaps, sanguine, and capable of exertion. She could not claim more than superficial instruction, but taught reading and writing with the usual success which attends teachers of these elements. After the birth of their first child, Emily, her moral nature showed an unaccountable weakening. The origin was no doubt physical, but in story telling we dwell very much on the surface of things. It is not permitted us to describe human nature too accurately. The exigence of her temper became something generally described by a harsher term. She lost her interest in the work which she had unwillingly entrusted for a time to an assistant. She found the conditions of her life hard. Alas, they grew harder. After Emily, 2 children were successively born. Fate was kind to them, and neither survived infancy. Their mother fell into fretting, into hysteria. Some change in her life seemed imperative, and at length she persuaded her husband to quit the town in which they lived, and begin life anew elsewhere. Begin life anew! James Hood was 40 years old. He possessed, as the net result of his commercial enterprises, a capital of £130. The house, of course, could be let, and would bring £25 a year. This it was resolved to do. He had had certain dealings in Dunfield, and in Dunfield he would strike his tent, that is to say, in Banbrigg, whence he walked daily to a little office in the town. Rents were lower in Banbrigg, and it was beyond the range of certain municipal taxings. Mrs. Hood possessed still her somewhat genteel furniture. One article was a piano, and upon this she taught Emily her notes. It had been a fairly good piano once, but the keys had become very loose. They were looser than ever, now that Emily tried to play on them, on her return from Surrey. Business did not thrive in Dunfield, yet there was more than ever need that it should, for to neglect Emily's education would be to deal cruelly with the child. She would have nothing else to depend upon in her battle with the world. Poor Emily! A feeble, overgrown child, needing fresh air, which she could not get, needing food of a better kind, just as unattainable. Large-eyed, thin-cheeked Emily, she, too, already in the clutch of the great brute world, the helpless victim of a civilization which makes its food of those the heart most pities. How well if her last sigh had been drawn in infancy, if she had lain with the little brother and sister in that gaunt, grimy cemetery, under the shadow of mill-chimneys. She was reserved for other griefs, for consolations, it is true, but education she did get, by hook or by crook. There was dire pinching to pay for it, and, too well knowing this, the child strove her utmost to use the opportunities offered her. Each morning going into Dunfield, taking with her some sandwiches that were called dinner, walking home again by tea-time, tired, hungry, hungry. No matter the weather, she must walk her couple of miles. It was at least so far to the school. In winter you saw her set forth with her waterproof and umbrella, the too heavy bag of books on her arms. Sometimes the wind and rain beating as if to delay her, they, too, cruel. In summer the hot days tried her perhaps still more. She reached home in the afternoon well nigh fainting, the books were so heavy. Who would not have felt kindly to her? So gentle she was, so dreadfully shy and timid, her eyes so eager, so full of unconscious pathos. "Hood's little girl," said the people on the way who saw her pass daily, and, however completely strangers, they said it with a certain kindness of tone and meaning. A little thing that happened one day, take it as an anecdote. On her way to school she passed some boys who were pelting a most wretched dog, a poor, scraggy beast, driven into a corner. Emily, so timid usually she could not raise her eyes before a stranger, stopped, quivering all over, commanded them to cease their brutality. Divine compassion became a heroism. The boys somehow did her bidding, and walked on together. Emily stayed behind, opened her bag, threw something for the dog to eat. It was half her dinner. Her mind braced itself. She had a passionate love of learning. All books were food to her. Fortunately there was the library of the Mechanics' Institute. But for that she would have come short of mental sustenance, for her father had never been able to buy more than a dozen volumes, and these all dealt with matters of physical science. The strange things she read, books which came down to her from the shelves with a thickness of dust upon them, histories of Greece and Rome. Not much asked for, these, said the librarian. Translations of old classics, the Koran, Mosheim's Ecclesiastical History, works of Swedenborg, all the poetry she could lay her hands on, novels not a few. One day she asked for a book on gymnoblastic hydroids. The amazing title in the catalogue had filled her with curiosity. She must know the meaning of everything. She was not idle, Emily. But things in the home were going from bad to worse. When Emily was 16 her father scarcely knew where to look for each day's dinner. Something must be done. Activity took a twofold direction. First of all, Emily got work as a teacher in an infant school. It was at her own motion. She could bear her mother's daily querulousness no longer. She must take some step. She earned a mere trifle, but it was earning, instead of being a source of expense. And in the meantime she worked on for certain examinations which it would benefit her to have passed. The second thing done was that her father abandoned his office, and obtained a place in the counting house of the worsted mill, under the firm of Dagworthy and Son. His salary was small, but the blessing of it was its certainty. The precariousness of his existence had all but driven poor Hood mad. There came a season of calm. Emily's sphere of work extended itself. The school only took her mornings, and for the afternoon there was proposed to her the teaching of the little Baxendales. The Baxendales were well-to-do people. The father was, just then, Mayor of Dunfield. The mother was related to the Member of Parliament for the town. We have had mention of them as connections of Beatrice Redwing. At 19, for the first time, she left home. Through the Baxendales she obtained the position of governess in a family residing in Liverpool, and remained with them till she went to London, to the Athels. These 3 years in Liverpool were mementos for her. They led her from girlhood to womanhood, and established her character. Her home was in the house of a prosperous shipowner, a Lancashire man, outwardly a blustering, good-tempered animal, yet with an inner light which showed itself in his love of books and pictures, in his easy walking under the burden of self-acquired riches, in a certain generous freedom which marked his life and thoughts. His forename was Lawrence. Emily, in letters to her father, used to call him Lorenzo the Magnificent, a title which became him well enough. In the collection of works of art he was really great. He must have spent appalling sums annually on his picture gallery and the minor ornaments scattered about his house. He had a personal acquaintance, through his pecuniary dealings, with the foremost artists of the day. He liked to proclaim the fact, and describe the men. To Emily the constant proximity of these pictures was a priceless advantage. The years she spent among them were equivalent to a university course. Moreover, she enjoyed, as with the Athels later, a free command of books. Here began her acquaintance with the most modern literature, which was needful to set her thoughts in order, to throw into right perspective her previous miscellaneous reading, and to mark out her way in the future. Her instinctive craving for intellectual beauty acquired a reflective consistency. She reformed her ideals, found the loveliness of much that in her immaturity had seemed barren, put aside, with gentle firmness, much that had appeared indispensable to her moral life. The meanings which she had attached to that word moral largely modified themselves. That they should do so was the note of her progress. Her prayer was for beauty in the inward soul, which, if it grew to be her conviction, was greatly, perhaps wholly, dependent on the perception of external beauty. The development of beauty in the soul would mean a life of ideal purity. All her instincts pointed to such a life. Her passionate motives converged on the one end of spiritual chastity. One ever present fear she had to strive with in her progress towards serene convictions. The misery of her parents' home haunted her, and by no effort could she expel the superstition that she had only escaped from that for a time, that its claws would surely overtake her and fix themselves again in her flesh. Analyzing her own nature, she discerned, or thought she did, a lack of independent vigor. It seemed as if she were too reliant on external circumstances. She dreaded what might follow if their assistance were withdrawn. To be sure, she had held her course through the countless discouragements of early years, but that, in looking back, seemed no assurance for the future. Her courage, it appeared to her, had been of the unconscious kind, and might fail her when she consciously demanded it. As a child she had once walked in her sleep, had gone forth from the house, and had, before she was awakened, crossed the narrow footing of a canal lock, a thing her nervousness would not allow her to do at other times. This became to her a figure. The feat she had performed when mere vital instinct guided her, she would have failed in when attempting it with the full understanding of its danger. Suppose something happened which put an end to her independence, failure of health, some supreme calamity at home. Could she hold on in the way of salvation? Was she capable of conscious heroism? Could her soul retain its ideal of beauty if environed by ugliness? The vice of her age, nay, why call it a vice? The necessary issue of that intellectual egoism which is the note of our time, found as good illustration in this humble life as in men and women who are the mouthpieces of civilization. Preoccupied with problems of her own relation to the world, she could not enjoy without thought in the rear, ever ready to trouble her with suggestions of unreality. Her distresses of conscience were all the more active for being purely human. In her soul dwelt an immense compassion, which, with adequate occasion, might secure to itself such predominance as to dwarf into inefficiency her religion and culture. It was exquisite misery to conceive, as from inner observation she so well could, some demand of life which would make her ideals appear the dream of bygone halcyon days, useless and worse amid the threats of gathering tempest. An essentially human apprehension, be it understood. The vulgarities of hysterical pietism Emily had never known. She did not fear the invasion of such blight as that, and thought of it as noisome to her. Do you recall a kind of trouble that came upon her during that talk in the hollow, when Wilfrid suggested the case of her being called upon to make some great sacrifice in her father's behalf? It was an instance of the weakness I speak of. The fact of Wilfrid's putting forward such a thought had, in that moment, linked her to him with precious bonds of sympathy, till she felt as if he had seen into the most secret places of her heart. She dreaded the force of her compassionateness. That dog by the roadside, how the anguish of its eyes had haunted her through the day! It was the revolt of her whole being against the cruelty inherent in life. That evening she could not read the book she had in hand, its phrases seemed to fall into triviality. Yet, she reasoned at a later time, it should not have been so. The haggard gaze of face should not daunt one. Pity is but an element in the soul's ideal of order. It should not usurp a barren sovereignty. It is the miserable contradiction in our lot that the efficiency of the instincts of beauty worship waits upon a force of individuality attainable only by a sacrifice of sensibility. Emily divined this. So it was that she came to shun the thought of struggle, to seek an abode apart from turbid conditions of life. She was hard at work building for her soul a lordly pleasure house, its palace of art. Could she, poor as she was, dependent, bound by such obvious claims to her gross earth, hope to abide in her courts and corridors for ever? Friday was the day of her arrival at Banbrigg. On the Saturday afternoon she hoped to enjoy a walk with her father. He would reach home from the mill shortly after 2 o'clock, and would then have his dinner. Mrs. Hood dined at 1, and could not bring herself to alter the hour for Saturday. It was characteristic of her, that there might be no culinary cares on Sunday morning. She always cooked her joint of meat on the last day of the week, partaking of it herself at 1 o'clock. She cut slices for her husband and kept them warm with vegetables in the oven. This was not selfishness in theory, however much it may have been so in practice. It merely meant that she was unable to introduce variation into a mechanical order, and, as her husband never dreamed of complaining, Mrs. Hood could see in the arrangement no breach of the fitness of things, even though it meant that poor Hood never sat down to a freshly cooked meal from one end of the year to the other. To Emily it was simply a detestable instance of the worst miseries she had to endure at home. Coming on this first day, it disturbed her much. She knew the uselessness, the danger, of opposing any traditional habit, but her appetite at 1 o'clock was small. Mrs. Hood did not keep a servant in the house. She engaged a charwoman once a week, and did all the work at other times herself. This was not strictly necessary; the expense of such a servant as would have answered the purposes could just have been afforded. Again and again Emily had entreated to be allowed to pay a girl out of her own earnings. Mrs. Hood steadily refused. No, she had once known what it was to have luxuries about her. That was naturally before her marriage. But those days were gone by. She thus entailed upon herself a great deal of labour, at once repugnant to her tastes and ill suited to the uncertainty of her health. But all this was forgotten in the solace of possessing a standing grievance, one obvious at all moments, to be uttered in a sigh, to be emphasized by the affectation of cheerfulness. The love which was Emily's instinct grew chill in the presence of such things. Saturday was from of old a day of ills. The charwoman was in the house, and Mrs. Hood went about in a fatigued way, coming now and then to the sitting room, sinking into a chair, letting her head fall back with closed eyes. Emily had of course begged to be allowed to give assistance, but her mother declared that there was nothing whatever she could do. "Shut the door," she said, "and then you won't hear the scrubbing so plainly. I can understand that it annoys you. I used to have the same feeling, but I've accustomed myself. You might play something; it would keep away your thoughts." "But I don't want to keep away my thoughts," exclaimed Emily with a laugh. "I want to help you so that you will have done the sooner." "No, no, my dear, you are not used to it. You'll tell me when you'd like something to eat if you get faint." "I am not likely to grow faint, mother, if I do nothing." "Well, well, I have a sinking feeling now and then. I thought you might be the same." Just when his dinner in the oven had time to grow crusty, Mr. Hood arrived. He was a rather tall man of sallow complexion, with greyish hair. The peculiarly melancholy expression of his face was due to the excessive drooping of his eyelids under rounded brows. Beneath the eyes were heavy lines. He generally looked like one who has passed through a night of sleepless grief. He wore a suit of black, which had for some years been his reserve attire, till it grew too seamy for use on Sundays. The whole look of the man was saddening. To pass him in the street as a stranger was to experience a momentary heaviness of heart. He had very long, slender fingers, Emily's matchless hand in a rudimentary form, and it seemed to be a particular solicitude to keep them scrupulously clean. He frequently examined them, and appeared to have a pleasure in handling things in a dainty way, the pages of a book, for instance. When he smiled, it was obviously with effort, a painful smile, for all that an exceedingly gentle one. In his voice there was the same gentleness, a self-suppression, as it were. His way of speaking half explained his want of success in life. Emily was standing at the window in expectation of his coming. As soon as he reached the iron gate in front of the house, she ran to open the door for him. He did not quicken his step, even stopped to close the gate with deliberate care, but if his face could ever be said to light up, it did so as he bent to the girl's kiss. She took his hat from him and went to see that his dinner was made ready. "How fine it is!" he said in his subdued tone, when he came downstairs and stood by the table, stroking his newly washed hands. "Shall we have a walk before tea time? Mother is too busy, I'm afraid." Mrs. Hood came into the room shortly, and seated herself in the usual way. "Did you bring the cake?" she asked, when her presence had caused silence for a few moments. "The cake?" he repeated in surprise. "Didn't I ask you to bring a cake? I suppose my memory is going. I meant to, and I thought I mentioned it at breakfast. I shall have nothing for Emily's tea." Emily protested that it was needless to get unusual things on her account. "We must do what we can to make you comfortable, my dear. I can't keep a table like that you are accustomed to, but that I know you don't expect. Which way are you going to walk this afternoon? If you pass a shop you might get a cake, or buns, whichever you like." "Well, I thought we might have a turn over the heath," said Mr. Hood. "However, we'll see what we can do." A thought of some anxious kind appeared suddenly to strike Mrs. Hood. She leaned forward in her chair, seemed to listen, then started up and out of the room. Emily sat where she could not see her father eating. It pained, exasperated her to be by him while he made such a meal. He ate slowly with thought of other things. At times his eye wandered to the window, and he regarded the sky in a brooding manner. He satisfied his hunger without pleasure, apparently with indifference. Shortly after 3 o'clock the two started for their walk. Not many yards beyond the house the road passed beneath a railway bridge, then over a canal, and at once entered upon the common. The heath formed the long side of a slowly rising hill. At the foot the road divided itself into two branches, and the dusty tracks climbed at a wide angle with each other. The one which Emily and her father pursued led up to stone quarries, which had been for a long time in working, and, skirting these, to the level ground above them, which was the end of the region of furze and bracken. Here began a spacious tract of grassy common. Around it were houses of pleasant appearance, one or two meriting the name of mansion. In one of them dwelt Mr. Richard Dagworthy, the mill owner, in whose counting house James Hood earned his living. He alone represented the firm of Dagworthy and Son. His father had been dead 2 years, and more recently he had become a widower, his wife leaving him one child, still an infant. End of Section 7, Chapter 5, Part 1. Section 8 of A Life's Morning. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. A Life's Morning by George Gissing. Section 8, Chapter 5, Part 2. At the head of the quarries the two paused to look back upon Dunfield. The view from this point was extensive, and would have been interesting but for the existence of the town itself. It was seen to lie in a broad valley along which a river flowed. The remoter districts were pleasantly wooded, and only the murkiness of the far sky told that a yet larger centre of industry lurked beyond the horizon. Dunfield offered no prominent features, save the chimneys of its factories and its fine church, the spire of which rose high above surrounding buildings. Over all hung a canopy of foul vapour, heavy, pestiferous. Take in your fingers a spray from one of the trees, even here on the heath, and its touch left a soil. "How I wish you could see the views from the hills in Surrey!" Emily exclaimed when they had stood in silence. "I can imagine nothing more delightful in English scenery. It realizes my idea of perfect rural beauty, as I got it from engravings after the landscape painters. Oh, you shall go there with me some day." Her father smiled and shook his head a little. "Perhaps," he said, and added a favourite phrase of his, "while there is life there is hope." "Of course there is," rejoined Emily, with gaiety which was unusual in her. "No smoke, the hills blue against a lovely sky, trees covered with the very roots of greenness, rich old English homes and cottages. Oh, you know the kind, your ideal of a cottage. Low tiled roofs, latticed windows, moss and lichen and climbing flowers, farmyards sweet with hay, and gleaming dairies. That country is my home." With how rich a poetry it clothed itself in her remembrance, the land of milk and honey indeed, her heart's home. It was all but impossible to keep the secret of her joy, yet she had resolved to do so, and her purpose held firm. "I am very glad indeed that you are so happy there," said her father, looking at her with that quiet absorption in another's mood of which he was so capable. "But it will be London through the winter. You haven't told me much about London, but then you were there so short a time." "But I saw much. Mrs. Rossall could not have been kinder. For the first few days it was almost as if I had been a visitor. I was taken everywhere." "I should like to see London before I die," mused her father. "Somehow I have never managed to get so far." "Oh, we will see it together some day." "There's one thing," said Mr. Hood, reflectively, "that I wish especially to see, and that is Holborn Viaduct. It must be a wonderful piece of engineering. I remember thinking it out at the time it was constructed. Of course you haven't seen it?" "I'm afraid not. We are very far away from the city. But I will go and see it on the first opportunity." "Do, and send me a full description." His thoughts reverted to the views before them. "After all, this isn't so bad. There's a great advantage in living so near the Heath. I'm sure the air here is admirable. Don't you smell how fresh it is? And then one gets fond of the place one's lived in for years. I believe I should find it hard to leave Dunfield." Emily smiled gently. "I wonder," he pursued, "whether you have the kind of feeling that came to me just then. It struck me that, suppose anything happened that would enable us to go and live in another place, there would be a sort of ingratitude, something like a shabby action in turning one's back on the old spot. I don't like to feel unkind even to a town." The girl glanced at him with meaning eyes. Here was an instance of the sympathetic relations of which she had spoken to Wilfrid. In these words were disclosed the origin of the deepest sensibilities of her own nature. They pursued their walk across the common and into the tree-shaded lane. Emily tried to believe that this at length was really the country. There were no houses in view, meadows lay on either hand, the leafage was thick. But it was not mere prejudice, which saw in every object a struggle with hard conditions, a degeneration into coarseness, a blight. The quality of the earth was probably poor to begin with. The herbage seemed of gross fibre. One would not risk dipping a finger in the stream which trickled by the roadside. It suggested an impure source. And behold, what creatures are these coming along the lane, where only earth-stained rustics should be met? Two colliers, besmutted wretches, plodding homeward from the pit which is half a mile away. Yes, their presence was in keeping with the essential character of the scene. "One might have had a harder life," mused Mr. Hood aloud, when the pitmen were gone by. "I think there's a fallacy in that," replied Emily. "Their life is probably not hard at all. I used to feel that pity, but I have reasoned myself out of it. They are really happy, for they know nothing of their own degradation." "By the by," said her father presently, "how is young Mr. Athel, the young fellow who had to come home from college?" "He is quite well again, I think," was Emily's reply. "I suppose, poor fellow, he has a very weak constitution." "Oh no, I think not." "What is he studying for? Going into the church?" Emily laughed. It was a relief to do so. "Isn't it strange," she said, "how we construct an idea of an unknown person from some circumstance or piece of description? I see exactly what your picture of Mr. Athel is, a feeble and amiable young man, most likely with the shocking voice with which curates sometimes read the lessons." She broke off and laughed again. "Well," said her father, "I admit I thought of him a little in that way. I scarcely know why." "You could hardly have been further from the truth. Try to imagine the intellectual opposite of such a young man, and you. That will be far more like Mr. Athel." "He isn't conceited? My want of experience has an unfortunate tendency to make me think of young fellows in his position as unbearably vain. It must be so hard to avoid it." "Perhaps it is, if they have the common misfortune to be born without brains." Other subjects engaged their attention. "When do you take your holiday, father?" Emily asked. "I think about the middle of this month. It won't be more than a week or 10 days. Don't you think you ought to go to Cleethorpes, if only for a day or two?" To suggest any other place of summer retreat would have been too alarming. Mr. Hood's defect of imagination was illustrated in this matter. He had been somehow led, years ago, to pay a visit to Cleethorpes, and since then that one place represented for him the seaside. Others might be just as accessible and considerably more delightful, but it did not even occur to him to vary. It would have cost him discomfort to do so, the apprehension of entering upon the unknown. The present was the third summer which had passed without his quitting home. Anxiety troubled his countenance as Emily made the proposal. "Not this year, I think," he said, as if desirous of passing the subject by. "Father, what possible objection can there be to my bearing the expense of a week at Cleethorpes? You know how well I can afford it. Indeed, I should like to go. It is rather unkind of you to refuse." This was an old subject of discussion. Since Emily had lived away from home, not only her father, but her mother just as strenuously, had refused to take from her any of the money that she earned. It had been her habit at first indirectly to overcome this resistance by means of substantial presents in holiday time, but she found such serious discomfort occasioned by the practice that most reluctantly she had abandoned it. For the understanding of the Hoods' attitude in this matter, it must be realized how deeply their view of life was colored by years of incessant preoccupation with pecuniary difficulties. The hideous conception of existence which regards each individual as fighting for his own hand, striving for dear life against every other individual, was ingrained in their minds by the inveterate bitterness of their own experience. When Emily had become a woman, and was gone forth to wrest from the adverse world her own subsistence, her right to what she earned was indefeasible, and affection itself protested against her being mulcted for their advantage. As for the slight additional expense of her presence at home during the holidays, she must not be above paying a visit to her parents. The little inconsistency was amiable enough. Father and mother both held forth to her in the same tone. You have the battle of life before you. It is a terrible one, and the world is relentless. Not only is it your right, but your very duty, to spare every penny you can. For if anything happened to prevent your earning money, you would become a burden upon us, a burden we would gladly strive to bear, but the thought of which would be very hard for yourself. If, on the other hand, your mother were left a widow, think how dreadful it would be if you could give her no assistance. You are wrong in spending one farthing more than your absolute needs require. To say you do it in kindness to us is a mere mistake of yours." The logic was not to be encountered. It was as irresistible as the social conditions which gave it birth. Emily had abandoned discussion on these points. Such reasoning cost her sickness of heart. In practice she obeyed her parents' injunctions, for she herself was hitherto only too well aware of the fate which might become her in consequence of the most trifling mishap. She knew that no soul in the world save her parents would think it a duty to help her, save in the way of bare charity. Naturally, her old point of view was now changed. It was this that led her to revive the discussion with her father, and to speak in a tone which Mr. Hood heard with some surprise. "Next year, perhaps, Emily," he said. "After Surrey, I don't think you can really need another change. I am delighted to see how well you look. I, too, am remarkably well, and I can't help thinking your mother gets stronger. How do you find her looking?" "Better than usual, I really think. All the same, it is clearly impossible for you and her to live on year after year without any kind of change." "Oh, my dear, we don't feel it. It's so different with older people. A change rather upsets us than otherwise. You know how nervous your mother gets when she is away from home." Their walk brought them round again to the top of the heath. Mr. Hood looked at his watch, and found that it was time to be moving homewards. Tea was punctually at 5. Mrs. Hood would take it ill if they were late, especially on Saturday. As they walked across the smooth part of the upper common, looking at the houses around, they saw coming towards them a gentleman followed by 3 dogs. He was dressed in a light tweed suit, and brandished a walking stick, as if animal spirits possessed him strongly. "Why, here comes Mr. Dagworthy," remarked Mr. Hood in a low tone, though the other was still at a considerable distance. "He generally goes off somewhere on Saturday afternoon. What a man he is for dogs! I believe he keeps 20 or 30 at the house there." Emily evinced just a little self-consciousness. It was possible that Mr. Dagworthy was stopped to speak, for she had become, in a measure, acquainted with him in the preceding spring. She was at home then for a few weeks before her departure for London, and the Baxendales, who had always shown her much kindness, invited her to an evening party, at which Dagworthy was present. He had chatted with her on that occasion. Yes, he was going to speak. He was a man of 35, robust, rather florid, with eyes which it was not disagreeable to meet, though they gazed with embarrassing persistency, and a mouth which he would have done well to leave under the natural shelter of a moustache. It was at once hard and sensual. The clean shaving of his face gave his appearance a youthfulness to which his tone of speech did not correspond. "How do you do, Miss Hood? Come once more into our part of the world, then. You have been in London, I hear." It was the tone of a man long accustomed to have his own way in life, and not overmuch troubled with delicacies of feeling. His address could not be called disrespectful, but the smile which accompanied it expressed a sort of good-natured patronage, perhaps inevitable in such a man when speaking to his clerk's daughter. The presence of the clerk himself very little concerned him. He kept his eyes steadily on the girl's face, examining her with complete frankness. His utterance was that of an educated man, but it had something of the Yorkshire accent, a broadness which would have distressed the ear in a drawing-room. Emily replied that she had been in London. It did not seem necessary to enter into details. "Pleasant afternoon, isn't it? Makes one want to get away to the moors. I suppose you will be off somewhere soon with your family, Mr. Hood?" He would not have employed the formal prefix to his clerk's name but for Emily's presence. The father knew that, and felt grateful. "Not this year, I think, sir," he replied with perfect cheerfulness. Of the 3 dogs that accompanied Dagworthy, one was a handsome collie. This animal came snuffing at Emily's hand, and involuntarily, glad perhaps to have a pretence for averting her face, she caressed the silky ears. "Fine head, isn't it, Miss Hood?" said Dagworthy at once, causing her to remove her hand quickly. "Ay, but I've a finer collie than that. Just walk in with me, will you?" he added, after a scarcely perceptible pause. "I always like to show off my dogs. You're in no hurry, I suppose. Just come and have a look at the kennels." Emily was deeply annoyed, both because such a visit was in itself distasteful to her, and on account of the irritation which she knew the delay would cause her mother. She did not for a moment expect her father to refuse. His position would not allow him to do so. Mr. Hood, in fact, murmured thanks, after a mere half-glance at his daughter, and the 3 walked together to Dagworthy's house, the entrance of which was not 50 yards from where they were standing. The dwelling was neither large nor handsome, but it stood in a fine garden, and had an air of solid well-being. As soon as they had passed the gates, they were met by a middle-aged woman carrying a child of 2 years old, an infant of wonderfully hearty appearance. At the sight of its father it chuckled and crowed. Dagworthy took it from the woman's arms, and began a game which looked not a little dangerous. With surprising strength and skill he tossed it up some feet into the air, caught it as it descended, tossed it up again. The child shrieked with delight, for all that the swift descent positively stopped its breath, and made a hiatus in the screaming. "There, that's about enough, Mr. Richard," said the woman, in broad dialect, when the child had gone up half a dozen times. She was nervous, and kept holding out her arms involuntarily. "I don't overmuch fancy that kind o' laakin. What's more, he's allays right down fratchy after turn o' that. See now, he never'd want you to stop. Do 'a done now, Mr. Richard." "Here you are, then. Take him in, and tell them I want some tea. Say I have friends with me." The child was carried away, roaring obstreperously, and Dagworthy, laughing at the vocal power displayed, led the way round the back of the house. Here had been constructed elaborate kennels. Several dogs were pacing in freedom about the clean yard, and many more were chained up. Much information was imparted to the visitors concerning the more notable animals. Some had taken prizes at shows, others were warranted to do so. One or two had been purchased at fancy prices. Mr. Hood now and then put a question, as in duty bound to do. Emily restricted her speech to the absolutely necessary replies. Dagworthy conducted them into the house. It appeared to be furnished in a solid, old-fashioned way, and the ornaments, though few, were such as might better have been dispensed with. Old Dagworthy had come to live here some 25 years previously, having before that occupied a small house in conjunction with his mill. He had been one of the worthies of Dunfield, and in his time did a good deal of useful work for the town. Personally he was anything but amiable, being devoid of education and refinement, and priding himself on his spirit of independence, which exhibited itself in mere boorishness. Though anything but miserly, he had, where his interests were concerned, an extraordinary cunning and pertinacity. He was universally regarded as one of the shrewdest men of business in that part of Yorkshire, and report credited him with any number of remarkable meannesses. It was popularly said that old Dick Dagworthy would shrink from no dirty trick to turn a sixpence, but was as likely as not to give it away as soon as he had got it. His son had doubtless advanced the character of the stock, and putting aside the breeding of dogs, possessed many tastes of which the old man had no notion. None the less, he was credited with not a little of his father's spirit in business. In practical affairs he was shrewd and active. He never, as poor Hood might have testified, paid a man in his employ a penny more than there was need, and fell far short of the departed Dagworthy's generosity. To be at his mercy in a pecuniary transaction was to expect and to receive none. For all that, there was something in the man which hinted at qualities beneath the surface, a glance, a tone now and then, which seemed on the point of revealing a hidden humanity. When he chose he could be courteous. He was so at present, as he requested Emily and her father to seat themselves in a large homely room which looked out upon the garden. The woman who had carried the child reappeared and poured out cups of tea. When she had left the room, "I must ask you to excuse the roughness of my establishment, Miss Hood," he said. "I have to make shift for the present with Mrs. Jenkins. She isn't as refined as she might be, but she's been with us here for more than 12 years, and I should be sorry to replace her with any other servant." Pieces of bread and butter of somewhat undue solidity were offered. Emily declined anything but a cup of tea. She was very ill at ease, though she succeeded in suppressing any manifestation of it. Dagworthy kept his gaze on her constantly. "Now I know you didn't care very much about the dogs," he said to her presently. "I think I've got something here that will be rather more in your line." He brought from a corner of the room a large portfolio, set it upon a chair in front of Emily, and exposed its contents. These were a number of fine photographs of continental cathedrals and churches. "I bought these when I took my run through France and Germany last year," he explained. "I've something of a turn for architecture, I believe. At all events, I know I like a fine building, and I like to find out all I can about it." He went through the collection, with remarks which proved that he had certainly attained a rudimentary knowledge of the subject, and that his appreciation was often keen when his technical understanding might be at fault. "The worst of it is," he said, at one point, with the modesty which was a new feature in his conversation, "I can't pronounce the names properly. Now, how do you read that, Miss Hood? To be sure, I know it when I hear it. Have you ever been in France?" The negative reply came. "You'd like to see the old-fashioned streets in which some of these churches stand." As soon as it was possible to do so, Emily looked meaningly at her father, and he, just as anxious to be on his way homeward, rose for leave–taking. Dagworthy offered no opposition. He went with them to the gates, and shook hands with both, then stood gazing after them as they walked across the common. "Well, I never knew young Dagworthy anything like that before," said Mr. Hood, when they were some distance from the gate. "I couldn't believe it when he asked us to go into the house." "I'm afraid mother will be very uneasy," was Emily's reply. "Yes, my dear, I'm afraid she will. Let's walk sharply. But he was really uncommonly pleasant. I shall think a good deal better of him than I have done." This was the only aspect of the afternoon's adventure which presented itself to Mr. Hood. Emily was divided between relief at having got away from that persistent gaze, and apprehension of what might meet them on their arrival at home. The latter feeling was only too well justified. Mrs. Hood sat in the kitchen, the window darkened. When speech was at length elicited from her, it appeared that a headache to which she was subject had come on in its severest form. Emily was at once active with remedies, not that any of those that she urged were likely to avail themselves, but because she was well aware that the more solicitude she showed, the sooner her mother would resume her ordinary state. Mrs. Hood begged to be left to herself, let them have their tea, and leave her in the kitchen. She was best there, out of people's way. It would soon be bedtime. The evening was practically gone. In the course of half an hour she was at length prevailed upon to come into the sitting room, and even to taste a cup of tea. At first she had paid no attention to the reasons alleged for the unpunctuality. Little by little she began to ask questions on her own account, petulantly, but with growing interest. Still the headache was not laid aside, and all spent a very dolorous evening. In the relation these things have their humorous side. Emily may be excused if she was slow to appreciate it. She knew very well that the crisis meant for her father several days of misery, and perhaps in her youthful energy she was disposed to make too little allowance for her mother, whose life had been so full of hardship, and who even now was suffering from cares and anxieties, the worst of which her daughter was not allowed to perceive. After the girl's early departure to her bedroom, the other two sat talking drearily. After one of her headaches, Mrs. Hood always dwelt in conversation on the most wretched features of her life, with despairing forecast. Poor woman, there was little of a brighter kind to occupy her thoughts. Two occasions of grave anxiety were at present troubling her, and, though he spoke of them less, her husband in no less a degree. It had just been announced to them that at the ensuing Christmas their rent would be raised, and at the same time the tenant who had for years occupied the house which they owned in the town of Barnhill had given notice of departure. There was a certain grotesqueness in the fact of James Hood being a proprietor of real estate. Twice an attempt had been made to sell the house in question, but no purchaser could be found. The building was in poor repair, was constantly entailing expense to the landlord, and, in the event of its becoming unoccupied, would doubtless wait long for another tenant. This event had come about, or would in a couple of months, and the loss of that £25 a year would make the difficulty of existence yet more desperate. Once more, an attempt at sale must be made, in itself involving outlays which, however petty, could ill be borne. And to sell, even if it could be done, meant a serious loss of income. "What did it mean, do you think?" Mrs. Hood asked, recurring to the subject of Dagworthy and his astonishing behaviour. She put the question dispiritedly, not venturing to hope for a solution that would help her to a more cheerful frame of mind. Hood scarcely dared to utter the words which came into his mind. "You remember that they met at the Baxendales'." "How did Emily behave?" the mother next inquired. "She was very quiet. I don't think she liked it. We must bear in mind the kind of society she is used to. Young Dagworthy won't seem of much account to her, I fancy." "But he has a good education, hasn't he?" "Pretty good, I suppose. He confessed to us, though, that he couldn't pronounce French words." "It's quite certain," said Mrs. Hood, "he wouldn't have invited you in if you had been alone." "Certain enough," was the reply, in a tone wholly disinterested. "But it must have been just a fancy, a whim. Things of that kind don't happen nowadays." "Not to us, at all events," murmured the other dejectedly. "Well, there must come what will," she added, leaning her head back once more, and losing interest in the subject. "I hope nothing, and expect nothing." Alas, these two sitting alone in the dull little room, speaking in disjointed phrases of despondency, exchanging no look, no word of mutual kindness. Had they not once loved each other with the love of youth and hope? Had it not once been enough to sit through long evenings, and catch with earnestness each other's lightest word? Time had robbed them of youth, and the injustice of the world's order had starved love to less than a shadow of itself, to a more habit of common suffering. Tender memories were buried in the grave of children whom the resources of ever so modest a fortune would have kept alive. The present was a mere struggle to support existence, choking the impulses of affection. One would not murmur at the kindly order of life, whereby passion gives place to gentle habitudes, and the fiery soul of youth tames itself to comely gravity. But that love and joy, the delights of eager sense and of hallowed aspiration, should be smothered in the foul dust of a brute combat for bread; that the stinted energies of early years should change themselves to the blasted hopes of failing manhood, in a world made ill by human perverseness, this is not easily, it may be not well, borne with patience. Put money in thy purse, and again put money in thy purse; for, as the world is ordered, to lack current coin is to lack the privileges of humanity, and indigence is the death of the soul. End of Section 8, Chapter 5, Part 2.
Section 9 of A Life's Morning. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shi Pinglin. A Life's Morning by George Gissing. Section 9, Chapter 6. A Visitor by Express. It had been arranged that Emily should receive news from Wilfrid by the first post on Monday morning. Her father left home at 8:30, and Emily, a little ashamed at so deceiving him, went into the town at the same time on pretence of a desire to share his walk. Taking leave of him as soon as the mill was in sight, she walked towards the post office. At this early hour there was no one before the counter. She overcame her nervousness and asked for letters. That which she expected was given to her, and at the same time a telegram. The sight of the telegram agitated her. Drawing aside, she opened it at once. Wilfrid had dispatched it the previous night from London. "I shall be in Dunfield at 1 o'clock tomorrow. Please leave a note for me at the post office, appointing any place of meeting at any time you like. I shall find the place from your description." The letter, as she could perceive by feeling it, was long. There was no necessity to open it until she reached home. But the note she must write at once. In agitation which would scarcely allow her to reflect, she left the office and sought a small shop where she could procure notepaper. On her way she devised a plan for meeting. In the shop where she made her purchase, she was permitted also to write the note. Having stamped the envelope, she returned to the post office, and, to make sure that no delay might disappoint Wilfrid, gave the letter into the hands of a clerk, who promised, with a smile, that it should at once be put into the right place. Emily found the smile hard to bear, but fortunately she was unknown. Then she set forth homewards. Such news as this, that she would see and speak with Wilfrid in a few hours, set self-command at defiance. Between joy at the thought that even now he was nearing her, and fear of the events which might have led him to such a step, she was swayed in a tumult of emotion. She longed to open the letter, yet felt she could not do so in the public roads. She tried to think whether any ill chance could possibly interpose to prevent her being at the place of meeting. None was to be anticipated, unless, what was very unlikely, her mother should propose to join her afternoon walk. But what could his coming mean? She feared that she understood too well. Often she had to check the overhaste of her pace, and the way seemed terribly long. But at length she was at home, and close shut in her bedroom. The letter did not aid her to account for his coming. It had been written late on Friday night, but made absolutely no reference to what had passed between Wilfrid and his relations. It was a long and passionate poem of his love, concerned not with outward facts, but with states of feeling. Only at the end he had added a postscript, saying that he should write again on Monday. It was difficult to live through the morning. She felt that she must be busy with her hands, and her mother's objections notwithstanding, set herself resolutely to active housework. Her anxious feelings in this way toned themselves to mere cheerfulness. She listened with unfailing patience to the lengthily described details of domestic annoyances of which Mrs. Hood's conversation chiefly consisted, and did her best to infuse into her replies a tone of hopefulness which might animate without betraying too much. The hours passed over, and at length it was time to set forth. Mrs. Hood showed no desire to leave home. Emily, though foreseeing that she might again be late for tea, did not venture to hint at such a possibility, but started as if for a short walk. Not much more than a mile from Banbrigg, in a direction away alike from the Heath and from Dunfield, is the village of Pendal, where stand the remains of an ancient castle. Very slight indeed are these relics, one window and some shapeless masses of defaced masonry being alone exposed. But a hill close beside them is supposed to cover more of the fabric, though history tells not how or when the earth was so heaped up. The circle of the moat is still complete, and generally contains water. Pendal Castle Hill, as the locality is called, is approached by a rustic lane leading from the village. It is enclosed like an ordinary meadow, and shadowed here and there with trees. On Sundays and holidays it is a resort much favoured by Dunfieldians. At other times its solitude is but little interfered with. Knowing this, Emily had appointed the spot for the meeting. She had directed Wilfrid to take a train from Dunfield to Pendal, and had described the walk up to the Castle Hill. He was not before her this time, and there were endless reasons for fear lest she should wait in vain. She remained standing on the inner side of the stile by which the field was entered, and kept her gaze on the point where the lane turned. A long quarter of an hour passed. Then of a sudden the expected form appeared. There had been no train to Pendal at the right time. He had taken a meal at Dunfield station, and then had found a cab to convey him to the village. Wilfrid was very calm. Only the gleam of his fine eyes showed his delight at holding her hands again. They walked to the side of the hill remote from the road. Wilfrid looked about him, and remarked that the place was interesting. He seemed in no hurry to speak of what had brought him here. They walked hand in hand like children. Emily, and then his name in return, with interchange of looks. Was it not enough for some minutes? "There is a fallen trunk," Wilfrid said, pointing to a remoter spot. "Shall we sit there?" "How well it has been managed!" he exclaimed when they had seated themselves. "You remember the fairy tales in which the old woman bids someone go to a certain place and do such and such a thing, and something is sure to happen, and it befell just as the old woman had said." "And I am the old woman? They call her a witch in the stories." "A witch, yes, but so young and beautiful. What delight it was to find your letter, dearest! What careful directions! I laughed at your dreadful anxiety to make it quite clear. Won't you take the glove off? How your hand trembles! No, I will unbutton it myself." He kissed the fingers lightly, and then held them pressed. "But why have you come all this distance, Wilfrid?" "Would it not be enough if I said I had come to see you? What distance would be too far for that?" "But you were to have left England to day. So I was, but I shall not go till you go with me, Emily." She looked at him with anxious eyes. "Well, I will tell you all there is to tell. In the first place, my father and my aunt think that the plan of your returning to teach the little girls is not a very good one." He spoke with perfect cheerfulness, but firmly, as was his wont. Emily's eyes fell. "I have felt it myself," she said. "And so have I, so that we are happily all agreed. We talked it all over after you had gone on Friday, and since then I have taken time to make up my mind. I can see that you would be uncomfortable in the house under such conditions. At the same time, it is certainly out of the question that you should go elsewhere. And so, come to London and let us be married as soon as the arrangements can be made." "I don't quite understand, Wilfrid. Do you mean that your father approves this?" "They all went off to day. He knows, no doubt, what my intention is. In a matter like this I must judge for myself." She was silent, then asked with apprehension, "Has it caused a trouble?" "Of the kind which passes as soon as it has been well talked about," he answered with a smile, "nothing more serious." She could not meet his look. "And you wish not to return to Oxford?" "I have done with that. I see now that to go back and play the schoolboy would have been impossible. All that is over, and a new life beginning." "You will be in readiness to come up as soon as I scud for you?" She looked in his face now with pleading. "It is too hasty, Wilfrid. It was better, far better, that we should wait till next year. Can it be your father's wish that your marriage should take place in his absence? You know that I have no foolish desires. The more simply everything is done the better it will please me. But I would have it done with your father's good will. I foresaw his objections only too well. They are natural. It could not be otherwise. But I hope that time would help. Let us wait." She closed both hands on his, and gazed at him steadily. "I think you must be guided by me, Emily," he replied, with his calm self-assertiveness. "There is no reason why we should wait. My father is a man who very sensibly accepts the accomplished fact. His own marriage, I may tell you, was an affair of decision in the face of superficial objections, and he will only think the better of me for following his example. You say, and I am sure, that you care nothing for the show of a wedding. If you did, I should not be here at this moment. It is only for that we need postpone the marriage. I will take rooms till I can find a house, and have it made ready for us." Emily kept silence. She had released his hand. There were signs on her face of severe inward conflict. "Will you let me go and see your parents?" he asked. "Shall our marriage take place here? To me it is the same. I would only be ruled by your choice. May I go home with you now?" "I would say yes if I could make up my mind to a marriage at once," she answered. "Dear, let me persuade you." "The sound of your words persuades too strongly against their sense, Emily," he said tenderly. "I will not put off our marriage a day longer than forms make necessary." "Wilfrid, let me say what—" "I have scraps of superstition in my nature," he broke in with a half laugh. "Fate does not often deal so kindly as in giving you to me. I dare not seem even to hesitate before the gift. It is a test of the worth that is in us. We meet by chance, and we recognize each other. Here is the end for which we might have sought a lifetime. We are not worthy of it if we hold back from paltry considerations. I dare not leave you, Emily. Everything points to one result, the rejection of the scheme for your return. My father's free surrender of the decision to myself, the irresistible impulse which has brought me here to you." Did I tell you that I rose in the middle of the night and went to Charing Cross to telegraph? It would have done just as well the first thing in the morning, but I could not rest till the message was sent. I will have no appearances come between us. There shall be no pause till you bear my name and have entered my home. After that, let life do with us what it will." Emily drank in the vehement flow of words with delight and fear. It was this virile eagerness, this force of personality, which had before charmed her thought into passiveness, and made her senses its subject. But a stronger motive of resistance actuated her now. In her humility she could not deem the instant gain of herself to be an equivalent to him for what he would certainly, and what he might perchance, lose. She feared that he had disguised his father's real displeasure, and she could not reconcile herself to the abrupt overthrow of all the purposes Wilfrid had entertained before he knew her. She strove with all the energy of her own strong character to withstand him for his good. "Wilfrid, let it at least be postponed till your father's return. If his mind is what you say, he will by then have fully accepted your views. I respect your father. I owe him consideration. He is prejudiced against me now, and I will gain his good will. Just because we are perfectly independent, let us have regard for others. Better, 1,000 times better, that he should be reconciled to our marriage before it takes place, than perforce afterwards. Is it for my constancy, or your own, that you fear?" "I do not doubt your love, and my own is unalterable. I fear circumstances, but what has fear to do with it? I wish to make you my own. The empire of my passion is all subduing. I will not wait. If you refuse me, I have been mistaken. You do not love me." "Those are only words," she answered, a proud smile lighting the trouble of her countenance. "You have said that you do not doubt my love, and in your heart you cannot. Answer me one question, Wilfrid. Have you made little of your father's opposition in order to spare me pain? Is it more serious than you are willing to tell me?" The temptation was strong to reply with an affirmative. If she believed his father to be utterly irreconcilable, there could be no excuse for lingering. Yet his nobler self prevailed. To her no word of falseness. "I have told you the truth. His opposition is temporary. When you are my wife, he will be to you as to any wife I could have chosen. I am convinced of it." "Then more than ever I entreat you to wait, only till his return to England. If you fail then, I will resist no longer. Show him this much respect, dearest. Join him abroad now. Let him see that you desire his kindness. Is he not disappointed that you mean to break off your career at Oxford? Why should you do that? You promised me. Did you not promise me, Wilfrid, that you would go on to the end?" "I cannot. I have no longer the calmness, no longer the old ambitions. How trivial they were! And yet there will come a day when you will regret that you left your course unfinished, just because you fell in love with a foolish girl." "Do not speak like that, Emily. I hate that way of regarding love. My passion for you is henceforth my life. If it is trifling, so is my whole being, my whole existence. There is no sacrifice possible for me that I should ever regret. Our love is what we choose to make it. Regard it as a foolish pastime, and we are no better than the vulgar crowd. We know how they speak of it. What detestable thoughts your words brought to my mind! Have you not heard men and women, those who have outlived such glimpses of high things as nature ever sent them, making a jest of love in young lives, treating it, from the height of their wisdom forsooth, as a silly dream of boys and girls. If we ever live to speak or think like that, it will indeed be time to have done with the world. Even as I love you now, my heart's darling, I shall love you when years of intimacy are like some happy journey behind us, and on into the very portal of death. Regret! How paltry all will seem that was not of the essence of our love. And who knows how short our time may be? When the end comes, will it be easy to bear the thought that we lost one day, one moment of union, out of respect for idle prejudices which vanish as soon as they find themselves ineffectual? Will not the longest life be all too short for us? Forgive me the words, dear. Love is no less sacred to me. Her senses were playing the traitor, or, which you will, were seconding love's triumph. I shall come home with you now, he said. You will let me? Why was he not content to win her promise? This proposal, by reminding her most strongly of the inevitable difficulties her marriage would entail, forced her again into resistance. Not now, Wilfrid. I have not said a word of this. I must prepare them for it. You have not spoken of me? I would not do so till everything was more certain. Certain! He cried impatiently. Why do you torture me so, Emily? What uncertainty is there? Everything is uncertain, if you like to make it so. Is there something in your mind that I do not understand? You must remember, Wilfrid, that this is a strange new thing in my life. It has come to me so suddenly that even yet I cannot make it part of my familiar self. It has been impossible to speak of it to others. Do you think I take it as a matter of course? Is your love less a magic gift to me? I wake in a terror lest I have only dreamed of it. But then the very truth comes back, and shall I make myself miserable with imagining uncertainties when there need be none? Emily hesitated before speaking again. I have told you very little about my home, she said. You know that we are very poor. She could not say it as simply as she wished. She was angry with herself to recognize how nearly her feeling was one of shame. What a long habit of reason it needed to expel the unintelligent prejudice which the world bestows at birth. I could almost say I am glad of it, Wilfrid replied. We shall have it in our power, you and I, to help so much. There are many reasons, she continued, too much occupied with her thoughts to dwell on what he said, why I should have time to prepare my father and mother. You will let me write the things which it is not very easy to say. Say what you will, and keep silence on what you will, Emily. I cannot give so much consequence to these external things. You and I are living souls, and as such we judge each other. Shall I fret about the circumstances in which chance has cased your life? As reasonable if I withdrew my love from you because one day the colour of your glove did not please me. Time you need. You shall have it. A week? 10 days? Then I will come myself and fetch you, or you shall come to London alone as you please. Let it be till your father returns. But he will be 2 months away. You will join him in Switzerland. Your health requires it. My health! Oh, how tired I am of that word! Spare it me, you at least, Emily. I am well in body and mind. Your love would have raised me if I had lain at the point of death. I cannot leave England alone. I have made up my mind that you shall go with me. Have I then no power to persuade you? You will not indeed refuse? He looked at her almost in despair. He had not anticipated more than the natural hesitancy which he would at once overcome by force of passion. There was something terrible to him in the disclosure of a quiet force of will equal to his own. Frustration of desire joined with irritated instincts of ascendancy to agitate him almost beyond endurance. Emily gazed at him with pleading as passionate as his own need. "Do you trust me?" he asked suddenly, overcome with an intolerable suspicion. At the same moment he dropped her hand, and his gaze grew cold. "Distrust you?" She could not think that she understood him. "Do you fear to come to London with me?" "Wilfrid!" Her bosom heaved with passionate resentment of his thought. "Is that how you understand my motives?" she asked, with tremulous, subdued earnestness, fixing upon him a gaze which he could not meet. "Yes," he answered, below his breath. "In a moment when love of you has made me mad." He turned away, leaning with one hand upon the trunk. In the silence which followed, he appeared to be examining the shapeless ruins, which from this point of view stood out boldly against the sky. "When was this castle destroyed?" he asked presently, in a steady voice. He received no answer, and turned his eyes to her again. Emily's face was drawn into a hard intensity. He laid his hand once more upon hers, and spoke with self-control. "You do not know the strength of a man's love. In that moment it touched the borders of hate. I know that your mind is incapable of such a suspicion. Try to think what it meant to be possessed for an instant by such frenzy." "You felt able to hate me?" she said, with a shake in her voice which might have become either a laugh or a sob. "Then there are things in love that I shall never know." "Because your soul is pure as that of the angels they dream of. I could not love you so terribly if you were not that perfection of womanhood to which all being is drawn. Send me to do your bidding, I will have no will but yours." How the light of rapture flashed athwart her face! It was hard for her to find words that would not seem too positive, too insubmissive. "Only till you have lived with your father in the thought of this thing," she murmured, "and until I have taught myself to bear my happiness. Are we not one already, dear? Why should you needlessly make your life poorer by the loss, if only for a time, of all the old kindnesses? I think I know that in a few days your mind will be the same as my own. Do you remember how long it is since we first spoke to each other?" "Not so many days as make a week," he answered, smiling. "Is not that hard to believe? And hard to realize that the new world is still within the old? Sweet, still eyes, give to me Zein of your wisdom. But you have a terrible way of teaching calmness. You will go straight to the Continent, Wilfrid?" "Only with one promise." "And that?" "You will bow to my judgment when I return. My fate shall be in your hands." They talked still, while the shadows of the ruins moved ever towards them. All the afternoon no footsteps had come nearer. It was the sight of two strangers which at length bade Emily think of the time. It was after 6 o'clock. "Wilfrid, I must go. My absence will seem so strange. What fables I shall have to invent on the way home. Do you know of any train that you can leave by?" "No, it matters very little. I suppose there is a mail some time to night? I will go back to Dunfield and take my chance." "How tired you will be! 2 such journeys in one day." "And a draught of the water of life between them. But even now there is something more I ask for." "Something more?" "One touch of the lips that speak so nobly." It was only then that her eyes gleamed for a moment through moisture, but she strengthened herself to face the parting, in spite of a heaviness at the heart like that which she had felt on leaving the Firs. She meant at first to go no further than the stile into the lane, and there Wilfrid held out his hand. She used it to aid herself in stepping over. "I must go as far as Pendal station," she said. "Then you can look at the timetable and tell me what train you will take." They walked the length of the lane almost in silence, glancing at each other once or twice. At the village station, Wilfrid discovered that a good train left Dunfield shortly after 9 o'clock. From Pendal to Dunfield there would be a train in a quarter of an hour. They stood together under the station shed. No other passenger was waiting, and the official had not yet arrived to open the booking office. "When shall I hear from you?" Emily asked, putting off from instant to instant the good-bye which grew ever harder to say. "In less than a week. I shall leave London early tomorrow morning." "But it will give you no time for rest." "I am not able to rest. Go as often as you can to the castle, that I may think of you as sitting there." "I will go very often." She could not trust herself to utter more than a few words. As she spoke, the station master appeared. They moved away to the head of the stairs by which Emily had to leave. "I shall see your train to night as it passes Pendal," she said. Then there was the clasp of hands, and good-bye. To Emily the way was dark before her as she hurried onward. Mrs. Hood had subsided into the calm of bitter resignation. Emily found her in the kitchen, engaged in polishing certain metal articles, an occupation to which she always had recourse when the legitimate work of the day was pretty well over. Years ago Mrs. Hood had not lacked interest in certain kinds of reading, but the miseries of her life had killed all that. The need of mechanical exertion was constantly upon her. An automatic conscience refused to allow her repose. When she heard Emily entering by the front door, a sickly smile fixed itself upon her lips, and with this she silently greeted the girl. "It is too bad of me, mother," Emily said, trying to assume playfulness, which contrasted strangely with an almost haggard weariness on her face. "You will give me up as hopeless. I will promise, like the children, that it shall never happen again." "It is your holiday, my dear," was the reply, as Mrs. Hood went to stir the fire. "You must amuse yourself in your own way. Of course you have had tea? I really want nothing till supper time." "It was not worth while to make tea for one," said her mother, with a sigh. "And you have had none? Then I will make it this minute. When will father be home?" "It is quite uncertain. He gets more and more irregular." "Why should he be kept so beyond the proper time? It is really too bad." "My dear, your father is never satisfied with doing his own work. He is always taking somebody else's as well. Of course they find that out and they put upon him. I've talked and talked, but it's no use. I suppose it'll go on in the same way to the end." Half an hour later Mr. Hood reached home, as usual, worn out. The last half mile of the walk from Dunfield was always a struggle with exhaustion. He had to sit several minutes before he was able to go upstairs to refresh himself with cold water. "I met Mrs. Cartwright," he said, when an unexpected cup of tea from Emily's hands had put him into good spirits. "Jessie got home on Saturday, and wants you to go and see her, Emily. I half promised you would call to morrow morning." "Yes, I will," said Emily. "I don't think it's altogether right," remarked Mrs. Hood, "that Emily should have to work in her holidays. And I'm sure it's all no use. Jessie Cartwright will never do any good if she has lessons from now to doomsday." "Well, it's very necessary she should," replied Mr. Hood. However they live as they do passes my comprehension. There was Mrs. Cartwright taking home fruit and flowers which cost a pretty penny, I'll be bound. And her talk! I thought I should never get away. There's one thing, she never has any but good-natured gossip. I never leave her without feeling that she is one of the best-hearted women I know." "I can't say that her daughters take after her," Mrs. Hood remarked, soothed as always by comment upon her acquaintances. "Amy was here the other afternoon, and all the time she never ceased making fun of those poor Wilkinses. It really was all I could do to keep from telling her she ought to be ashamed of herself. Mary Wilkins, at all events, makes no pretences. She may be plain, but she's a good girl, and stays at home to do what's required of her. As for the Cartwright girls, well, we shall see what happens some day. It can't go on, that's quite certain. I don't think there's any real harm in them. They are thoughtless, but then they are very young. They oughtn't to have so much of their own way. What's your opinion of Jessie, Emily? Do you think she'll ever be fit to teach?" "She might, if she could live apart from her mother and sisters for a time. I think she'll have to come here for her lessons. It's out of the question to do anything at that house." It was Mr. Hood's habit to spend his evenings in a little room at the top of the house, which he called his laboratory. It was furnished with a deal table, a couple of chairs, and some shelves. On the table was his apparatus for the study of electricity, mostly the product of his own ingenuity, also a number of retorts, crucibles, test tubes, and the like, wherewith he experimented chemically. The shelves exhibited bottles and jars and the dozen or so volumes which made his scientific library. These tastes he had kept up from boyhood. There was something pathetic in the persistency with which he clung to the pretence of serious study, though the physical fatigue which possessed him during his few hours of freedom would in any case have condemned him to mere trifling. Often he came upstairs, lit his lamp, and sat for a couple of hours doing nothing more than play with his instruments, much as a child might. At other times a sudden revival of zeal would declare itself, and he would read and experiment till late in the night, always in fear of the inevitable lecture on his reckless waste of lamp oil. In the winter time the temperature of this garret was arctic, and fireplace there was none. Still he could not intermit his custom of spending at least an hour in what he called scientific study, with the result that he went to bed numbed and shivering. It was but another illustration of possibilities rendered futile by circumstances. It was more than likely that the man might, with fair treatment, have really done something in one or other branch of physics. To Emily, who strove to interest herself in his subjects out of mere love and compassion, he appeared to have gained not a little knowledge of facts and theories. She liked to encourage herself in the faith that his attainments were solid as far as they went, and that they might have been the foundation of good independent work. It helped her to respect her father. "Will you come up to-night, Emily?" he asked, with the diffidence which he always put into this request. She assented with apparent cheerfulness, and they climbed the stairs together. The last portion of them was uncarpeted, and their footsteps sounded with hollow echoes under the roof. It was all but dark by this time. Mr. Hood found matches on the table and lit the lamp, which illuminated the bare whitewashed walls and sloping ceiling with a dreary dimness. There was no carpet on the floor, which creaked as they moved here and there. When her father was on the point of drawing down the blind, Emily interposed. "Do you mind leaving it up, father?" "Of course I will," he assented with a smile. "But why?" The last daylight in the sky is pleasant to look at. On the landing below stood an old 8-day clock. So much service had it seen that its voice was grown faint, and the strokes of each hour that it gave forth were wheezed with intervals of several seconds. It was now striking 9, and the succession of long-drawn ghostly notes seemed interminable. The last daylight, how often our lightest words are omens, faded out of the sky. Emily kept her eyes upon the windows none the less. She tried to understand what her father was saying sufficiently to put in a word now and then, but her sense of hearing was strained to its utmost for other sounds. There was no traffic in the road below, and the house itself was hushed. The ticking of the old clock, performed with such painful effort that it ever seemed on the point of failing, was the only sign of life outside the garret. At length Emily's ear caught a remote rushing sound. Her father's low voice did not overcome it. "These compounds of nitrogen and oxygen," he was saying, "are very interesting. Nitrous oxide, you know, is what they call laughing gas. You heat solid nitrate of ammonia, and that makes protoxide of nitrogen and water." The words conveyed no sense to her, though she heard them. The rushing sound had become a dull, continuous thunder. Her eyes strained into the darkness. Of a sudden the horizon flamed. A train was passing a quarter of a mile away, and the furnace door of the engine had just been opened to feed the fire, whose strength sped the carriages to far-off London. A streaming cloud of smoke reflected the glare. It was as though some flying dragon vomited crimson fumes. Involuntarily the girl half rose from her seat and pointed. "What is it?" asked her father, looking round. "Ah, pretty sight, that fire on the smoke. Well, this protoxide of nitrogen, you see." End of section 9, chapter 6. Recording by Shi Ping.
Section 10 of A Life's Morning. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This is a recording by Maria. A Life's Morning by George Gissing. Section 10, Chapter 7, Part 1. On the Levels. Not the least of many mysteries in the natural history of the Cartwrights was how they all managed to bestow themselves in the house which they occupied. To be sure, the family, omitting Mr. Cartwright, seldom at home, were all of one sex, which perhaps made the difficulty less insuperable. But the fact remained that Mrs. Cartwright and her 5 grown-up daughters, together with a maidservant, lived, moved, and had their being in an abode consisting of 6 rooms, a cellar, and a lumber closet. A few years ago they had occupied a much more roomy dwelling on the edge of the aristocratic region of Dunfield. Though not strictly in St. Luke's, the Belgravia of the town, they of course spoke of it as if it were. A crisis in the fortunes of the family had necessitated a reduction of their establishment. The district in which they now dwelt was humbler, but then it could always be described as near North Parade, you know, North Parade being an equivalent of Mayfair. The uppermost windows commanded a view of the extensive cattle market, of a long railway viaduct, and of hilly fields beyond. The 5 Misses Cartwright did not greatly relish the change. They were disposed even to resist, to hold their ground on the verge of St. Luke's, to tell their father that he must do his duty and still maintain them in that station of life for which they were clearly designed by Providence. But Mr. Cartwright, after many cries of wolf, found himself veritably at close quarters with the animal, and female argument had yet to yield to the logic of fact. Be thankful, exclaimed the hard-driven paterfamilias, when his long patience came to an end, that we haven't all had to go to the Union. It'll come to that yet, mark my word. And indeed, few people in Dunfield would have expressed surprise at the actual incidence of this calamity. Mr. Cartwright was ostensibly a commercial traveler, but obviously he must have joined with this main pursuit many odds and ends of money-making activity, seeing that the family kept out of debt, and still indulged themselves in extravagances which many substantial households would have declared themselves unable to afford. If the town were visited by an opera company, or by some dramatic star going the round of provinces, the Cartwrights were sure to have prominent seats, and to exhibit themselves in becoming costume. If a bazaar were held, their ready money was always forthcoming. At flower shows, galas, croquet parties, they challenged comparison with all who were not confessedly of the Dunfield elite. They regularly adorned their pew in the parish church, were liberal at offertories, exerted themselves not without expense in the Sunday school feast, and the like. How, cried all Dunfield, how in the name of wonder was it done? We are not concerned to probe the mystery. Suffice it that the situation be exhibited as it appeared to the eyes of the world. When the aforementioned crisis declared itself, though everyone enjoyed the opportunity of exclaiming, "I told you so," there were few who did not feel really sorry for the Cartwrights. So little of envy mingled with the incessant gossip of which the family were the subject. Mrs. Cartwright was held in more or less affection by everyone who knew her. She was a woman of 50, of substantial frame, florid, and somewhat masculine in manner. A thorough Yorkshire woman, her tone and demeanor were marked by a frank good nature which often exaggerated itself into bluffness, and was never consistent with the delicacy of refined taste, but which unmistakably evinced a sound and benevolent disposition. When her sharp temper was stirred, and her daughters gave it abundant exercise, she expressed herself in a racy and vigorous vernacular which there was no opposing. Never coarse, never in the large sense unwomanly, she made her predominance felt with an emphasis which would fain have been rivalled by many of the mothers of Dunfield. Lavishly indulgent to her girls, yet she kept them thoroughly in hand, and won, if not their tenderness, at all events their affection and respect. The girls themselves were not outwardly charming. Jessie, the youngest but one, had perhaps a certain claim to prettiness, but like all her sisters, she was of coarse type. Their education had been of the most haphazard kind. Their breeding was not a little defective, but a certain tact, common to the family, enabled them to make the very most of themselves, so that they more than passed muster among the middle-class young ladies of the town. As long as they sojourned on the borders of St. Luke's, nothing was farther from the thoughts of any one of them than the idea that they might have to exert themselves to earn their own living. It was only of late that certain emphatic representations on the part of their father had led Mrs. Cartwright to consider which of the girls was good for anything. Amy, the eldest, had rather a weak constitution. It was plain that neither in body nor in mind could she be called upon to exert herself. Eleanor, who came next, had musical faculties. After terrific family debates, it was decided that she must give lessons on the piano, and a first pupil was speedily found. Barbara was good for nothing whatever, save to spend money on her personal adornment. Considering that she was the plainest of the family, her sisters having repeatedly decided the point, her existence appeared on the whole singularly superfluous. Then came Jessie. Of Jessie her father had repeatedly said that she was the only girl of his who had brains. Those brains, if existent, must now be turned to account. But Jessie had long since torn up her school books into curl papers, and as learning accumulated outside her head, it vanished from the interior. When she declared that arithmetic was all but a mystery to her, and that she had forgotten what French she ever knew, there was an unprecedented outbreak of parental wrath, This was the result of all that had been spent on her education. She must get it back as best she could, for as sure as fate, she should be packed off as a governess. Look at Emily Hood. Why, that girl was keeping herself, and most likely paying her mother's butcher bill in the bargain, and her advantages had been far fewer than Jessie's. After storms beyond description, Jessie did what her mother called "buckle to," but progress was slight. "You must get Emily Hood to help you when she comes home for her holidays," was Mrs. Cartwright's hopeful suggestion one night that the girl had fairly broken down and given way to sobs and tears. Emily was written to, and promised aid. The remaining daughter, Geraldine, was held to be too young as yet for responsible undertakings. She was only 17, and besides there was something rather hopeful going on between her and young Baldwin, the solicitor, who had just begun practice in Dunfield. So that, on the whole, Geraldine's lot looked the most promising of all. In previous years the family had never failed to betake themselves for 3 weeks or so to Scarborough, or Whitby, or Bridlington. This year they had for the first time contented themselves with humbler recreation. Mrs. Cartwright and 4 of the girls managed a week at Ilkley. Jessie was fortunate enough to be invited to stay for a fortnight with friends at the seaside. She was the latest to return. Emily being now at home, there was no longer an excuse for postponing study. Books were procured, and Jessie, by way of preparation, endeavored to fathom the abysses of her ignorance. We have heard Emily's opinion as to the possibility of studious application in the house of the Cartwrights. Her own visits thither were made as few as possible. She declared that she never came away without a headache. In spite of restricted space, the Cartwrights found it impossible to relinquish the habit of universal hospitality. As if discontented with the narrow proportions of her own family, Mrs. Cartwright was never thoroughly at ease unless she had 3 or 4 friends to occupy every available square foot of floor in her diminutive sitting room, and to squeeze around the table when meals were served. In vain did acquaintances hold apart from a sense of consideration, or time their visits when eating and drinking could scarcely be in question. They were given plainly to understand that their delicacy was an offence, and that, if they stayed away, it would be put down to their pride. It was almost impossible to hit an hour for calling at which the family would be alone. Generally, as soon as the front door opened, the ear of the visitor was assailed with laughter loud and long, with multitudinous vociferation, Mrs. Cartwright's rich voice high above all others. The room itself was a spectacle for men and gods. Not a member of the family had the most rudimentary instinct of order. No article, whether of ornament or use, had its recognized station. Needlework lay in heaps on table, chairs, and floor. You stretched out your legs too far and came in contact with a casual flower vase, put down to be out of the way. You desired to open the piano, and had to first remove a tray of wine glasses. To listen to the girls' conversation for 5 minutes was to understand their surroundings. They were hopelessly feather-brained. They chattered and gabbled with deafening persistency. If there was no good in their talk, there could scarcely be said to be any harm. They lived so completely on the surface of things that they impressed one as incapable even of a doubtful thought. One reason why Geraldine was the only one who had yet definitely attracted a male admirer might lie in the fact that there was no air of femininity about the girls, nothing whatever to touch the most susceptible imagination. A parcel of schoolboys would have been as provocative. And this notwithstanding that they talked incessantly of love-making, of flirtations, of the making and breaking of matches. It was the very freedom and shallowness of such gossip that made it wholly unexciting. Their mother's presence put no check on the talk. She indeed was very much like her daughters in choice of subject, and the young men who frequented the house joined in discussion of sexual entanglements with a disengaged air which, if it impugned their delicacy, at all events seemed to testify to practical innocence. Those young men! Dunfield was at the time not perhaps worse off in its supply of marriageable males than other small provincial towns, but, to judge from the extensive assortment which passed through the Cartwrights' house, the lot of Dunfield maidens might be held pathetic. They were not especially ignorant or vulgar, these budding townsmen, simply imbecile. One could not accuse them of positive faults, for they had no positive qualities unless it were here and there a leaning to a physical fatuity. Their interests were concerned with the pettiest of local occurrences. Their favoritism and animosities were those of overgrown infants. They played practical jokes on each other in the open streets. They read the local newspapers to extract the feeblest of gossip. They had a game which they called polities, and which consisted in badging themselves with blue or yellow, according to the choice of their fathers before them. They affected now and then to haunt bar parlors and billiard rooms, and made good resolutions when they had smoked or drunk more than their stomachs would support. If any Dunfield schoolboy exhibited faculties of a kind uncommon in the town, he was dispatched to begin life on a more promising scene. Those who remained, who became the new generation of business men, of town councillors, of independent electors, were such as could not by any possibility have made a living elsewhere. Those elders who knew Dunfield best could not point to a single youth of fair endowments who looked forward to remaining in his native place. The tone of Dunfield society was not high. No wonder that Emily Hood had her doubts as to the result of study taken up by one of the Cartwrights. Still, she held it a duty to give what help she could, knowing how necessary it was that Jessie should, if possible, qualify herself to earn a living. The first thing after breakfast on Tuesday morning she set forth to visit her friends. It was not quite 10 o'clock when she reached the house, and she looked forward with some assurance of hope to finding the family alone. Jessie herself opened the door, and Emily, passing at once into the sitting room, discovered that not only had a visitor arrived before her, but this the very person she would most have desired to avoid. Mr. Richard Dagworthy was seated in conversation with Mrs. Cartwright and her daughters, or rather he had been conversing till Emily's arrival caused a momentary silence. He had called thus early, on his way to the mill, to inquire for Mr. Cartwright's present address, having occasion to communicate with him on business matters. The room was so small that Emily had a difficulty in reaching Mrs. Cartwright to shake hands with her, owing to Dagworthy's almost blocking the only available way round the table. He stood up and drew back, waiting his turn for greeting. When it came, he assumed the manner of an old friend. A chair was found for Emily, and conversation, or what passed for such, speedily regathered volume. The breakfast things were still on the table, and Miss Geraldine, who was always reluctant to rise of a morning, was engaged upon her meal. "You see what it's come to, Mr. Dagworthy," exclaimed the mother of the family, with her usual lack of reticence. "Jessie can't or won't learn by herself, so she has to bother Emily to come and teach her. It's too bad, I call it, just in her holiday time. She looks as if she wanted to run about and get color in her cheeks, don't you think so?" "Well, mother," cried Jessie, "you needn't speak as if Emily was a child in short clothes." The other girls laughed. "I dare say Emily wishes she was," pursued Mrs. Cartwright. "When you're little ones, you're all for being grown up, and when you're grown up, then you see how much better off you were before, that is, if you've got common sense. I wish my girls had half as much all put together as Emily has." "I'm sure I don't wish I was a child," remarked Geraldine, as she bit her bread and butter. "Of course you don't, Geraldine," replied Dagworthy, who was on terms of much familiarity with all the girls. "If you were, your mother wouldn't let you come down late to breakfast, would she?" "I never remember being in time for breakfast since I was born," cried the girl. "I dare say your memory doesn't go far enough back," rejoined Dagworthy, with a smile of one who trifled from a position of superior age and experience. Mrs. Cartwright laughed with a little embarrassment. Amy, the eldest girl, was quick with an inquiry whether Emily had been as yet to the agricultural show, the resort at present of all pleasure-seeking Dunfieldians. Emily replied that she had not. and to this subject the talk strayed. Mr. Dagworthy had dogs on exhibition at the show. Barbara wanted to know how much he would take for a certain animal which had captivated her. If she had some idea that this might lead to an offer of the dog as a present, she was doomed to disappointment, for Dagworthy named his price in the most matter-of-fact way. But nothing had excited so much interest in these ladies as the prize pigs. They were in raptures at the incredible degree of fatness attained. They delighted to recall that some of the pigs were fattened to such a point that rollers had to be placed under their throats to keep their heads up and prevent them from being choked by the pressure of their own superabundant flesh. In all this conversation Dagworthy took his part, but not quite with the same freedom as before Emily's arrival. His eyes turned incessantly in her direction, and once or twice he only just saved himself from the absent-mindedness when a remark was addressed to him. It was with obvious reluctance that he at length rose to leave. "When are you all coming to see me?" he asked, as he stood smoothing his felt hat with the back of his hand. "I suppose I shall have to give a croquet party, and have some of the young fellows. Then you'll come fast enough. Old men like myself you care nothing about." "I should think not, indeed," replied Barbara the plain. "Why, your hair's going grey. If you didn't shave, you'd have had grey whiskers long ago." "When I invite the others," he returned, laughing, "you may consider yourself accepted." Amid delicate banter of this kind he took his departure. Of course he was instantly the subject of clamorous chatter. "Will he really give a croquet party?" demanded one eagerly. "Not he," was the reply from another. "It would cost him too much in tea and cakes." "Nonsense," put in Mrs. Cartwright. "He doesn't care for society, that's what it is. I believe he's a good deal happier living there by himself than he was when his wife was alive." "That isn't very wonderful," exclaimed Amy. A proud, stuck-up thing she was. Served him right if she made him uncomfortable. He only married her because her people were grand. "I don't believe they ever go near him now," said the mother. "What did they quarrel about, mother?" asked Jessie. "I believe he used his wife badly. That's the truth of it." "How do you know what the truth of it is?" returned her mother contemptuously. "I know very well he did nothing of the kind. Whatever his faults are, he's not that sort of man." "Well, you must confess, mother, he's downright mean. And you've often said Mrs. Dagworthy spent more money than pleased him. I know very well I shouldn't like to be his wife." "You wait till he asks you, Jessie," cried Barbara with sisterly reproof. "I don't suppose he's very likely to ask any of you," said Mrs. Cartwright with a laugh which was not very hearty. "Now, Geraldine, when are you going to have done your breakfast? Here's 10 o'clock, and you seem as if you'd never stop eating. I won't have this irregularity. Now tomorrow morning I'll have the table cleared at 9 o'clock, and if you're not down, you'll go without breakfast altogether. Mind what I say." The threat was such an old one that Geraldine honored it with not the least attention, but helped herself abundantly to marmalade, which she impasted solidly on buttered toast, and consumed with much relish. "Now you've got Emily here," pursued Mrs. Cartwright, turning her attack upon Jessie. "What are you going to do with her? Are you going to have your lessons in this room?" "I don't know. What do you say, Emily?" Emily was clearly of opinion that lessons under such conditions were likely to be of small profit. "If it were not so far," she said, "I should propose that you came to me every other day. I should think that will be often enough." "Why, it's just as far for you to come here," exclaimed Mrs. Cartwright. "If you're good enough to teach her, great lazy thing that she is, the least she can do is save you all the trouble she can." "I've got an idea," observed Jessie. "Why shouldn't we have the lessons in the garden?" "That's just as bad. Emily'll have the same distance to walk. Don't hear of it. Emily, you make her come to the Banbrigg." "I don't in the least mind the walk," Emily said. "Perhaps we might take it in turns, one lesson in the garden, and the next at Banbrigg." After 10 minutes' vociferous discussion, during which Emily held her peace, this plan was eventually agreed upon. Jessie ran upstairs to prepare herself to go forth. "Now don't you let her waste your time, Emily," said Mrs. Cartwright in the girl's absence. If you see she's doing no good, just give it up. I don't half like the thought of making you drudge in this way in your holidays. I'm sure it's very kind of you to have offered to do it, and it's certain she'll mind you more than she would anyone else. She doesn't care a scrap for all I say to her, though she knows well enough it's as much as her father can do to keep things going at all. There never was such bad times in my recollection. How are things in London? Did you hear much complaint?" Emily found it hard to resist a smile at the thought of Mr. Athel or any of those belonging to him indulging in complaints of this nature. "And what sort of people are they you've got with this time?" the other went on to ask. "Do they treat you well?" "Very well indeed." It would have been difficult for a stranger, comparing Emily, her tone and bearing, with the members of the Cartwright family, to believe that she came of the same class and had lived through her girlhood under precisely similar conditions. So marked a difference could not but impress even the Cartwrights themselves. The girls did not behave with entire freedom in her presence, and influences to which they were anything but readily susceptible were apparent in the tone they adopted in addressing her. In spite of themselves, they bowed to a superiority but vaguely understood. Jessie, perhaps, exhibited less of this instinctive reverence than the others, although in point of fact her endowments were decidedly above those of her sisters. The reason being, no doubt, that acknowledged precedence in intellect had fostered in her the worst kind of self-confidence. The girl was intolerably conceited. Emily almost disliked her. She would have found it a more agreeable task to endeavor to teach any one of the more stupid sisters. It was in the certainty of a couple hours' moral suffering that she left the house with Jessie. End of Section 10, Chapter 7, Part 1. Recording by Maria. Section 11 of A Life's Mourning. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This is a recording by Maria. A Life's Mourning by George Gissing. Section 11, Chapter 7, Part 2. The garden, which was to be the scene of study, was 10 minutes' walk away from the house. To reach it, they had to pass along a road which traversed the cattle market, a vast area of pens filled on one day in each week with multitudes of oxen, sheep, and swine. Beyond the market, and in the shadow of the railway viaduct previously referred to, lay 3 or 4 acres of ground divided up by hedges into small gardens, leased by people who had an ambition to grow their own potatoes and cabbages, but had no plot attached to their houses. Jessie opened a rough wooden door, made fast by a padlock, and closing it again behind them, led the way along a narrow path between high hedges. A second wooden door was reached, which opened into the garden itself. This was laid out with an eye less to beauty than to usefulness. In the center was a patch of grass lying between 2 pear trees. The rest of the ground was planted with the various requisites of the kitchen, and in one corner was a well. In the tool house were kept several Windsor chairs. 2 of these were now brought forth and placed on the grass between the pear trees. But Jessie was not disposed to apply herself on the instant to the books which she had brought in the satchel. Her first occupation was to hunt for the ripest gooseberries and currants, and to try her teeth in several pears which she knocked down with the handle of a rake. When at length she seated herself, her tongue began to have its way. "How I do dislike that Mr. Dagworthy," she said, with transparent affectation. "I wonder what he came for this morning. He said he wanted father's address, but I know that was only an excuse. He hasn't been to see us for months. It was like his impudence to ever come at all, after the way he behaved when he married that stuck-up Miss Hanmer." "Will you tell me how many of these French exercises you have written?" Emily asked, as soon as a pause gave her the opportunity. "Oh, I don't know," was the answer. "About 10, I think. Do you know, I really believe he thinks himself good-looking, and he's plain as can be. Don't you think so, Emily?" I really have no opinion. It was strange he should come this morning. It was only yesterday I met him over there by the mill. Dagworthy's mill stood at one end of the cattle market, and you can't think the impudent way he talked. And oh, how did he know that you were going to give me lessons? I can't say. Well, he did know, somehow. I was astonished. Perhaps your father told him. That is not very likely. Well, he knew. I wonder who he'll marry next. You may depend upon it he did treat his wife badly. Everybody said so. If he were to propose to me, I should answer like that woman did to Henry VIII, you know. She tittered. I can't fancy marrying a man who's been married before. Could you? I said that to Mrs. Tichborne one day at Bridlington, and what do you think she answered? Oh, she said, they're the best husbands. Only a good-natured fool marries a second time. This was the kind of talk that Emily knew she would have to endure. It was unutterably repugnant to her. She had observed in successive holidays the growth of a spirit in Jessie Cartwright more distinctly offensive than anything which declared itself in her sister's gabble, however irritating that might be. The girl's mind seemed to have been sullied by some contact, and previous indications disposed Emily to think that this Mrs. Tichborne was very probably a source of evil. She was the wife of a hotel keeper, the more vulgar for certain affectations of refinement acquired during barmaidenhood in London, and her intimacy with the Cartwrights was now of long standing. It was Jessie whom she specially affected. With her, Jessie had just been spending a fortnight at the seaside. The evil caught from Mrs. Tichborne, or from someone of similar character, did not associate itself very naturally with the silly naivete which marked the girl. She had the air of assuming the objectionable tone as a mark of cleverness. Emily could not trust herself to utter the kind of comment which would naturally have risen to her lips. It would be practically useless, and her relations to Jessie were not such as could engender affectionate zeal in a serious attempt to overcome evil influences. Emily was not of the woman whose nature it is to pursue missionary enterprise. Instead of calling forth her energies, a situation like the present threw her back upon herself. She sought a retreat from disgust in the sheltered purity of her own heart. Outwardly she became cold. Her face expressed that severity which was one side of her character. "Don't you think it would be better if we made a beginning this morning?" she said, as soon as another pause in the flow of chatter gave her opportunity. "What a one you are for work!" Jessie protested. "You seem to take to it naturally, and yet I'm sure it isn't a natural thing. Just think of having to muddle over French grammar at my age! And I know very well it'll never come to anything. Can you imagine me teaching? I always hated school, and hate the thought of being a governess. It's different with you. You're right down clever, and you make people take an interest in you. But just think of me! Why, I should be thought no more of than a servant. I suppose I should have to make friends with the milkman and the butcher's boy. I don't see who else I should have to talk to. How's a girl to get married if she spends all her time in a nursery teaching children grammar? You don't seem to care whether you're ever married or not, but I do, and it's precious hard to have all my chances taken away." This was Jessie's incessant preoccupation. She could not talk for 5 minutes without returning to it. Herein she only exaggerated her sister's habits of mind. The girls had begun to talk of sweethearts and husbands before they were well out of the nursery. In earlier years Emily had only laughed at what she called such foolishness. She could not laugh now. Such ways of thinking and speaking were a profanation of all she held holiest. Words which she whispered in trembling to her heart were vulgarized and defiled by use upon these tinkling tongues. It was blasphemy against her religion. Once more she endeavored to fix the girl's thoughts on the work at hand, and by steady persistence conquered at length some semblance of attention. But an hour proved the utmost limit of Jessie's patience. Then her tongue got its way again, and the inevitable subjects were resumed. She talked of the gentleman whose acquaintance, in a greater or less degree, she had made at the seaside, described their maneuvers to obtain private interviews with her, repeated jokes of their invention, specified her favorites, all at headlong speed of disjointed narrative. Emily sat beneath the infliction, feeling that to go through this on alternate days for some weeks would be beyond her power. She would not rise and depart, for a gathering warmth within encouraged her to await a moment when speech would come to her aid. It did so at length. Her thought found words almost involuntarily. "Jessie, I'm afraid we shall not do much good if we always spend our mornings like this." "Oh, but I thought we'd done enough for today." "Perhaps so, but what I want to say is this. Will you, as a kindness to me, forget these subjects when we are together? I don't mind what else you talk about, but stories of this kind make me fidgety. I feel as if I should be obliged to get up and run away." "Do you really mean it? You don't like me talking about gentlemen? What a queer girl you are, Emily. Why, you're not settling down to be an old maid at your age, are you?" "We'll say so. Perhaps that explains it." "Well, that's queer. I can't see myself what else there is to talk about. Grammar's all very well when we're children, but it seems to me that what a grown-up girl has to do is look for a husband. How can you be satisfied with books?" The infinite contempt she put into the word "is more than I can make out. But you will do what I ask, as a kindness? I am in earnest. I shall be afraid of seeing you if you can't help talking of such things." Jessie laughed extravagantly. Such a state of mind was to her comical beyond expression. "You are a queer one. Of course I'll do as you wish. You shan't hear me mention a single gentleman's name, and I'll tell all the others to be careful whenever you come." Emily averted her face. It was reddened with annoyance at the thought of being discussed in this way by all the Cartwright household. "You can do that if you like," she said coldly, "though it's no part of my wish. I spoke of the hours when we're together for study." "Very well, I won't say anything," replied the girl, who was good-natured enough between all her vulgarities. "And now, what shall we do till dinner time?" "I must make the best of my way home." "Oh, nonsense! Why, you're going to have dinner with us. Of course, that was understood." Not by Emily, however. It cost a good deal of firmness, for the Cartwrights one and all would lay hands on you rather than lose a guest. But Emily made good her escape. Once well on her way to Banbrigg, she took in great breaths of free air, as if after a close and unwholesome atmosphere. She cried mentally for an ounce of civet. There was upon her, too, that uneasy sense of shame which is apt to possess a reticent nature when it has been compelled, or tempted, to some unwonted freedom of speech. Would it not have been better, she asked herself, to merely avoid the talk she found so hateful by resolutely advancing other topics? Perhaps not. It was just possible that her words might bear some kind of fruit. But she wished heartily that this task of hopeless teaching had never been proposed to her. It would trouble her waking every other day, and disturb with a profitless annoyance the ideal serenity for which she was striving. Yet it had one good result. Her mother's follies and weaknesses were very easy to bear in comparison, and when the midday meal was over, she enjoyed with more fullness the peace of her father's room upstairs, where she had arranged a table for her own work. Brilliant sunlight made the bare garret, with its outlook over the fields towards Pendal, a cheerful and homelike retreat. Here, whilst the clock below wheezed and panted after the relentless hours, Emily read hard at German, or, when her mind called for a rest, sheltered herself beneath the wing of some poet who voiced for her the mute hymns of her soul. But the most sacred hour was when her parents had gone to rest, and she sat in her bedroom, writing her secret thoughts for Wilfrid some day to read. She had resolved to keep for him a journal of her inner life from day to day. In this way she might hope to reveal herself more truthfully than spoken words would ever allow. She feared that never, not even in the confidence of their married life, would her tongue learn to overcome the fear of its own utterances. How little she had told him of herself, of her love! In Surrey she had been so timid. She had scarcely done more than allow him to guess her thoughts. And at their last meeting she had been compelled into opposition of his purpose, so that brief time had been left for free exchange of tenderness. But some day she would put this little book of manuscript into his hands, and the shadowy bars between him and her would vanish. She could only write in it late at night, when the still voice within spoke clearly amid the hush. The only sound from the outer world was that of a train now and then speeding by, and that carried her thoughts to Wilfrid, who had journeyed far from her into other countries. Emily loved silence, the nurse of the soul. The earliest and the latest hours were to her the most dear. It had never been to her either an impulse or a joy to realize the existence of the mass of mankind. She had shrunk, after the first excitement, from the thronged streets of London, passing from them with delight to the quiet country. Others might find their strength in the sense of universal human fellowship. She would fain live apart, kindly disposed to all, but understanding well that her first duty was to tend to the garden of her mind. That it was also her first joy was, by the principles of her religion, justification in pursuing it. In a few days she obliged her mother to concede her a share in the work of the house. She had nothing of the common feminine interest in such work for its own sake, but it was a pleasure to lessen her mother's toil. There was very little converse between them, for evidently they belonged to different worlds. When Mrs. Hood took her afternoon's repose, it was elsewhere than in the room where Emily sat, and Emily herself did not seek to alter this habit, knowing that she often, quite involuntarily, caused her mother irritation, and that to reduce their intercourse as far as could be without marked estrangement was the best way to make it endurable to both. But the evening hours she invariably devoted to her father. The shortness of the time that she was able to give him was a reason for losing no moment of this communion. She knew that the forecast of the evening's happiness sustained him throughout the long day, and even so slight a pleasure as that she bestowed in opening the door at his arrival, she would not willingly have suffered him to lose. It did not appear that Mrs. Hood reflected on this exclusive attachment in Emily. It certainly troubled her not at all. This order in the house was of long standing. It had grown to seem as natural as poverty and hopelessness. Emily and her father reasoned as little about their mutual affection. To both it was a priceless part of life, given to them by the same dark powers that destroy and deprive. It behooved them to enjoy it while permitted to do so. Had she known the recent causes of trouble which weighed upon her parents, Emily would scarcely have been able to still keep her secret from them. The anxiety upon her father's face and her mother's ceaseless complaining were too familiar to suggest anything unusual. She had come home with the resolve to maintain silence, if only because her marriage seemed remote and contingent upon many circumstances. And other reasons had manifested themselves to her even before Wilfrid's visit. At any time she would find a difficulty in speaking upon such a subject with her mother. Strange though it may sound, the intimacy between them was not near enough to encourage such a disclosure with all the explanations it would involve. Nor yet to her father would she willingly speak of what had happened until it became necessary to do so. Emily's sense of sanctity of relations such as those between Wilfrid and herself had, through so different a cause, very much the same effects as what we call false shame. The complex motives of virgin modesty had with her become a conscious sustaining power, a faith. Of all beautiful things that the mind could conceive, this mystery was the loveliest, and the least capable of being revealed to others, however near, without desecration. Perhaps she had been aided in the nurturing of this ideal by her loneliness. No friend had ever tempted her to confidences. Her gravest and purest thoughts had never been imparted to any. Thus she had escaped that blunting of fine perceptions which is the all but inevitable result of her endeavoring to express them. Not to speak of mere vulgarity such as Jessie Cartwright exhibited, Emily's instinct shrank from things which usage has, for most people, made matters of course. The public ceremony of marriage, for instance, she deemed a barbarism. As a sacrament, the holiest of all, its celebration should, she felt, be in the strictest privacy. As for its aspect as a legal contract, let that concession to human misery be made with the smallest, not the greatest violation of religious feeling. Thinking thus, it was natural that she should avail herself of every motive for delay. And in that very wretchedness of her home which her marriage would, she trusted, in a great measure alleviate, she found one of the strongest. The atmosphere of sordid suffering depressed her. It was only by an effort that she shook off the influences which assailed her sadder nature. At times her fears were wrought upon, and it almost exceeded her power to believe in the future Wilfrid had created for her. The change from the beautiful home in Surrey to the sad dreariness of Banbrigg had followed too suddenly upon the revelation of her blessedness. It indisposed her to make known what was so dreamlike. For the past became more dreadful viewed from the ground of hope. Emily came to contemplate it as some hideous beast, which, though she seemed to be escaping its reach, might even yet spring upon her. How had she borne that past so lightly? Her fear of all its misery was at moments excessive. Looking at her unhappy parents, she felt that their lot would crush her with pity did she not see the relief approaching. She saw it, yet too often trembled with the most baseless fears. She tried to assure herself that she had acted rightly in resisting Wilfrid's proposal of an immediate marriage, yet she often wished her conscience had not spoken against it. Wilfrid's own words, though merely prompted by his eagerness, ceaselessly came back to her, that it is ill to refuse a kindness offered by fate, so seldom kind. The words were true enough, and their truth answered to that melancholy which, when her will was in abeyance, coloured her views of life. But here at length was a letter from Wilfrid, a glad, encouraging letter. His father had concluded that he was staying behind in England to be married, and evidently would not have disturbed himself greatly, even if such had been the case. All was going well. Nothing of the past should be sacrificed, and the future was their own. End of section 11, chapter 7, part 2. Recording by Maria.
Section 12 of A Life's Mourning. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Susan Smith Nash, Tulsa, Oklahoma. A Life's Mourning by George Gissing. Section 12, Chapter 8. A Sterner Wooing. It was an unusual thing for the middle of August to find Richard Dagworthy still in Dunfield. Through all the other months of the year he stuck closely to the mill, but the best 3 weeks of August were his holiday. As a rule he went to Scotland, sometimes in company with a friend, more often alone. In the previous year he had taken a wider flight, and made his first visit to the Continent, but this was not likely to be repeated for some time. He always referred to it as more or less of a feat. The expense, to begin with, was greater than he could really reconcile himself to, and the indulgence of his curiosity, not inactive, hardly compensated for his lack of ease amid the unfamiliar conditions of foreign travel. Richard represented an intermediate stage of development between the hard-headed operative who conquers wealth and his descendant who shall know what use to make of it. Therein lay the significance of the man's life. Its pathos, moreover. Looking at him casually from the outside, one found small suggestion of the pathetic in his hard face and brusque manners. Nearer companionship revealed occasional glimpses of a mood out of harmony with the vulgar pursuits and solicitudes for which the most part seemed to absorb him. One caught a hint of loneliness in his existence. His reticences, often very marked in the flow of his unpolished talk, seemed to indicate some disappointment, and a dislike to dwell upon it. In point of fact, his life was rather lonely. His two sisters were married in other towns, and since the death of his wife he had held no communications with her relatives. The child was all he had of family, and though his paternal affections were strong, he was not the man to content his hours of leisure with gambols in a nursery. His dogs were doubtless a great resource, and in a measure made up to him for the lack of domestic interests. Yet there sometimes passed days during which he did not visit the kennels, always a sign to the servants to beware of his temper, which at such seasons was easily roused to fury. The reputation he had in Dunfield for brutality of behaviour dated from his prosecution for violent assault by a groom whom, in one of his fits of rage, he had all but pounded to a jelly. The incident occurred early in his married life, and was, no doubt, the origin of the very prevalent belief that he had ruled his wife by similar methods. Dunfield society was a little shy of him for some time after, until, indeed, by becoming a widower, he presented himself once more in an interesting light. Though he possibly brought about his wife's death by ill usage, that did not alter the fact that he had a carriage and pair to offer to the lady whom he might be disposed to make her successor. His marriage had been of a kind that occasioned general surprise, and, in certain circles, indignation. There had come to live in one of the smaller houses upon the heath a family consisting of a middle-aged lady and her two daughters. Their name was Hanmer, and their previous home had been in Hebsworth, the large manufacturing town which is sort of a metropolis to Dunfield and other smaller centres round about. Mr. Hanmer was recently dead. He had been a banker, but suffered grave losses in a period of commercial depression, and left his family poorly off. Various reasons led to his widow's quitting Hebsworth. Dunfield inquirers naturally got hold of stories more or less to the disgrace of the deceased Mr. Hanmer. The elder of the two daughters, Richard Dagworthy, married after an acquaintance of something less than 6 months. Dunfield threw up its hands in amazement. Such a proceeding on young Dagworthy's part was not only shabby to the families which had upon him the claim of old-standing expectancy, but was in itself inexplicable. Miss Hanmer might be good-looking, but Richard, always called young, to distinguish him from his father, had surely outgrown such very infantile reason of choice, when other attractions were, to the Dunfield mind, altogether wanting. The Hanmers were not only poor, but, more shameful still, positively stuck up in their poverty. They came originally from the south of England, forsooth, and spoke in an affected way, pronouncing their vowels absurdly. Well, the consoling reflection was that his wife would soon make him see that she despised him, for if ever there was a thorough Yorkshireman, it was Richard. Dunfield's comments on Mrs. Dagworthy seemed to find some justification in the turn things took. Richard distinctly began to neglect those of his old friends who smacked most of the soil. If they visited his house, his wife received them with an affected graciousness, which was so unmistakably stuck up that they were in no hurry to come again, and her behaviour, when she returned visits, was felt to be so offensive that worthy ladies already prejudiced had a difficulty in refraining from a kind of frankness which would have brought about a crisis. The town was perpetually busy with gossip concerning the uncomfortableness of things in the house on the Heath. Old Mr. Dagworthy, it was declared, had roundly bidden his son seek a domicile elsewhere, since joint occupancy of the home had become impossible. Whether such a change was in reality contemplated could never be determined. The old man's death removed the occasion. Mrs. Dagworthy survived him little more than half a year. So there, said Dunfield, was a mistake well done with, and it was disposed to let bygones be bygones. What was the truth of all this? That Dagworthy married hastily, and found his wife uncongenial, and that Mrs. Dagworthy passed the last 2 years of her life in mourning over a fatal mistake, was all that could be affirmed as fact, and probably the two persons most nearly concerned would have found it difficult to throw more light upon the situation. Outwardly, it was as commonplace a story as could be told. Even the accession of interest which would have come of Dagworthy's cruelty was due to the imagination of Dunfield gossips. Richard was miserable enough in his home, and frequently bad-tempered, but his wife had nothing worse from him than an angry word now and then. After the first few months of their marriage, the two lived, as far as possible, separate lives. Mrs. Dagworthy spent the days with her mother and sister, Richard at the mill, and the evenings were got through with as little friction as might be between two people neither of whom could speak half a dozen words without irritating or disgusting the other. The interesting feature of the case was the unexpectedness of Dagworthy's choice. It evinced so much more originality than one looked for in such a man. It was, indeed, the outcome of ambitions which were not at all clear to the possessor. Mrs. Hanmer had impressed him as no other woman had done, simply because she had graces and accomplishments of a kind hitherto unknown to him. Richard felt that for the first time in his life he was in familiar intercourse with a lady. Her refined modes of speech, her little personal delicacies, her unconscious revelation of knowledge which he deemed the result of deep study, even her pretty and harmless witticisms at the expense of Dunfield dignitaries, touched his slumbering imagination with singular force. Miss Hanmer, speedily observing her power, made the most of it. She was 26, and poverty rendered her position desperate. Dagworthy at first amused her as a specimen of the wealthy boor, but the evident delight he found in her society constrained her to admit that the boor possessed the elements of good taste. The courtship was of rapid progress, the interests at stake being simply defined on either side, and circumstances presenting no kind of obstacle. The lady accepted him without hesitation, and triumphed in her good fortune. Dagworthy conceived that his end was gained. In reality, it was the beginning of his disillusion. It speedily became clear to him that he did not really care for his wife, that he had been the victim of some self-deception, which was all the more exasperating because difficult to be explained. The danger of brutality on his part really lay in this first discovery of his mistake. The presence of his father in the house was a most fortunate circumstance. It necessitated self-control at a time when it was hardest to maintain. Later he was too much altered from the elementary creature he had been to stand in danger of grossly ill-using his wife. His marriage developed the man surprisingly. It made him self-conscious in a degree he could not formerly have conceived. He had fully believed that this woman was in love with him, and the belief had flattered him inexpressibly. To become aware that she regarded him with disgust, only kept under by fear, was to receive light on many things besides the personal relations between himself and her. If he had not in reality regarded her at any time with strong feeling, what had made him so bent on gaining her for his wife? To puzzle this over, the problem would not quit his mind, was to become dimly aware of what he had hoped for and what he had missed. It was not her affection. He felt that the absence of this was not the worst thing he had to bear. Gradually he came to understand that he had been deceived by artificialities which mocked the image of something for which he really longed, and that something was refinement, within and without, a life directed by other motives and desires than those he had known, a spirit aiming at things he did not understand, yet which he would gladly have had explained to him. There followed resentment of the deceit that had been practised on him. The woman had been merely caught by his money, and it followed that she was contemptible. Instead of a higher, he had wedded a lower than himself. She did not care even to exercise the slightest hypocrisy by which she might have kept his admiration. The cruellest feature of the wrong he had suffered was that, by the disclosure of her unworthiness, his wife was teaching him the real value of that which he had aimed at blindly and so deplorably failed to gain. Dagworthy had a period almost of despair. It was then that, in an access of fury, he committed the brutality which created so many myths about his domestic life. To be hauled into the police court, and to be well aware what Dunfield was saying about him, was not exactly an agreeable experience, but it had, like his marriage, an educational value. He knew that the thrashing administered to the groom had been a vicarious one, and this actively awakened sense of a possible inner meaning of things which was not without its influence upon him. It was remarked that he heard the imposition of his fine with a suppressed laugh. Dunfield, repeating the story with florid circumstance, of course viewed it as an illustration of his debauched state of mind. In reality, the laugh came of a perception of the solemn absurdity of the proceedings, and Richard was by so much the nearer to understanding himself and the world. His wife's death came as an unhoped for relief. He felt like a man beginning the world anew. He had no leaning to melancholy, and a prolongation of his domestic troubles would not have made him less hearty in his outward bearing, but the progress of time had developed elements in his nature which were scarcely compatible with the continuance of the life he had been leading. He had begun to put to himself ominous questions, such, for instance, as what necessity was he under to maintain the appearance of a cheerful domesticity? If things got just a trifle more unbearable, why should he not make for himself somewhere else a new home? He was, it was true, startled at his own audacity, and only some strangely powerful concurrence of motives, such as he was yet to know, could in reality have made him reckless. For the other features of his character, those which tended to stability, were still strong enough to oppose passions which had not found the occasion for their full development. He was not exactly avaricious, but pursuit of money was in him a hereditary instinct. By mere force of habit, he stuck zealously to his business, and, without thinking much about his wealth, disliked unusual expenditure. His wife had taunted him with meanness, with low money-grubbing. The effect had been to make him all the more tenacious of habits which might have given way before other kinds of reproof. So he had gone on living the ordinary life, to all appearances well contented, in reality troubled from time to time by a reawakening of those desires which he had understood only to have them frustrated. He groped in a dim way after things which, by chance perceived, seemed to have a certain bearing on his life. The discovery in himself of an interest in architecture was an instance. But for his visit to the Continent, he might never have been led to think of the subject. Then there was his fondness for the moors and mountains, the lochs and islands of the north. On the whole, he preferred to travel in Scotland by himself. The scenery appealed to a poetry that was in him, if only he could have brought it into consciousness. Already he had planned for the present August a tour among the Hebrides, and had made it out with his maps and guide-books, not without careful consideration of expense. Why did he linger beyond the day on which he had decided to set forth? For several days it had been noticed at the mill that he lacked something of his wonted attention in matters of business. Certainly his occupation about 11 o'clock one morning had little apparent bearing on the concerns of his office. He was standing at the window of his private room, which was on the first floor of the mill, with a large field glass at his eyes. The glass was focused upon the Cartwrights' garden, in which sat Jessie with Emily Hood. They were but a short distance away, and Dagworthy could observe them closely. He had done so intermittently for almost an hour, and this was the second morning that he had thus amused himself. Yet, to judge from his face when he turned away, amusement was hardly his state of mind. His features had a hard set earnestness, an expression almost savage. And then he walked about the little room, regarding objects absently. 4 days later he was again with his glass at the window. It wanted a few minutes of 10 o'clock. Emily Hood had just reached the garden. He saw her enter, and begin to pace about the walks, waiting for Jessie's arrival. Dagworthy of a sudden put the glass aside, took his hat, and hastened away from the mill. He walked along the edge of the cattle market till he came into the road by which Jessie must approach the garden. He saw her coming, and went on at a brisk pace towards her. The girl was not hurrying, though she would be late. These lessons were beginning to tax her rather too seriously. Emily was so exacting. Already she had made a change in the arrangements, whereby she saved herself the walk to Banbrigg. In the garden, too, it was much easier to find excuses for trifling away time than when she was face to face with Emily at a table. She came along the road at a very moderate pace, and on seeing who it was that neared her, put on her pleasantest smile, doubly glad of the meeting. It was always something to try her devices on Richard Dagworthy, and at present the chat would make a delay for which she could urge reasonable excuse. "The very person I wanted to meet!" Dagworthy exclaimed. "You've saved me a run all the way up to your house. What are you doing this way? Going to school?" He pointed to the books she carried. "Something like it," replied Jessie, with a wry movement of her lips. "Why did you want to meet me, though?" "Because I want you to do something for me. That is, if you will. But really, where were you going? Perhaps you can't spare time." "I was going to the garden," she said, pointing in that direction. "I have lessons there with Emily Hood. Beastly shame that I should have to do the lessons, isn't it? I feel too old for that. I've got other things to think about." She put her head on one side, and rustled the pages of a French grammar, at last throwing a glance at Richard from the corners of her eyes. "But do you expect Miss Hood to come soon?" Dagworthy asked, playing his part very well, in spite of a nervousness which possessed him. "No doubt she's in the garden already. I've given her a key, so that if she gets there first— But what do you want me to do?" "Well, why, I was going to ask you to walk to the station and meet the 10:35 train from Hebsworth. Your father will get in by it, I expect, and I want him to come and see me at once at the mill." "All right," Jessie exclaimed with eagerness. "I'll go. Just let me run and tell Emily." Dagworthy was consulting his watch. "You've only bare time to get to the station, walking as quickly as you can. Which is your garden? Let me go and tell her you're not coming." "Will you? The second door round the corner there. You'll have to apologize properly. I hope you know how to." This was Jessie's maidenly playfulness. She held out her hand with many graces to take leave. "If he doesn't come," said Dagworthy, "will you just walk over to the mill to let me know?" "I don't know that I shall. I don't think it would be proper." "Ha, ha! I like that. But you'll have to be off, or you'll never get there in time." She ran away, rejoicing in her escape from the lesson. Of course she ran away, rejoicing in her escape from the lesson. Of course she looked back several times. The first glance showed her Dagworthy still gazing after her. At the second, she saw that he was walking towards the garden. He pushed open the wooden door and passed between the hedges. The next door stood open, and he already saw Emily. She had seated herself under one of the pear trees, and was reading. As soon as his eyes discovered her, he paused. His hands clasped themselves nervously behind him. Then he proceeded more slowly. As soon as he stepped within the garden, Emily heard his approach, and turned her head with a smile, expectant of Jessie. At the sight of Dagworthy, the smile vanished instantly. She became noticeably pale, and at length rose with a startled motion. Dagworthy drew near her. When close enough to hold out his hand, he could no longer keep his eyes upon her face. They fell, and his visage showed an embarrassment which, even in her confusion, her all but dread, Emily noticed as a strange thing. She was struggling to command herself, to overcome by reason the fear which always attacked her in this man's presence. She felt it as a relief to be spared the steady gaze which, on former meetings, he had never removed from her. "You are surprised to see me here," he began, taking hold of the chair which Emily had risen from, and swaying it backwards and forwards. Even his voice was more subdued than she had ever known it. "I have come to apologize to you for sending Miss Cartwright to meet her father at the station. I met her by chance just out there in the road, and as I wanted a messenger very badly, I took advantage of her good nature. But she wouldn't go unless I promised to come here and explain her absence." "Thank you," Emily replied as naturally as she could. "Will she still come back for her lesson, do you think?" "I'm afraid not. She said I had better ask you to excuse her this morning." Emily gathered up 2 or 3 books which lay on the other chair. "You must find her rather troublesome to teach, I should be afraid," Dagworthy pursued, watching her every moment. "Jessie isn't much for study, is she?" "Perhaps she is a little absent now and then," replied Emily, saying the first thing that occurred to her. She had collected her books, and was about to fasten a strap round them. "Do let me do that for you," said Dagworthy, and he forestalled her assent, which she would probably not have given, by taking the books from her hands. He put up his foot on the chair, as if for the convenience of doing the strapping on his knee, but before he had finished it he spoke again. "You are fond of teaching, I suppose?" "Yes, I like it." She stood in expectant waiting, her hands held together before her, her head just bent. The attitude was grace itself. Dagworthy raised his eyes slowly from her feet to her face. "But you wouldn't care to go on with it always?" "I I don't think about it," she replied, nervousness again seizing her. There was a new look in his eyes, a vehemence, a fervour, which she dared not meet after the first glance. He would not finish the strapping of the books, and she could not bid him to do so. Had she obeyed her instinct, she would have hastened away, heedless of anything but the desire to quit his presence. "How long will your holidays be?" he asked, letting the books fall to the chair, as if by accident. "Till the end of September, I think." "So long? I'm glad to hear that. You'll come by again some day to my house with your father, won't you?" The words trembled upon his lips. It was not like his own voice. He could not control it. "Thank you, Mr. Dagworthy," she replied. He bent to the books again, and this time succeeded in binding them together. As he fastened the buckle, drops of perspiration fell from his forehead. Emily thanked him and held forth her hand for the books. He took it in his own. "Miss Hood." She drew her hand away almost by force, and retreated a step. His face terrified her. "I sent Jessie off on purpose," he continued. "I knew you were here, and wanted to speak to you alone. Since I met you that day on the heath, I've had no rest. I've wanted so to see you again. The other morning at the Cartwrights, it was almost more than I could do to go away. I don't know what's come to me. I can't put you out of my thoughts for 1 minute. I can't give my attention to business, to anything. I meant to have gone away before now, but I've put it off day after day. Once or twice I've all but come to your house to ask to see you." He spoke in a hurried, breathless way, almost with violence. Passion was forcing the words from him, in spite of a shame which kept his face on fire. There was something boyish in the simplicity of his phrases. He seemed to be making a confession that was compelled by fear, and at length his speech lost itself in incoherence. He stood with his eyes fixed on the ground. Perspiration covered his face. "Mr. Dagworthy." Emily tried to break the intolerable silence. Her strength was answering now to the demand upon it. His utter abashment before her could not but help her to calmness. But the sound of her first word gave him voice to speak again. "Let me speak first," he broke forth, now looking full at her. That's nothing of what I wanted to say. It sounds as if I wasn't man enough to know my own mind. I know it well enough, and I must say all I have to say whilst you're here to listen to me. After all, you're only a girl, but if you'd come here straight from heaven, I couldn't find it harder to speak to you. Mr. Dagworthy, don't speak like this. Don't say more. I beg you not to. I cannot listen as you would wish me to listen. I cannot listen as you would wish me to. You can't listen, but you don't know what I have to say still. But you don't know what I have to say still, he urged with hasty entreaty, his voice softer. I'm asking nothing yet. I only want you to know how you've made me feel towards you. No feeling will ever come to you like this that's come to me, but I want you to know of it, and to try and understand what it means, to try and think of me. I don't ask for yes or no. It wouldn't be reasonable. You haven't had to think of me in this way. But God knows how I shall live without you. It will be the cruelest word woman ever said if you refused even to give me a hope. I cannot. Do hear me. It is not in my power to give you hope. Oh, you say that because you think you must, because I have come to you so suddenly. I have offended you by talking in this way when we scarcely know each other even as friends, and you have to keep me at a distance. I see it on your face. Do you think there is a danger that I shall be less respectful to you than I ought? That's because you don't understand me. I've spoken in rough, hasty words, because to be near you takes all sense from me. Look, I'm quieter now. What I ought to have said at first is this. You're prejudiced against me. You've heard all sorts of tales. I know well enough what people say about me. Well, I want you to know me better. We'll leave all other feelings aside. We'll say I just wish you to think of me in a just way, a friendly way, nothing more. It's impossible for you to do more than that at first. No doubt even your father has told you that I have a hasty temper, which leads me to say and do things I'm soon sorry for. It's true enough, but that doesn't prove that I am a brute, and that I can't mend myself. You've heard things laid to my charge that are false about my doings in my own home. You know what I mean. Get to know me better, and some day I'll tell you the whole truth. Now it's only this I ask of you. Be just to me. You're not a woman like these in Dunfield who talk and talk behind one's back. Though I have seen so little of you, don't I know the difference between you and them? I'm ignorant enough compared with you, but I can feel what it is that puts you above all other women. It must be that makes me mad to gain a kind word from you, one word that you'll try to think of me and I'll live on, that as long as I can." The mere utterances help little to an understanding of the terrible force of entreaty he put into this speech. His face, his hands, the posture of his body, all joined in pleading. He had cast off all shamefacedness, and spoke as if his life depended on the answer she would return. The very lack of refinement in his tone, in his pronunciation of certain words, made his appeal the more pathetic. With the quickness of jealousy, he had guessed at the meaning that there might lie in Emily's reluctance to hear him, but he dared not entertain the thought. It was his passionate instinct to plead it down. Whatever it might be that she had in mind, she must first hear him. As he spoke, he watched her features with the eagerness of desire, of fear. To do so was but to inflame his passion. It was an extraordinary struggle between the force of violent appetite and the constraint of love in the higher sense. How the former had been excited, it would be hard to explain. Wilfrid Athel had submitted to the same influence. Her beauty was of the kind which, leaving the ordinary man untouched, addressed itself with the strangest potency to an especially vehement nature here and there. Her mind, uttering itself in the simplest phrases, laid a spell upon certain other minds set apart and chosen. She could not speak, but the soul of this rude mill owner was exalted beyond his own intelligence. She could not speak, but the soul of this rude mill owner was exalted beyond his own intelligence. Forced to wait the end of his speech, Emily stood with her head bowed in sadness. Fear had passed. She recognized the heart-breaking sincerity of his words, and compassionated him. When he became silent, she could not readily reply. He was speaking again below his breath. "What? You are thinking. I know how you can't help regarding me. Try only to feel for me." "There is only one way in which I can answer you," she said. "I owe it to you to hide nothing. I feel deeply the sincerity of all that you have said, and be sure, Mr. Dagworthy, that I will never think of you unjustly or unkindly. But I can promise nothing more. I have already given my love." Her voice faltered before the last word, the word she would never lightly utter. But it must be spoken now. No paraphrase would confirm her earnestness sufficiently. Still keeping her eyes on the ground, she knew that he had started. "You have promised to marry someone?" he asked, as if it were necessary to have the fact affirmed in the plainest words before he could accept it. She hoped that silence might be her answer. "Have you? Do you mean that?" "I have." She saw that he was turning away from her, and with an effort she looked at him. She wished she had not. His anguish expressed itself like an evil passion. His teeth were set with cruel savageness. It was worse when he caught her look and tried to smile. "Then I suppose that's the end," he said, as if he would make an effort to joke upon it, though his voice all but failed in speaking the few words. He walked a little apart, then approached her again. "You don't say this just to put me off?" he asked, with a roughness which was rather the effect of his attempt to keep down emotion rather than intentional. "I have told you the truth," Emily replied firmly. "Do other people know it? Do the Cartwrights?" "You are the only one to whom I have spoken of it." "Except your father and mother, you mean?" "They do not know." Though so troubled, she was yet able to ask herself whether his delicacy was sufficiently developed to enjoin silence. The man had made such strange revelation of himself. She felt unable to predict his course. No refinement in him would now have surprised her, but neither would any outbreak of boorishness. He seemed capable of both. His next question augured ill. "Of course it is not anyone in Dunfield?" "It is not." Jealousy was torturing him. He was quite conscious that he should have refrained from a single question, yet he could no more keep these back than he could the utterance of his passion. "Will you?" He hesitated. "May I leave you, Mr. Dagworthy?" Emily asked, seeing that he was not likely to quit her. She moved to take the books from the chair. "1 minute more. Will you tell me who it is? I am a brute to ask you, but if you Good God, how shall I bear this?" He turned his back upon her. She saw him quiver. It was her impulse to walk from the garden, but she feared to pass him. He faced her again. Yes, the man could suffer. "Will you tell me who it is?" he groaned rather than spoke. "You don't believe that I should speak of it, but I feel I could bear it better. I should know for certain. It was no use hoping." Emily could not answer. "Is it someone in London?" "Yes, Mr. Dagworthy. I cannot tell you more than that. Please do not ask more." "I won't. Of course your opinion of me is worse than ever. That doesn't matter much. If you could kill as easily as you can drive a man mad, I would ask you to still have pity on me. I'm forgetting. You want me to go first, so that you can lock up the garden. Good-bye." He did not offer his hand, but cast one look at her, a look Emily never forgot, and walked quickly away. Emily could not start at once homewards. When it was certain that Dagworthy had left the garden, she seated herself. She had need of rest and of solitude to calm her thoughts. Her sensation was that of having escaped a danger, the dread of which thrilled in her. The fear had been allayed for an interval. It regained its hold upon her towards the end of the dialogue. The passion she had witnessed was so rude, so undisciplined. It seemed to expose elementary forces, which, if need be, would set every constraint at defiance. It was no exaggeration to say that she did not feel safe in the man's presence. The possibility of such a feeling had made itself known to her even during the visit to his house. To find herself suddenly the object of his almost frenzied desire was to realize how justly her instinct had spoken. This was not love as she understood it, but a terrible possession which might find assuagement in the inflicting of some fearful harm upon what it affected to hold dear. The love of Emily's worship was a spirit of passionate benignity, of ecstatic calm, holy in renunciations, pure unutterably in supreme attainment. Her knowledge of life was insufficient to allow her to deal justly with love as exhibited in Dagworthy. Its gross side was too offensively prominent. Her experience gave her no power of rightly appreciating the struggle of the divine flame in a dense element, living and having ever lived amid idealisms. She was too subjective in her interpretation of phenomena so new to her. It would have been easier for her to judge impartially had she witnessed this passion directed towards another. Addressed to her in the position she occupied, any phase of wooing would have been painful. Vehemence was nothing less than abhorrent. Wholly ignorant of Dagworthy's inner life, she, misled with regard to the mere facts of his outward behaviour, it was impossible that she should discern the most deeply significant features of the love he expressed so ill, impossible for her to understand that what would be brutality in another man was in him the working of the very means of grace, could circumstances have favoured their action. One tribute her instinct paid to the good which hid itself under so rude a guise, as she pondered over her fear, analysing it as scrupulously as she always did those feelings which she felt it behoved her to understand once for all. She half discovered in it an element which only severe self-judgment would allow. It seemed to her that the fear was, in an infinitesimal degree, of herself, that, under other conditions, she might have known what it was to respond to the love thus offered her, for she neither scorned nor loathed the man, notwithstanding her abhorrence of his passion as devoted to herself. She wished him well. She even found herself thinking over those women in Dunfield whom she knew. If perchance one of them might seem fitted to make his happiness, none the less it was terrible to reflect that she must live, perhaps for a long time, so near to him, ever exposed to the risk of chance meetings, if not to the danger of a surprise such as today's, for she could not assure herself that he would hold her answer final. One precaution she must certainly take. Henceforth she would never come to the garden save in Jessie's company. She wondered how Dagworthy had known of her presence here, and it occurred to her to doubt of Jessie. Could the latter have aided in bringing about this interview? Dagworthy, confessing his own manoeuvre, would naturally conceal any conscious part in it that Jessie might have taken. Her spirits suffered depression as she communed thus with herself. All the drearier aspects of her present life were emphasized. She longed with aching of the heart for the day which should set her free for ever from these fears and sorrows. Another secret would henceforth trouble her. Would that it might remain a secret! If Jessie indeed knew of this morning's events, there was small likelihood that it would remain unknown to others. Then the whole truth must be revealed. Would it not be better to anticipate any such discovery, to tell her father this very day what had happened, and why it was so painful to her? Yet to speak of Dagworthy might make her father uneasy in his position at the mill, would inevitably do so. Therein lay a new dread. Was Dagworthy capable of taking revenge upon her father? Oh, surely not. The words passed her lips involuntarily. She would not, she could not believe so ill of him. Had he not implored her to do him justice? When Mr. Hood returned from business on the following day, he brought news that Dagworthy had at last gone for his holiday. It was time, he said. Dagworthy was not looking himself. At the mill they had been in mortal fear of one of his outbreaks. "Did he speak harshly to you, father?" Emily was driven to ask, with a very slight emphasis on the "you." "Fortunately," was the reply, with the sad abortive laugh which was Mr. Hood's nearest approach to mirth. "Fortunately, he left me alone, and spoke neither well nor ill. He didn't look angry, I thought, so much as put out about something." Emily was relieved from one fear at least, and felt grateful to Dagworthy. Moreover, by observation, she had concluded that Jessie could not possibly be aware of what had taken place in the garden, and now Dagworthy was likely to be away for 3 weeks. Her heart was lighter again. End of section 12, chapter 8. Recording by Susan Smith Nash, Tulsa, Oklahoma. Section 13 of A Life's Morning. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Susan Smith Nash, Tulsa, Oklahoma. A Life's Morning by George Gissing. Section 13, Chapter 9. Circumstance. Dagworthy was absent not quite a fortnight, and he returned looking anything but the better for his holiday. The wholesome colour of his cheeks had changed almost to sallowness. Those who met him in Dunfield looked at him with surprise, and asked what illness he had been suffering. At the mill they did not welcome his reappearance. His temper was worse than it had been since the ever memorable week which witnessed his prosecution for assault and battery. At home the servants did their best to keep out of his way, warned by Mrs. Jenkins. She, good woman, had been rash enough to bring the child into the dining room whilst Dagworthy was refreshing himself with a biscuit and a glass of wine upon his arrival. In a minute or two she retreated in a high wrath. "Let him dom me if he likes," she went away exclaiming. "I'm over old to care much about such fond tantrums, but when he gets a gait of a dommin' his own bairn, it fair maks my teeth dither again. The lad's 'ot on his head." That was 7 o'clock in the evening. He dined an hour later, and when it was dark left the house. Between then and midnight he was constantly in and out, and Mrs. Jenkins, who was kept up by her fears that "t' master" was seriously unwell, made at length another attempt to face him. She knocked at the door of the sitting-room, having heard him enter a minute or two before. No answer was vouchsafed, so she made bold to open the door. Dagworthy was sitting with his head upon the table, his arms stretched out. He appeared to be asleep. "Mr. Richard," she said softly. "Mr. Richard." He looked up. "Well, what is it?" "You scared me. I thought summat had come to you. What's wrong with you, Mr. Richard? You look as if you could hardly hold your head up." To her surprise, he spoke quite calmly. "Yes, I've got a bit of a headache. Get me some water, will you? I'll have some brandy, and go to bed." She began to advise other remedies, but Dagworthy speedily checked her. "Get me some hot water, I tell you, and go to bed yourself. What are you doing up at this hour?" He went to business at the usual time next morning, and it seemed as if the worst had blown over. At home he was sullen, but not violent. The third day after his return, on entering his office at the mill, he found Hood taking down one of a row of old ledgers which stood there upon a shelf. "What are you doing?" he asked abruptly, at the same time turning his back upon the clerk. Hood explained that he was under the necessity of searching through the accounts for several years to throw light upon a certain transaction which was giving trouble. "All right," was the reply, as Dagworthy took his keys out to open the desk. A quarter of an hour later he entered the room where Hood was busy over the ledger. A second clerk was seated there, and him Dagworthy summoned to the office, where he had need of him. Presently Hood came to replace the ledger he had examined, and took away the succeeding volume. A few minutes later Dagworthy said to the clerk, who sat with him, "I shall have to go away for an hour or so. I'm expecting a telegram from Legge Brothers. If it doesn't come before 12 o'clock, you or Hood must go to Hebsworth. It had better be Hood. You finish what you're at. If there's no telegram, he must take the 12:13, and give this note here to Mr. Andrew Legge. There will be an answer. Mind you see to this." At the moment when Dagworthy's tread sounded on the stairs, Mr. Hood was on the point of making a singular discovery. In turning a page of the ledger, he came upon an envelope, old and yellow, which had evidently been shut up in the book for several years. It was without address and unsealed. He was going to lay it aside, when his fingers told him that it contained something. The enclosure proved to be a £10 note, also old and patched together in the manner of notes that have been sent half at a time. "Now, I wonder how that got there," Hood mused. "There's been rare searching for that, I'll be bound. Here's something to put our friend into a better temper." He turned the note over once or twice, tried in vain to decipher a scribbled endorsement, then restored it to the envelope. With the letter in his hand, he went to the office. "Mr. Dagworthy out?" he asked of his fellow clerk, on looking round. The clerk was a facetious youth. He rose from his seat, seized a ruler, and began a species of sword-play about Hood's head, keeping up a grotesque dance the while. Hood bore it with his wonted patience, smiling faintly. "Mr. Dagworthy out?" he repeated, as soon as he was free from the apprehension of a chance crack on the crown. "He is, my boy, and what's more, there's a chance of your having a spree in Hebsworth. Go down on your knees and pray that no telegram from Foote Brothers, Leggy, arrives during the next 25 minutes. Why, if not, you're to take this note to brother Andrew Leggy. Comprenez? The boss was going to send me, but he altered his mind. Worse luck." 12:13? asked Hood. "Yes, and now, if you're in the mind, I'll box you for $half. What say?" He squared himself in pugilistic attitude, and found amusement in delivering terrific blows which stopped short of Hood's prominent features. The latter beat a retreat. 12 o'clock struck, and no telegram had arrived. Neither had Dagworthy returned to the mill. Hood was indisposed to leave the envelope to be given by other hands. He might as well have the advantage of such pleasure as the discovery would no doubt excite. So he put it safely in his pocket-book, and hastened to catch the train, taking with him the paper of sandwiches which represented his dinner. These he would eat on the way to Hebsworth. It was a journey of 10 miles, lying at first over green fields, with a colliery vomiting blackness here and there, then through a region of blight and squalor, finally over acres of smoke-fouled streets, amid the roar of machinery, a journey that would have crushed the heart in one fresh from the breath of heaven on sunny pastures. It was a slow train, and there were half a dozen stoppages. Hood began to eat his sandwiches at a point where the train was delayed for a few minutes by an adverse signal. A coal pit was close by, and the smoke from the chimney blew in at the carriage windows, giving a special flavour to the bread and meat. There was a drunken soldier in the same compartment, who was being baited by a couple of cattle drovers with a racy vernacular not to be rendered by the pen. Hood munched his smoky sandwich, and with his sad eyes watched the great wheel of the colliery revolve, and the trucks rise and descend. The train moved on again. The banter between the other 3 passengers was taking an angry turn. To escape the foul language as far as possible, Hood kept his head at the window. Of a sudden the drunken soldier was pushed against him, and, before he could raise his hands, his hat had flown off on the breeze. He turned round with angry remonstrance. The soldier had fallen back on the seat, and was grinning inanely. The drovers were enjoying the joke beyond measure. "There, lad!" one of them cried. "That's doon it now. That'll to buy him a new 'at for his 'ead, soon as we get it to Ebsworth." "'Appen he's got no brass," suggested the other, guffawing. It was the case. The soldier had a copper or two at most. The drovers, of course, held themselves free of responsibility. Hood felt in his own pocket, but he was well aware that 1 and 3 halfpence was all he carried with him, save the bank note in his pocket book. Yet it was impossible to go through Hebsworth in uncovered head, or to present himself hatless at the office of Legge Brothers. Already the train was slackening speed to enter the station. Would any hatter trust him on his representing whence he came? He feared not. Not the least part of his trouble was the thought of having to buy a new hat at all. Such an expense was ill to be borne just now. Of course, he said to himself with dreary fatalism, a mishap is sure to come at the worst time. It was the experience of his life. Hood was a shy man. It was misery to have attention drawn to himself, as it naturally would be as soon as he stepped out on to the platform. But there was no help. With a last angry look at the drunken soldier, he nerved himself to face the ordeal. As he walked hurriedly out of the crowd, the cry of "Cab, sir?" fell upon his ears. Impossible to say how he brought himself to such a pitch of recklessness, but in a moment he was seated in a hansom, having bidden the driver to take him to the nearest hatter's. The agony of embarrassment has driven shy men to strange audacities, but who ever dared more than this? He would be compelled to change the note. Whatever might be the cause, whether it was the sudden sense of refuge from observation, or the long unknown pleasure of riding in a cab as he sped along the streets, he grew almost merry. At length he positively laughed at the adventure which had befallen him. It mattered nothing whether he gave Dagworthy the money in a note or in change, and, on being told the story, his employer might even feel disposed to pay for the hat. He would pay for the hat. By the time the cab drew up, Hood had convinced himself of this. He was in better spirits than he had been for many a day. "Can you change me a £10 note?" were his first words to the hatter. "If you can't, I must go elsewhere. I have nothing smaller." The salesman hesitated. "You want a silk hat?" "Yes, but not an expensive one." A pen was brought, and Hood was requested to endorse the note. What security, under the circumstances, such a proceeding could give, the hatter best knew. He appeared satisfied, and counted out his sovereigns. Hood paid the cabman, and walked off briskly toward the office of Legge Brothers. He stopped in the middle of the pavement, as if a shot had struck him. Supposing Dagworthy had no recollection of a £10 note having been lost, or of any note having been lost, and supposing it occurred to him that he, Hood, had in reality found a larger sum, had invented the story of the lost hat, and was returning a portion only of his discovery to gain the credit of honesty. Such an idea could only possess the brain of a man whose life had been a struggle amid the chicaneries and the despicabilities of commerce, who knew that a man's word was never trusted where there could enter the slightest suspicion of an advantage to himself in lying, whose daily terror had been lest some error, some luckless chance, should put him within the nets of criminality. It is the deepest curse of such a life as his that it directs the imagination in channels of meanness, and preoccupies the thought with sordid fears. What would it avail him, in the present instance, to call the shopman to witness? The note, 10-1, would be paid away, and here also a man's word was worth nothing. But Dagworthy might merely think such an accusation, that would be the worst. To lie henceforth under suspicion of dishonesty, that meant to lose his place before long, on some pretence. And he felt that, in spite of absolute sincerity, he could not stand before Dagworthy and tell his tale with the face and the voice of an honest man, felt it with a horrible certainty. In a man of Hood's character, this state of mind was perfectly natural. Not only was he weakly constructed, but his incessant ill fortune had done him that last wrong which social hardship can inflict upon the individual. It had undermined his self-respect. Having been so often treated like a dog, he had come to expect such treatment, and, what was worse, but feebly to resent it. He had lost the conscious dignity of manhood, nay, had perhaps never possessed it, for his battle had begun at so early an age. The sense that he was wretchedly poor, and the knowledge that poverty is the mother of degradation, made him at any moment a self-convicted criminal, accused however wrongly. It was inevitable that his face should be against him. To go to Dagworthy with sovereigns in his hand and this story upon his lips would be to invite suspicion by every strongest sign of guilt. I am representing the poor fellow's thoughts and feelings. Whether or not Dagworthy would really entertain such a suspicion is quite another matter. For the first time in his life, Hood had used for his own purposes money which did not belong to him. He did it under the pressure of circumstances, and had not time to reflect till the act was irrevocable. Then this horror came upon him. Forgetting his errand, he drew aside into a quieter street, and struggled with his anguish. Do you laugh at him for his imbecility? Try first to understand him. But his business must be performed. With trembling limbs he hurried onwards, and at length reached the office of Legge Brothers. The member of the firm to whom the note which he bore was addressed had but a few minutes ago left the place. He would return within an hour. How could the time be spent? He began to wander aimlessly about the streets. In passing a spot where scaffolding was erected before new buildings, the wish entered his mind that something might fall and crush him. He thought of such an end as a blessed relief. A hand was laid upon his shoulder, and at the touch his heart leaped as though it would burst his side. He turned, and with starting eyes glared at the man before him. A perfect stranger, he thought. Is it, or isn't it, Hood or his ghost? The man who spoke was of the shabbiest appearance, wearing an almost napless high hat, a coloured linen shirt which should have been at the laundress's, no necktie, a frock coat with only one button, low shoes terribly down at the heel. For all that, the most jovial-looking man, red-nosed, laughing. At length Hood was capable of recognizing him.
Cheeseman! Well, who on earth would have expected to meet you? I followed you half along the street, couldn't be sure. 'Fraid I startled you at last, old friend.
They had known each other as young men, and it was now 10 years at least since they had met. They were companions in ill hap, the difference between them being that Cheeseman bore the buffets of the world with imperturbable good humour. But then he had neither wife nor child, kith nor kin. He had tried his luck in all parts of England and in several other countries. Casual wards had known him, and he had gained a supper by fiddling in the streets. Many a beginning he had made, but none led to anything. He seemed, in truth, to enjoy a haphazard existence. If Cheeseman had possessed literary skill, the story of his life from his own hand would have been invaluable. It is a misfortune that the men who are richest in material are those who would never dream of using it. They were passing a public-house. Cheeseman caught his friend by the arm, and, in spite of resistance, drew him in.
2 threes of gin hot, was his order. The old drink, Hood, my boy. The drink that has saved me from despair 1,000 times. How many times have you and I kept up each other's pecker over a 3 of gin? You don't look well. You wanted old Cheeseman to cheer you up. Things bad? Well, damn it, of course things are bad. When were they anything else with you and me, eh? Your wife, how is she? Remember me to her, will you? She never took to me, but never mind that. And the little girl, how's the little girl? Alive and well, please God? Rather more than a little girl now, returned Hood, and doing well, I'm glad to say. She's a governess, and has an excellent place in London.
You don't say so.
I was never so glad to hear anything in my life. But, Hood, you're leaving me behind, old friend. With a little girl doing so well, you can't call yourself a poor devil. You can't, upon my soul. I ought to have married. Yes, I should have married long ago. It'd have been the making of me.
It's the sole speculation, I do believe, that I haven't tried.
But I've got something before me now.
What say you to a patent fire-escape that any man can carry round his waist?
'Pon my soul, I've got it.
I'm going to London about it, as soon as I can get my fare, and that I shall have to-morrow, please God.
What brings you to Hebsworth?
I don't care much to talk about it in a public place, replied Cheeseman with caution which contrasted comically with his loud tone hitherto. Only a little matter, but, well, we'll say nothing about it. I may communicate with you some day. And you, do you live here? Hood gave an account of his position, under the influence of the glass of spirits, and of the real pleasure it gave him to see one of the very few men he had ever called friend. He had cast aside his cares for the moment. They went forth presently from the bar, and after a few paces, Cheeseman took his friend by the coat collar and drew him aside, as if to impart a matter of consequence.
2 threes of gin,
he said, with a roll of the eye which gave his face a singularly humorous expression.
That's 6pence. A tanner, Hood. A tanner, Hood, was the last coin I possessed. It was to have purchased dinner, a beefsteak pudding with cabbage and potatoes. But what of that? When you and I meet, we drink to old times. There's no getting out of that.
Hood laughed, for once in a really natural way. His usual abstemiousness made the gin potent. "Why," he said, "I confess to feeling hungry myself. I've only had a sandwich. Come along, we'll have dinner tonight." "You mean it, old friend?" cried the other, with irrepressible delight. "Of course I mean it. You don't think I'll let you spend your last coin and send you off dinnerless? Things are bad, but not quite as bad as that. I'm as hungry as a hunter. Where's there an eating-house?" "It must be beefsteak pudding, Hood," whispered Cheeseman as they entered. "I've set my heart on that. Whatever else you like, but a beefsteak pudding to start with." The article was procurable, smoking, juicy. Cheeseman made an incision, then laid down his knife and gloated over the plate. "Hood," he said with much solemnity, "you've done me many a kindness, old friend, but this caps all. I'm bound to you for life and death. I should have wandered about these streets a starving man." The other laughed still. He had a fit of laughter on him. He had not laughed so since he was young. "Stout and mild is my drink, Hood," remarked Cheeseman suggestively. "There's body, and I need the support." They each had a pint, served in the native pewter. When Cheeseman had taken a deep draught, he leaned forward across the table. "Hood, I don't forget it. Never you believe that I forget it, however appearances may be against me." "Forget what? Give me the mustard as soon as you can spare it, ha! That £10 note." Hood dropped his knife and fork. "What on earth's up? You look just like you did when I clapped you on the shoulder. Your nerves are out of order, old friend." "Why, so they are. I know now what you mean. I couldn't for the life of me think of what you were talking about." "Don't think I forget it," pursued the other after a mouthful. "It's 12 years, last Easter, since you lent me that £10 note, and it's been on my conscience ever since. But I shall repay it. Never you fear, but I'll repay it. Did I mention a fire escape that any man can wear round his waist? Hush, wait a month or two. Let me make a note of your address whilst I think of it. This pudding's hot, but it's a fault on the right side, and time'll mend it. You wouldn't mind, I dare say, being my agent for Dunfield, for the fire escape, you know. I'll communicate with you, don't fear." A hot meal in the middle of the day was a luxury long unknown to Hood. Now and again the thought of what he was doing flashed across him, but mere bodily solace had made his conscience dull. As the meal proceeded, he even began to justify himself. Was he never to know an hour's enjoyment? Was his life to be unbroken hardship? What if he had borrowed a few shillings without leave? Somehow difficulties would be got over. Why, at the very worst, Emily would gladly lend him £1. He began to talk of Emily, to praise her, to wax warm in the recounting of her goodness, her affection. What man living had so clever and loving a daughter? "It's what I said, Hood," put in Cheeseman, with a shake of the head. "You've left me behind. You've got into smooth water. The old partnership of ill luck is broken up. Well, well, I ought to have married. It's been my one mistake in life." "Why, it's none too late yet," cried Hood merrily. "None too late. Powers defend us. What have I got to marry on? But the fire escape." "Yes, yes, to be sure, the fire escape. Well, we'll see. Wait till things are set going. Perhaps you're right, perhaps it isn't too late. And, Hood—" "Well?" "You couldn't manage on one single half-crown piece, could you?
To be sure, there's always an archway to be found when night comes on, but I can't pretend to like it. I always try to manage a bed at least once a week. No, not if there's the least difficulty. Times are hard, I know. I'd rather say not another word about it." "Nonsense. Take the half-crown and have done with it. Why, you've cheered me up many a half-crown's worth. I feel better than I did. Don't I look it? I feel as if I'd some warmth in my body. What say you, Cheeseman? 1/2 pint more?" Come, old friend, that's speaking feelingly. You shouldn't try me in that way, you know. I shouldn't like to suggest a pint, with a scrap of cheese, eh? No. Follow your own counsel, boy. 1/2 pint be it." But the suggestion was accepted. Then at length it occurred to Hood that time must be wearing away. He spoke of the obligation he was under to finish his business and return to Dunfield as soon as possible. Cheeseman declared himself the last man to stand in the way of business. They left the eating-house and walked together part of the way to the office of Legge Brothers. "Old friend, I'm grateful to you," said Cheeseman, when at length they parted. "I've got your address, and you shall hear from me. I've a notion it won't be so long before we meet again. In any case, it's another day to look back upon. I little thought of it when I spent 2 pence halfpenny on my breakfast this morning, and left 6 pence for dinner. It's a rum world, eh, Hood? Good-bye, and God bless you." Hood hurried on to the office, received his reply, and proceeded to the station. He had more than half an hour to wait for a train. He took a seat in the waiting-room, and began to examine the money in his pocket, and to ascertain exactly the sum he would have to replace. The deficit amounted to a little less than 18 shillings. After all, it was very unlikely that Dagworthy would offer to bear the expense of the lost hat. Say that £1 had to be restored. He was in a comfortable mood, following upon unusual indulgence of the appetite, in which the mind handles in a free and easy way the thoughts it is wont to entertain with unquestionable gravity, when it has, as it were, a slippery hold on the facts of life, and constructs a subjective world of genial accommodations. £1 to restore, on the other hand, £9 in pocket. The sight of the sovereigns was working upon his imagination, already touched to a warmer life than was his habit. £9 would go a long way towards solving the financial difficulties of the year. It would considerably more than replace the lacking rent of the house in Barnhill, would replace it, and pay as well the increased rent of the house in Banbrigg for 12 months to come. Looked at in this way, the money became a great temptation. His wife, how to explain to her such a windfall? For it was, of course, impossible to use it secretly. There was a way, seemingly, of fate's providing, if only he could bring himself to the lie direct and shameless. After all, a lie that would injure no mortal. As far as Dagworthy was concerned, the money had long since become the property of nobody. Dagworthy did not even know that this sum existed. If ever missed, it must have been put out of mind long ago, and very possibly it had never belonged to Dagworthy. Some cashier or other clerk might just as well have lost it. Hood played with these speculations. He did not put to himself the plain alternative, shall I keep the money, or shall I give it up? He merely let a series of reflections pass over his mind as he lay back on the cushioned seat, experiencing an agreeable drowsiness. At the moment of finding the note, he would have handed it over to his employer without a thought. It would perhaps not even have occurred to him to regret that it was not his own. But during the last 3 hours a singular chain of circumstances
had led to this result. It was just possible as not that Hood would keep the coins in his pocket and say nothing about them. It was time to go to the train. Almost with the first moving of the carriages, he fell into a doze. A sense of mental uneasiness roused him now and then, but only for a few moments together. He slumbered on till Dunfield was reached. At the entrance to the mill he was in fierce conflict with himself. As is usually the case in like circumstances, the sleepy journey had resulted in bodily uneasiness. He had a slight headache, was thirsty, felt indisposed to return to work. When he had all but crossed the threshold, he turned sharply back, and entered a little public-house a few yards away, an extraordinary thing for him to do, but he felt that a small glass of spirits would help him to quieter nerves, or, at all events, would sustain his unusual exhilaration till the interview with Dagworthy was over. At the very door of the office he had not decided whether it should be silence or restitution. "That you, Hood?" Dagworthy asked, looking up from a letter he was writing. "Been rather a long time, haven't you?" The tone was unusually indulgent. Hood felt an accession of confidence. He explained naturally the cause of his delay. "All right," was the reply, as Dagworthy took the note which his correspondent had sent. Hood was in his own room, and the money was still in his pocket. He did not set out to walk home with his usual cheerfulness that evening. His headache had grown worse, and he wished at every step he took that the lie he had to tell to his wife was over and done with. There was no repentance of the decision which, it seemed on looking back, he had arrived at involuntarily. The coin which made his pocket heavy meant joy to those at home, and if he got it wrongfully, the wrong was so dubious, so shadowy, that it vanished in comparison with the good that would be done. It was not, he said to himself, as if he had committed a theft to dissipate the proceeds, like that young fellow who ran away from the Dunfield and County Bank some months ago, and was caught in London with disreputable associates. Here was a £10 note, lying, one might say, by the very roadside, and it would save a family from privation. Abstractly it was wrong. Yes, it was wrong. But would abstract right feed him and pay his rent for the year to come? Hood had reached this stage in his self-examination. He strengthened himself by protest against the order of things. His headache nursed the tendency to an active discontent to which, as a rule, his temperament did not lend itself. But there remained the telling of the lie. How he wished that Emily were not at home! To lie before Emily, that was the hardest part of his self-imposed task. He could not respect his wife, but before Emily, since her earliest companionship with him, he had watched his words scrupulously. As a little girl, she had so impressed him with the purity of her heart that his love for her had been the nearest approach he ever knew to the spirit of worship, and since her attainment of mental and moral independence, his reverence for her had not been unmixed with awe. When her eyes met his, he felt the presence of a nature indefinitely nobler than his own. Not seldom he marvelled in his dim way that such a one called him father. Could he ever, after this day, approach her with the old confidence? Nay, he feared her. His belief in her insight was almost a superstition. Would she not read the falsehood upon his face? Strange state of mind. At one and the same time, he wished that he had thought of Emily sooner, and was glad that he had not. That weight in his pocket was, after all, a joyous one, and to have been conscious of Emily as he now was would have made him by so much a poorer man. She, as usual, was at the door to meet him, her face even gladder than its wont, for this morning there had been at the post office a letter from Switzerland. How she loved that old name of Helvetia printed on the stamps. Wilfrid wrote with ever fuller assurance that his father's mind was growing well disposed, and Emily knew that he would not tell her other than the honest truth. For Wilfrid's scrupulous honesty she would have vouched as for her father's. "You look dreadfully worn out," she said, as Hood bent his head in entering. "I am, dear. I've been to Hebsworth, among other things." "Then I hope you had dinner there." He laughed. "I should think I had." It was one of Mrs. Hood's bad days. She refused to leave the kitchen. Emily had tried to cheer her during the afternoon, but in vain. There had been a misunderstanding with the next door neighbour, that lady having expressed herself rather decidedly with regard to an incursion made into her premises by the Hoods' cat. "She speaks to me as if I was a mere working woman," Mrs. Hood exclaimed, when Emily endeavoured to soothe her. "Well, and what else am I, indeed? There was a time when no one would have ventured to speak so." "Mother, how can you be troubled by what such a woman says?" "Yes, I know I am in the wrong, Emily. You always make me see that." So Emily had retreated to the upper room, and Mrs. Hood, resenting neglect more even than contradiction, was resolved to sit in the kitchen till bedtime. Hood was glad when he heard of this. "If you'll pour out my tea, Emily," he said, in an undertone, "I'll go and speak to mother for a few moments. I have news that will please her." He went into the kitchen, and in silence began to count sovereigns down upon the table, just behind his wife, who sat over some sewing and had not yet spoken. At the ring of each coin his heart throbbed painfully. He fully realised for the first time what he had done. At the ring of the 5th sovereign, Mrs. Hood turned her head. "What's that?" she asked snappishly. He went on counting till the 9 were displayed. "What is that?" she repeated. "Why do you fidget me so?" "You'll never guess," Hood answered, laughing hoarsely. "I had to go to Hebsworth to-day, and whoever do you think I met there? Why, old Cheeseman." He paused.
And no, I'll never believe he paid his debt," said his wife, with bitter congratulation. For years the name of Cheeseman had been gall upon her tongue. Even now she had not entirely ceased to allude to him, when she wished to throw especial force of sarcasm into a reminiscence of her earlier days. A woman's powers in the direction of envenomed memory are terrible. "You have said it," was Hood's reply under his breath. "It was providential. What did I do but go and lose my hat out of the window of a train? Had it knocked off by a drunken fellow, in fact. But for this money I should have gone about Hebsworth bareheaded, and come home so, too." "A new hat! There's a pretty penny gone. Well, it's too much to hope that any good luck should come without bad at the same time." "Well, now you won't fret so much about the rent, Jane?" He laid his hand upon her shoulder. It was a movement of tenderness, such as had not come to him for years. He felt the need of sympathy. He could have begged her to give him a kind look, but she had resumed her sewing. Her fingers were not quite steady, that was all. He left the money on the table and went to Emily in the sitting-room. She was sitting at the table, waiting for him with her kindly eyes. "And what has the wise woman been doing all day?" he asked, trying in vain to overcome that terrible fluttering at his side which caught his breath and made him feel weak. They talked for some minutes, then footsteps were heard approaching from the kitchen. Mrs. Hood entered with her sewing. She always took the very coarsest for such days as this, and sat at a little distance from the table. As the conversation had nothing to do with Cheeseman's debt, she grew impatient. "Have you told Emily?" she asked. "No, I haven't. You shall do that." Hood tried to eat the while. The morsels became like sawdust in his mouth, and all but choked him. He tried to laugh. The silence which followed his effort was ghastly to him. "You see, it never does to believe too ill of a man," he said, when he found Emily's look upon him. Mrs. Hood grew more at her ease, and, to his relief, began to talk freely. Emily tortured him by observing that he had no appetite. He excused himself by telling of his dinner in Hebsworth, and, as soon as possible, left the table. He went upstairs and hoped to find solitude for a time in the garret. Emily joined him, however, before long. At her entrance he caught up the first bottle his hand fell upon, and seemed to be examining it. "What is that?" Emily asked, noticing his intentness, which in reality had no meaning. "This? Oh, cyanide of potassium. I was looking. No, it's nothing. Will you read me something for half an hour, Emily?" By this means he would avoid talking, and he knew that the girl was always delighted by the request. She generally read poetry of a kind she thought might touch him, longing to establish more of intellectual sympathy between him and herself. So she did to-night. Hood scarcely followed after the first line. He became lost in feverish brooding. When she laid the volume down, he looked up and held out his hand to her. She, at all events,
would not disregard his caress. Indeed, Emily took the hand and kissed it. Then began one of the more intimate conversations which sometimes took place between them. Emily was driven now and then to endeavour to make clear to him her inner life, to speak of her ideals, her intellectual convictions. He listened always with an air of deep humility, very touching in a parent before a child. Her meaning was often dark to his sight, but he strove hard to comprehend, and every word she uttered had for him a gospel sanction. To-night his thoughts strayed. Her voice was nothing but the reproach of his own soul. The high or tender words were but an emphasis of condemnation, reiterated, pitiless. She was speaking thus out of her noble heart to him, the miserable hypocrite. He pretended to listen and approve. His being was a loathed burden. If she had spoken thus last night, surely her voice would have dwelt with him through the hour of temptation. Oh, could it not be morning again, and the day yet to live? The clock below wheezed out 9 strokes, as if in answer. End of section 13, chapter 9. Recording by Susan Smith Nash, Tulsa, Oklahoma. Section 14 of A Life's Morning. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Susan Smith Nash, Tulsa, Oklahoma. A Life's Morning by George Gissing. Section 14. Chapter 10. At the sword's point. Dagworthy in these days could scarcely be deemed a man with humanity's plenitude of interacting motives, of contrasting impulses, of varying affections. He was become one passion, a personified appetite. He went through his routine at the mill and elsewhere in a mechanical way. All the time his instincts and habits subjugated themselves to the frenzy which chafed at the centres of his life. In his face you saw the monomaniac. His eyes were bloodshot, his lips had a harsh, parched yellowness of tone. His skin seemed dry and burning. Through the day he talked, gave orders, wrote letters, and by mere force of lifelong habit, much in his usual way. At night he wandered about the heath, now at great pace, driven by his passions, now loitering, stumbling. Between dark and dawn he was 50 times in front of the Hoods' house. He watched the extinguishing of the lights in window after window, and, when all were gone, made away with curses on his lips, only to return an hour later to torture himself with conjecture which room might be Emily's. His sufferings were unutterable. His sufferings were unutterable. What devil, he groaned, had sent upon him this torment? He wished he were as in former days, when the indifference he felt toward his wife's undeniable beauty had, as it seemed, involved all womankind. In those times he could not have conceived a madness such as this. How had it arisen? Was it a physical illness? Was it madness in truth, or the beginning of it? Why had it not taken him 4 months ago, when he had met this girl at the Baxendales? But he remembered that even then she had attracted him strangely. He had quitted the others to talk to her. He must have been prepared to conceive this frantic passion on coming together with her again. Love alone, so felt and so frustrated, would have been bad enough. It was the added pang of jealousy that made it a fierce agony. It was well that the man she had chosen was not within his reach. His mood was that of a murderer. The very heat and vigour of his physical frame, the native violence of his temper, disposed him to brute fury, if an instinct such as this once became acute. And the imaginative energy which lurked in him, a sort of undeveloped genius, was another source of suffering beyond that which ordinary men endure. He was a fine creature in these hours, colossal, tragic. It needed this experience to bring out all there was of great and exceptional in his character. He was not of those who can quit the scene of their fruitless misery and find forgetfulness at a distance. Every searing stroke drove him more desperately in pursuit of his end. He was further from abandoning it, now that he knew another stood in his way, than he would have been if Emily had merely rejected him. He would not yield her to another man. He swore to himself that he would not let it cost him and her what it might. He swore to himself that he would not let it cost him and her what it might. He had seen her again, with his glass, from the windows of the mill, had scarcely moved his eyes from her for an hour. A hope came to him that she might by chance walk at evening on the heath. But he was disappointed. Emily, indeed, had long shunned walks in that direction. He had no other means of meeting her, yet he anguished for a moment's glimpse of her face. To-day he knew a cruel assuagement of his torture. He had returned from his short absence with a resolve to risk an attempt which was only not entirely base by virtue of the passion which inspired it, and it appeared to him that his stratagem had succeeded. Scruples he had indeed known, but not at all of the weight they would have possessed for most men, and this not only because of his reckless determination to win by any means. His birth and breeding enabled him to accept meanness as almost a virtue in many of the relations and transactions of life. The trickery and low cunning of the mercantile world was in his blood. It would come out when great occasion saw use for it, even in the service of love. He believed it was leading him to success. Certainly the first result that he aimed at was assured, and he could not imagine a subsequent obstacle. He would not have admitted that he was wronging the man whom he made his tool. If honesty failed under temptation, it was honesty's own lookout. 10 to 1 he himself would have fallen into such a trap in similar circumstances. He was quite free from pharisaical prejudice. Had he not reckoned on mere human nature in devising his plan? Nor would the result be cruel, for he had it in his power to repay 100-fold all temporary pain. There were no limits to the kindness he was capable of when once he had Emily for his wife. She and hers should be overwhelmed with the fruits of his devotion. It was to no gross or commonplace future that the mill owner looked forward. There were things in him of which he was beginning to be conscious, which would lead him, he could not yet see whither. Dunfield was no home for Emily. He knew it, and felt that he too would henceforth have need of a larger circle of life. He was rich enough, and by transferring his business to other hands, he could become yet richer, gaining freedom at the same time. No disappointment would be in store for him as in his former marriage. Looking back on that, he saw now how boyish he had been, how easily duped. There was not even the excuse of love. He held her gained. What choice would she have, with the alternative to be put before her? It was strange that, in spite of what should have been sympathetic intelligence, he made a slight account of that love which, as she told him, she had already bestowed. In fact, he refused to dwell upon the thought of it. It would have maddened him in earnest. Who could say? It was very possible she had told him a falsehood. It was quite allowable in any woman to escape from a difficult position. In his heart he did not believe this, knowing her better, though his practical knowledge of her was so slight. But it was one of the devices by which he mitigated his suffering now and then. If the engagement existed, it was probably one of those which contemplated years of waiting. Otherwise, why should he have kept silence about it at home? In any case, he held her. How could she escape him? He did not fear appeals to his compassion. Against such assaults he was well armed. Emily pleading at his feet would not be a picture likely to induce him to relax his purpose. She could not take to flight. The very terms of his control restrained her. There might be flaws in his case, legally speaking, but the Hoods were in no position to profit by these, seeing that, in order to do so, they must begin by facing ruin. Emily was assuredly his. To-day was Friday. He knew from talk with the Cartwrights that Jessie's lessons were on alternate days, and as he had seen the two in the garden this morning, there would be no lesson on the morrow. It was not easy to devise a plot for a private interview with Emily, yet he must see her to-morrow, and of course alone. A few words with her would suffice. To call upon her at the house would be only his last resource. He felt assured that she had not spoken to her parents of the scene in the garden. Several reasons supported this belief, especially the reflection that Emily would desire to spare her father the anxieties of a difficult position. Taking this for granted, his relations with her must still be kept secret, in order to avoid risking his impunity in the tactics he counted upon. His hope was that she would leave the house alone in the course of the morning. It has been mentioned that a railway bridge crossed the road a short distance beyond the Hoods' house. On the embankment beyond this bridge, 20 or 30 yards from the road, was a cluster of small trees and shrubs, railed in from the grass which elsewhere grew upon the slope, and from the field at its foot. Here, just hidden behind a hawthorn bush and a climbing bramble, Dagworthy placed himself shortly before 8 o'clock on Saturday morning, having approached the spot by a long circuit of trespass. From this position he had a complete view of the house he wished to watch. He came thus early because he thought it possible that Emily accompanied her father on his morning's walk into Dunfield, in which case he would follow at a distance and find his opportunity as the girl returned. There had been rain in the night, and his passage through the bushes covered him with moisture. The thick grass, too, in which he stood, was so wet that before long his feet grew damp and cold. He was little mindful of bodily discomfort, never moving his eyes for a moment from the door which would give Emily to his view. He knew nothing but the impatience which made it incredible that his watch could keep pace with time. He seemed to have been waiting for hours, when yet it was only 8:30. But at length the door opened. He strained his sight across the distance, but with no reward. Hood left the house alone, and walked off quickly in the direction of Dunfield. He must wait. It might happen that Emily would not quit home at all during the early part of the day, but he must wait on the chance. He dreaded lest rain should fall, which would naturally keep her within doors. But by 9 o'clock the sky had cleared, and he saw the leaves above him drying in the sunlight. Inactivity was at all times intolerable to him. To stand thus for hours was an exercise of impatient patience which only his relentless passion made possible. His body yielded to a sort of numbness, whilst the suffering expectancy of his mind only grew keener. He durst not avert his eyes from the door for an instant. His sight ached and dazzled. Still he waited. At 11 o'clock Emily came forth. A savage delight seized him as he watched her cross the patch of garden. At the gate she hesitated a moment, then took the way neither to the Heath nor to Dunfield, but crossed to a lane which led to Pendal. From his hiding place Dagworthy could follow her so far, and with ecstasy he told himself that she must be going to the Castle Hill. She carried a book in her hand. At length he moved. His limbs had stiffened. It was with difficulty that he climbed to the top of the embankment. Thence he could see the whole track of the lane, which went indeed almost parallel with the railway line. He walked in the same direction, keeping at some distance behind Emily. Before reaching the village of Pendal, he had to cross a field and enter the lane itself. There was now the danger that the girl might look back, but she did not. She was reading as she walked, and continued to do so the whole way to the stile which led into the Castle Hill. But now it mattered little if she turned her head. He let her pass the stile, and himself paused before following. He was agitated. That which he was about to do seemed harder than he had imagined. He had a horrible fear lest his resolution might fail him at the last moment. The brute in him for an instant almost slept. The woman in the field yonder was not only the object of his vehement desire, all the nobler possibilities of his nature united to worship her as the highest and holiest he knew. In his heart was a subtle temptation, the voice of very love bidding him to cast himself at her feet and sue but for the grace of so much human kindness as would make life without her endurable. He remembered the self-abasement which had come upon him when he tried to tell her of his love. The offering had seemed so gross, so unworthy to be brought before her. Would it not be the same now? He dreaded her power to protect herself, the secret might of purity which made him shrink at her steady gaze. But he had gone through much in the last fortnight. The brute forces had grown strong by habit of self-assertion. He looked up, and the fact that Emily had gone from his sight stung him into pursuit. She was sitting where she had sat with Wilfrid, on the fallen tree. The book lay at her side, and she was giving herself to memory. Treading on the grass, he did not attract her attention till he almost stood before her. Then she looked at him, and at once rose. He expected signs of apprehension or embarrassment, but she seemed calm. She had accustomed herself to think of him, and could no longer be taken by surprise. She was self-possessed, too, in the strength of the thoughts which he had disturbed. He fed his eyes upon her, and kept so long silent that Emily's cheek coloured, and she half turned away. Then he spoke abruptly, yet with humility, which the consciousness of his purpose could not overcome. "You know that I have been away since I saw you last. I tried to put you out of my mind. I couldn't do it, and I am driven back to you."
I had hoped we should not meet again like this, Mr. Dagworthy,
Emily replied in a low voice, but firmly. She felt that her self-respect was to be tested to the uttermost, but she was better able to control herself than at the last interview. The sense of being passionately sought cannot but enhance a woman's dignity in her own eyes, and Emily was not without perception of the features in Dagworthy's character which made him anything but a lover to be contemned. She dreaded him, and could not turn away, as from one who tormented her out of mere ill-breeding.
"I cannot ask you to pardon me," he returned, "for however often you asked me to leave you, I should pay no heed. I am here because I can't help myself. I mean what I say. I can't help it. Since you told me there was no hope, I seem to have been in hell. These are not words to use to you, I know it. It isn't that I don't respect you, but because I must speak what I feel. Look, I am worn out with suffering. I feel as if it would take but a little more to kill me, strong man as I am. You don't think I find a pleasure in coming and facing that look that you have? I don't know that I ever saw the man I couldn't meet, but before you I feel, I can't put it into words, but I feel I should like to hide my face. Still,
I have come. I have followed you here. It's more than I can do to give you up." At the last words he half sobbed. Her fear of him would not allow Emily to feel deep distress, but she was awed by the terrible evidence of what he endured. She could not at once find words for reply. "Will you sit down?" he said. "I will stand here, but I have more to say to you before I go." "Why should you say more?" Emily urged. "Can you not think how very painful it is to hear you speak in this way? What purpose can it serve to speak to me, when I may not listen?" "You must listen. I can't be sent away as you would another man. No other on earth can love you as I do. No one would do for you all that I would do. My love gives me a claim upon you. It is you that have brought me to this state. A woman owes a man something who is driven mad by her. I have a right to be here, and to say all I feel." He was struggling with the dread of the words he had come to utter. A wild hope sprang in him that he might yet win her in other ways. He used language recklessly, half believing that his arguments would seem of force. His passion was in the death grapple with reason and humanity. "If your regard for me is so strong," Emily replied, "should you not shrink from causing me pain? And, indeed, you have no such right as you claim. Have I in any way sought to win your affection? Is it manly to press upon me a suit which you know it is out of my power to favour? You say you respect me. Your words are not consistent with respect. I owe you nothing, Mr. Dagworthy, and it is certainly my right to demand that you will cease to distress and trouble me." He stood with his eyes on the ground. "That is all you have to say?" he asked, almost sullenly. "What more can I say? Surely you should not have compelled me to say even so much. I appeal to your kindness, to your sense of what is due from a man to a woman, to let me leave you now, and to make no further attempt to see me. If you refuse, you take advantage of my powerlessness. I am sure you are not capable of that." "Yes, I am capable of more than you think," he replied, the words coming between his teeth. His evil demon, not himself, was speaking, and finding utterance at length, it made him deadly pale, and brought a cold sweat to his brow. "When you think afterwards of what I say now, remember that it was love of you that made me desperate. A chance you little dream of has put power into my hands, and I am going to use it. I care for nothing on this earth but to make you my wife, and I can do so." Terror weighed upon her heart. His tone was that of a man who would stick at nothing, and his words would bear no futile meaning. Her thoughts were at once of her father. Through him alone could he have power over her. She waited, sick with agonized anticipation, for what would follow. "Your father." The gulf between purpose and execution once passed, he had become cruel. Human nature has often enough exemplified the law in prominent instances. As he pronounced the words, He eyed her deliberately, and before proceeding paused just long enough to see the anguish flutter in her breast. "Your father has been guilty of dishonesty. He has taken money from the mill. Any day that I choose, I can convict him." She half closed her eyes and shook as if under a blow. Then the blood rushed to her face, and to his astonishment she uttered a strange laugh. "That is your power over me!" she exclaimed, with all the scorn her voice could express. "Now I know that you are indeed capable of shameful things. You think I shall believe that of my father?" Dagworthy knew what it was to feel despicable. He would, in this moment, have relinquished all his hope to be able to retract those words. He was like a beaten dog before her, and the excess of his degradation made him brutal. "Believe it or not, as you choose. All I have to say is that your father put into his pocket yesterday morning a £10 note of mine, which he found in a ledger he took out of my room. He had to go to Hebsworth on business, and there he changed the note to buy himself a new hat. I have a witness of it. When he came back, he, of course, had nothing to say about the money. In fact, he had stolen it." She heard, and there came into her mind the story of Cheeseman's debt. That was of £10. The purchase her father had been obliged to make. Of that also she had heard. Last night, and again this morning, her mother had incessantly marvelled at this money having been at length returned. It was an incredible thing, she had said. Only the sight of the coins could convince her of its truth. Emily's mind worked over the details of the previous evening with terrible rapidity and insight. To her directly her father had spoken not a word of the repayment. He had bidden her to keep in another room while he informed her mother of it. He had shown disinclination to return to the subject when, later, they all sat together. "Well, here it is," he had said, "and we'll talk no more about it." She heard those words exactly as they were spoken, and she knew their tone was not natural, even at the time that had struck her. But her thoughts had not dwelt upon it. She almost forgot Dagworthy's presence. He and his threats were of small account in this shaking of the depths of her nature. She was awakened by his voice. "Do you think I am lying to you for my own purposes?" "I cannot say," she answered with unnatural calm. "It is more likely than that what you say is true." He by now had attained a self-control which would not desert him. So far in crime there was no turning back. He could even enjoy the anticipation of each new move in the game, certain of winning. He could be cruel now for cruelty's sake. It was a form of fruition. "Well," he said, "it is your own concern whether you believe me or not. If you wish for evidence, you shall have it, the completest. What I have to say is this: from now till Monday morning your father is free. Whether I have him arrested then or not depends upon yourself. If you consent to become my wife as soon as it is possible for us to
be married, neither you nor he will ever hear another word of the matter. What's more, I will at once put him in a position of comfort. If you refuse, there will be a policeman ready to arrest him as soon as he comes to the mill. If he tries to escape, a warrant will be issued. In any case, he will be ruined." Then, after a pause, "So you have until tomorrow night to make up your mind. You can either send me a note or come and see me. I shall be at home whenever you come." Emily stood in silence. "I hope you quite understand what I mean," Dagworthy continued, as if discussing an ordinary matter of business. "No one will ever dream that your father has done anything to be ashamed of. After all, it is not so impossible that you should marry me for my own sake." He said it with bitterness. People will see nothing to wonder at. Fortunately, no one knows of that, of what you told me. Your father and mother will be easy for the rest of their lives, and without a suspicion that there has been anything but what appears on the surface. I needn't say how things are likely to look in the other event." She stood silent. "I don't expect an answer now." Emily shook her head. "But," he continued, "you mustn't leave it after tomorrow night. It will be too late." She began to move away from him. With a step or two he followed her. She turned. With a passionate movement of repulsion, terror, and hate transfiguring her countenance, made for the expression of all sweet and tender and noble things, Dagworthy checked himself, turned about, and walked quickly from the place. End of section 14. Chapter 10.
Section 15 of A Life's Morning. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria Laura. A Life's Morning by George Gissing. Section 15, Chapter 11, Part 1. Emily's Decision. Emily reached home a few minutes before dinner time. Her mother came to her from the back of the house, where things were in a Saturday tumult, speaking with a voice of fretful satisfaction. "I'd just given up on you, and I was wondering whether to let the meat spoil or to begin dinner alone. I'm sorry to be late, mother." "No, you're not late, my dear," the mother admitted. "It's only that you're a little uncertain, and when 1 o'clock draws on I can never be quite sure of you if you're out. I must say I like punctuality, though I dare say it's an old-fashioned kind of thing. Which would you like? Potatoes baked or boiled? I've got both, as I always think the baked keep better for your father." "Whichever you have yourself, mother." "Now, child, do make a choice, as if you couldn't say what you would prefer." "Boiled." "There now, you say that because you think there won't be enough of the others. I know very well you always like the baked when I have them. Don't you now, Emily?" "Mother, whichever you like. What does it matter?" "Well, my dear, I'm sure I only wanted to please you," said Mrs. Hood, in her tone of patience under injury. "I can't see why you should be angry with me. If I could give you more choice I would. No doubt you're used to having potatoes done in all sorts of superior ways, but unfortunately I wasn't brought up as a cook." The strange look with which Emily was regarding her brought her to a pause. Her voice dropped. "Mother dear," said the girl, in a low and shaken tone, "I am neither foolish nor unkind. Do try to believe that. Something is troubling me. To day let your choice be mine." Mrs. Hood moved away and served dinner in silence. "What is your trouble, my dear?" she asked presently. "Can't you tell me?" Emily shook her head. Her mother relapsed into thoughtfulness, and they finished their meal with little conversation. Mrs. Hood was just rising from the table when there was a sound of some one opening the gate before the house. She looked to the window and at once uttered an exclamation of astonishment. "Well, if that isn't he hasn't altered a bit all these years." "Who is it, mother?" Emily asked nervously. "Why, my dear, it's that man, Cheeseman. The very idea of his coming here! Now mark my words, he's come to ask for that money back again, or for some of it, at all events. It was just showing off, pretending to pay it back, exactly like him. But if your father's foolish enough to do anything of the kind, there he's knocking. I hoped never to see his face again as long as I lived. However he can have the imprudence to come! I suppose I must let him in, but I'm sure I shan't offer him any dinner." Emily had risen from her chair and was trembling with excitement. "Oh yes, mother," she cried with a joy which astonished Mrs. Hood. "We must behave kindly to him. He paid father the money, we must remember that." "Well, you'll see if I'm not right. But I can't keep him standing at the door. Do untie this apron, Emily. I'm so nervous I can't get at the knot. See now, if he hasn't come for the money back again. Never mind, he paid it, he paid it." "I can't understand you, child. What is there to be so pleased about? Mother, do go to the door, or shall I?" The girl was overcome with a sudden light in utter darkness. She grasped at her mother's explanation of the visitor's arrival, unable in her ardor to calculate probabilities, to review details. Dagworthy had been guilty of a base falsehood. The man approached who could assure her of it. It was a plot, deeply planned. In some manner Dagworthy had learned what had happened to her father in Hebsworth, and had risked everything on the terror he could inspire in her. The coming of her father's friend was salvation. She found herself clasping his hand warmly. "Well, Miss Hood," Cheeseman came in exclaiming, "you may perhaps have half a recollection of me, when you're told who I am, but I'm quite sure I shouldn't have known you. Your father was telling me about you yesterday. Rare and proud he was to speak of you, too, and not without reason, I see. Mrs. Hood, you've no need to complain of your fortune. Times have been hard, no doubt, but they've brought you a blessing. If I had a young lady such as this to look at me and call me father, well, it won't do to think of it." In spite of her determination, Mrs. Hood was mollified into an offer of dinner. Mr. Cheeseman affected to refuse, but at a word from Emily he allowed himself to be persuaded. The two sat with him and listened to his talk of bygone days. Emily's face was flushed. She kept her eyes on Cheeseman as if his arrival were that of a long hoped for friend. The visitor abounded in compliments to mother and daughter alike. He ate, the while, with extreme heartiness, and at length drew from the table in the most effusive mood. "Mrs. Hood," he said, leaning forward, "I owe you an apology, many apologies. You and your good husband in times long past did me a service of a very substantial kind. You thought I had forgotten it. Yes, you couldn't help but think it." "Oh, we won't talk about that, Mr. Cheeseman," interposed Mrs. Hood, not without a suggestion in her tone that she had indeed entertained the thought attributed to her. "Ah, but I can't help speaking of it," said Cheeseman feelingly. "Mrs. Hood, you probably don't know what I refer to. You were a very little lady in those days. They were hard times with me, indeed. I've never known anything else. I was saying to your good father yesterday that he could no longer talk of his ill luck. Many a day he and I have encouraged each other to face fortune, but that's all over for him. He's got his foot on firm ground, thank heaven. I'm still catching at straws, you see. I dare say it's a good deal of my own fault. And then I never had a good wife to look after me, and a daughter growing up to teach me prudence. Well, but, Miss Hood, I was saying that your father did me a great service. He lent me what was a large sum for him in those days." "Not a little one even in these, Mr. Cheeseman," remarked Mrs. Hood. "Well, well, but in those times it was a thing few men in his position would have done." "He lent me a £10 note, Miss Hood, and it's right you should know it. Years have gone by, years, and any one would think I'd kept out of the way to avoid paying the money back. I assure you, Mrs. Hood, and you, Miss Hood, I give my solemn word of honor that I've never, from that day to this, had more money than would just keep me in bread and cheese, and such poor clothing as you see on me. Why, even yesterday, as no doubt your good father has told you, I had but a sixpenny piece in the world, but one coin of sixpence. But one sixpence had I, and but for my old friend I should have been hard driven to find a place of rest last night. Now, do I look and speak like an ungrateful man? Mrs. Hood, I've come here this day because I felt in duty bound to call on you, being so near. I didn't know your address till that meeting by chance yesterday. When my old friend left me I got restless. I felt I must see you all again before I went south, as I hope to do to-morrow perhaps. I felt I must clear myself from the charge of ingratitude. I couldn't live easy under it. It was too much like a piece of dishonesty, and that I've never yet been guilty of, for all I've gone through, and please God never shall. My old friend Hood and I, in days before he had the happiness to meet you, Mrs. Hood, we used to say to each other, 'Let luck do its worst, we'll live and die honest men.' And thank heaven we've kept our word, for an honester man than James Hood doesn't walk the earth, and no one ever yet brought a true charge of dishonesty against Alfred Cheeseman." He looked from mother to daughter. The former sat in helpless astonishment, gazing about her. Emily had hardened her face. "You find it a sad tale," Cheeseman proceeded. "Why, so it is, dear ladies. If ever I had owned a £10 note, over and above the price of a loaf of bread and a night's lodging, it should have been put aside with the name of James Hood written on the back of it, and somehow I'd have found him out. And I say the same thing now. Don't think, Mrs. Hood, that I'm pleading my poverty as a way of asking you to forgive the debt. The debt shall be paid, be assured of that. If I can only get to London, there's a prospect before me. I have a project which I explained to my old friend yesterday. You shall have the money, and what's more, you shall have interest, 4% per annum. Oh yes, you shall. Only let me somehow get to London." The gate sounded again. "Emily!" exclaimed Mrs. Hood, "there's your father." She was pale, and the hand with which she pointed could not steady itself. "Mother," said the girl, just above her breath, "he's coming in." Mrs. Hood rose and left the room. Cheeseman could not but observe that some strange agitation possessed them both. Possibly he explained it by the light of his own conscience. He sat smiling at Emily rather uneasily. Then, seeing that there was likely to be a delay before Hood entered, he bent forward to speak confidentially. "Miss Hood, I see it in your face. You're as kind and warm-hearted as your father is, and that's saying much. You won't think hardly of a poor fellow who oftener misses a dinner than gets one. Every word I said to you is as true as the light of heaven. And my only chance is to get to London. I'd made an invention, and I feel sure I know the man who will buy it of me. It took my last farthing to get to Hebsworth. You don't think hardly of me." "I don't drink, on my word I don't. It's sheer hard luck. Ah, if I had a home like this, it would be like living in the Garden of Eden. Well, well." The door opened, and Hood came in, followed by his wife. He was laughing loudly. The voice was so unlike his that this alone would have caused Emily to gaze at him in astonishment. "So you've looked us up!" he exclaimed, holding out his hand. "Why, you couldn't have done better. I was sorry afterwards I hadn't asked you. My wife tells me you've had dinner. You won't mind sitting by whilst I eat. And what do you think of Emily, eh? Grown a little since you saw her last, ha ha. So you've made up your mind to go to London? Emily had dinner? Why, of course you have. I was forgetting baked potatoes. Remember my old weakness for them baked cheesemen? We used to buy 'em in the street at night, halfpenny a piece, eh? Old man with one arm, remember? We used to hear him coming when he was half a mile off. What a voice! And the man who sold peas, remember him? All lot, all lot. We were lads then, eh, Cheeseman? Emily, just a mouthful, with butter? Let me tempt you. No? What train did you come by? He talked ceaselessly. There was a spot of red in the middle of each of his sallow cheeks, and his eyes gleamed with excitement. On leaving the mill a sudden thirst came upon him, and he had quenched it with a glass of spirits at the first public house he passed. Perhaps that had some part in his elation. Emily almost immediately withdrew and went up to her bedroom. Here she sat alone for more than an hour, in fear lest her mother should come to the door. Then she heard the gate open, and looking from the window, saw her father and his friend pass into the road and walk away together, the former still talking in an excited way. A minute or two later came the knock which she dreaded. She opened the door, and her mother entered. "Emily, did you ever know your father so strange?" Mrs. Hood asked in a tone of genuine alarm. She had sunk upon a chair, and looked to the girl as if overcome with physical weakness. "What can it all mean? When I asked him why he had told that story about the money, he only laughed, said it was a joke, and he'd explain it all before long. I can't think where the money came from. And now he's gone to pay that man's fare to London, and no doubt to lend him more money too." Emily made no reply. She stood near the window, and looked out at the clouds which were breaking after a brief shower. "Wherever the money may have come from," pursued her mother, "it's cruel that it should go in this way. We never wanted it worse than we do now. It's my belief he's borrowed it himself, and a nice thing to borrow for one's own needs, and then throw it away on such a good for nothing as that." Emily turned and put a question quietly. "Are you in more than usual need of money?" "Well, my dear, you know I always try to say as little about such things as I can, but now your father's been and borrowed, as of course he must have done, there's no choice but to tell you. The house at Barnhill's going to be empty at the end of the quarter, and our rent here's going to be raised, and all things coming together, we've had a good deal to make us anxious. It's just like your father, wanting to make me believe that things are better than they really are. It always was his way, and what's the good of it I could never see. Of course he means it well, but he'd far better have been open about it, and have told me what he was going to do." Emily was shaken with agitation. "Mother," she exclaimed, "why have you both insisted on keeping silence before me about your difficulties? There was no kindness in it. You have done me the cruelest wrong. Had I not money in plenty beyond what I needed? What if the future be uncertain? Has not the present its claims, and can your needs be separated from mine? Because you have succeeded in keeping me apart from the troubles of your life, you and father have thought you have done a praiseworthy thing. It is not bad enough that one human being should be indifferent to the wants of another just because they call each other strangers. Was it right to bring such hateful spirit of independence into a home between parents and child? If the world is base and unjust, is that not a reason more why we should draw ever more closely to each other, and be to each other all that our powers allows? Independent! Because I earned money and could support myself, you have told me I must be independent, and leave you the same. That is the lesson that life has taught you. It is well to have understanding for lessons of a deeper kind." Well, my child, protested the mother, to whom the general tenor of such reasoning was well nigh as dark as its special application, we have always felt we were doing our duty to you. At your age it is only right you should have your money for yourself. Who knows when you may want it? I don't think you should be angry with us just because we felt we'd rather put up with a little hardship now and then than have you feel some day we'd been a burden on you. I haven't complained and I'm not complaining now. I'm sorry I came to speak to you about such a thing. It seems as if you could never take a thing as I mean it. It's like the potatoes at dinner. I meant to do you a kindness by giving you the choice, and you flew out as if you hadn't patience with me." Emily kept her eyes upon the window. "How can you say," went on Mrs. Hood, "that we've been cruel to you and done you a wrong? I know we've very different ways of looking at most things, but where we've wronged you is more than I can understand." "You have taken from me," replied Emily, without moving her eyes, "the power to help you. I might have done much; now I can do nothing, and your loss is mine." "No, indeed it isn't and shan't be, Emily. Your father and I have always said that one thing, that you shouldn't suffer by us. What did your father always say years ago? 'Emily,' he said, 'shall have a good education, however we stint ourselves. Then, when she grows up, she'll always be able to keep herself from want, and our poverty won't matter to her.' And in that, at all events, he was right, and it's come about as he said. No, Emily, we're not going to be a burden to you, so don't fear it. Mother, will you let me by myself a little? I will come down to you presently." "Aren't you well, my dear?" the mother asked with a mixture of offended reserve and anxiety occasioned by the girl's voice and aspect. "I have a headache. I will rest till tea time." Mrs. Hood had for a long time been unused to tend Emily with motherly offices. Like her husband, she was not seldom impressed with awe of this nature so apart from her own. That feeling possessed her now. Before Emily's last words, she moved away in silence and closed the door behind her gently. The irony of fate, coming out so bitterly in all that her mother had said, was like a cold hand on Emily's heart. She sat again in the chair from which she had risen, and let her head lie back. Her vitality was at a low ebb. The movement of indignation against the cruelty which was wrecking her life had passed and left behind a weary indifference. Happily she need not think yet. There was still some hours of respite before her. There was the night to give her strength. The daylight was a burden. It must be borne with what patience she could summon. But she longed for the time of sacred silence. To a spirit capable of high exaltations, the hour of lassitude is the foretaste of the impotence of death. To see a purpose in the cold light of intellectual conviction, and to lack the inspiring fervor which can glorify a struggle with the obstacles nature will interpose, is to realize intensely the rugged baldness of life stripped of illusion. Life as we shall see it when the end approaches, and the only voice that convinces tells us that all is vanity. It is the mood known by the artist when, viewing the work complete within his mind, his heart lacks its joy and his hand is cold to execute. Self-consciousness makes of life itself a work of art. There are the blessed moments when ardor rises in pursuit of the ideal, when it is a supreme bliss to strive and overcome; and there are the times of aching languor, when the conception is still clear in every line, but the soul asks wearily, "To what end?" In Emily it was the reaction after the eagerness of her sudden unreasoning hope. Body and mind suffered beneath a burden of dull misery. Motive seemed weak. Effort was weary and unprofitable. Life unutterably mean. It could scarcely be called suffering to feel thus. She was roused by voices below, and immediately after her mother came to her door again. "Isn't it vexatious?" Mrs. Hood whispered. There are Jessie and Geraldine. I'm obliged to ask them to stay for tea. Do you feel well enough to come down?" End of section 15. Chapter 11, Part 1.